welcome to BR6 Europe League. Today is our third day of group stage, and today will also tell us what teams still have a realistic chance of making it to the top 3 of their group, and then also have that easier way of making it to the major through deciders. Today's matches will show up the tops and the bottoms of our groups, and I cannot be more excited. My name is Anne, and I'm joined by Fresh and Fabian. Welcome back in Paris. How are you feeling today?
I'm good. I might be a little bit robotic today to both of you because I've got to swing. I can't move my neck too much because I was unfortunately in a plane crash, Anne.
That sounds like a really tough story.
Yeah.
How did it
I'm overemphasizing it a little bit. There's a little bit of an issue at the airport, but yeah, hurt my neck, but I'm okay.
I'm happy. I actually attended a wedding for the first time in my life. I'm soon 30 years and I've never attended one.
Are you married?
No, I'm not.
It wasn't your wedding.
I was going to say it was your own wedding, yeah.
You think that's ever going to happen? Like, come on now. You've met me. You know how I am.
True.
I don't think that's very likely.
We talk about, like, you know, how some people progress life at a faster stage in the green room earlier and saying, like, oh, you know, all our friends have kids and get married and stuff, and we're playing a video game. That's how it really feels sometimes. But yeah, we obviously do also get to watch all these teams play Siege and play Siege to the top level in Europe League. We are the best league, as we keep on saying and do love to say as well. But let's look at our groups in this Europe League and how they are standing so far. We do have 2 groups in Europe League, and one of those is Group A. And in Group A, things are shaping up a little bit better. Wild is still at the very top and Koi at the very bottom. Any surprises so far, Fabian?
I think Wild made a little bit of a hiccup going into their permaban against Into the Breach. But other than that, I wouldn't say that it's too surprising. Koi has only played 1 game so far. They got completely demolished, but other than that, I think it's all like we kind of expected.
I think it's shaping up about as expected.
Yeah.
I think, you know, if you give people, you know, predictions for 1 and 2 in this group before anything had started, I think you would say Wild or VP in 1 or 2, and then the other 3 teams fighting out for that 3rd place.
And then for Group B as well, things starting to shape up there a little bit too. We do have some teams that have some off days or have had some off days, and teams that obviously will still have that off day. G2 at the top, things will remain the same as it was in last stage as well. Then BDS at the bottom, they have only played 1 game though, so do have that chance of making it up today. Fresh, any things you're confused about?
I think for G2 a little bit going to overtime last week probably wasn't, you know, the best. They're going to look to try and get 12 points out of 12. Obviously, they can't achieve that now. And yeah, I think, you know, 1 game loss for M&M certainly puts them in a bit of a stressful situation.
I think every team but really heroic could be in any of the top 3 positions, so there's no surprises here really, but at the same time everything is surprising. It's just a toss-up between 4 really good teams and heroic.
All right, well, in that group, we did see Consulate, though, being played for the first time last week. And Fresh, you have some clips on how these attacks specifically played out on Consulate, right?
Yep, that's why I'm over by the telestration, and here we are. So we've pulled a clip, and I do want to say there is no questionable outlines in this clip. All of the blue operators are defenders, all the orange operators are attackers. We found a workaround for it. So what I'm going to show you is how G2 set themselves up on Consulate to create power positions. So I've got a little clip inside of prep phase because this might be very, very different from your ranked games. Now, what I'm going to show you is how G2, basically, they want to play in these 3 areas. And you can see the reinforcements set up. You can currently see reinforcements over by the break room area on the right-hand side of your screen. They want to play inside of that and then fall back into the hallway at the top of Visa Stairs that goes all the way to Spiral. And then on the left-hand side of your screen, you can see this square here for what, if you play a lot of ranked, you might know it as Baguette, the front office, that kind of area. They reinforce across the meeting walls, this wall here and this wall here as well, basically to give themselves power positions to play in that are safe from windows, that are safe basically from any lurks. Very powerful, put a lot of utility in and around it. So when we actually get into this clip, what you're going to see is Doki is actually playing between point A, which is in the hallway, and point B, which is the hallway to where Coffin would be. This is where he finds most of his kills in that big 4K that we saw him win the round from. Finds them inside of that position. But not only that, from when he's playing here, he has a crossfire with the Wamai who's playing the vending machine angle. The Wamai also has a crossfire with the player who's playing onto Spiral. This is how G2 set up. They want to play inside of these powerful positions, and they set up a lot of utility for that. You can see from Doki's POV, there's ADSs, there's barbed wire, there's utility, the observation blockers, there's Fenrir traps, there's Legion mines. And you can just see how Doki and how much freedom the Wamai and Doki on the Legion have to move around and peak heroic. They have information. You can see those goo mines that have just gone out there. You'll just see them in the back of your screen. You can see it just going down there. Doki has that information, and he's kind of zoned off the 3 bits of the admin side in terms of the copy window, the break room, and then the coffin door. And he uses that information to make those plays with confidence. You're going to see here when he swings out eventually to get the kill onto coffin. He's constantly just quick peeking for information. We'll keep letting the clip roll because it does take a little bit of time. But he knows, because those screw mines haven't gone off, nobody could have gone into the break room. So when he gets the first kill, this is how he chains the kills together. Sees the player, knows he's on the door. Makes a play, goes to coffin, waits for the player to peek him into coffin, gets that kill, immediately walks in, knows the player's on the door, finds the second kill. For Heroic's point of view, it was a bit late that the player pushing up Visa stairs was so late, finds the third kill. And that's the one thing that I liked about the consulate from G2, is they look for the power positions within that hallway and within the baguette area. Instead of, you don't see it often in ranked, all those reinforcements and all that utility into this specific hallway.
A very good detailed analysis. Thank you so much. I hope we get to see some more of Consulate, maybe some Nighthaven as well today. You said there was a 50% chance of Nighthaven Labs?
Yeah, there's a couple of games that I've looked at the bans, and I think both teams have left Nighthaven open for the, for both ban phases, so we could end up there.
And that position as well, when you have such talented players like G2 do have, because they get put in a position where they really only have to worry about what's right in front of them or the next door, they can just use all of that individual ability to just make the position even better. In comp play, usually aim isn't as important as people make it out to be. It's an important factor, sure, but when you have that doorway and you only know what you need to focus about, you never have to worry about your back or someone coming somewhere else. You can just focus all of your job into the aiming part, and that's what Doki did. I mean, how many kills did he drop? 23, was it?
Yep.
Yeah,
yep.
Just incredible.
Indeed, very much incredible. And to prepare you a little bit more casually for the games that are coming up and to test your player knowledge as well, we have a little bit of a game prepared. You can participate in chat, but it'll also be your analyst playing for this one as well. And you two seem to be a little tense for this because you just don't know what's happening yet.
Yeah, we usually know. We do a rehearsal through the run of the show. When a game comes in and we've got to guess the answers, we have no idea what's coming up, and it certainly throws me off a little bit.
I mean, most things are scripted. Like, how did I win 3 SIs if it wasn't, right? Let's be real. But yeah, we have no idea. Yeah, this is worse than going up on SI stage, actually.
Really?
No, it's not.
Okay, yeah, I would have thought so indeed. But we do have a little bit of a game. It is called 2 Truths, 1 Lie. We've asked players for facts about themselves. 3 facts in total, 2 are actually right, and 1 is wrong. It's up to you in chat and our analysts to decide which of these 3 facts is actually false, which of these facts is wrong. So we'll roll our very first player that we have for our game show right now. The first one is Nello from M&M, and the 3 facts are: 1, I attended 3 Six Invitationals as a player. 2, I played for only 2 different organizations in R6 as a pro player. And 3, I won versus Secret to qualify for Pro League Season 10. Now you can put in chat 1, 2, or 3, which you think is wrong. And you two I want an answer from as well.
So the first one, 6 Invitationals. Attended SI23 with M&M, SI22 with M&M. My question is, did he attend a 6 Invitational with Na'Vi?
I actually have no idea. None of these.
That's the one where I don't know, because I know he's been to the last 2 6 Invitationals.
Yeah, and I think he's played for more orgs as well.
Has he? Na'Vi?
M&M, didn't he play for Crazy? Or was that before?
No, I don't think that was. I think he joined M&M after they picked up the Crazy roster. And who did... Wait, hang on. Can we eliminate 3? 1 versus Secrets qualified for Pro League Season 10.
I don't even know which season
it was. The shotgun on the door, wasn't it? It was when they were originally M&M, then they got bought out by Na'Vi. Oh my god. And it was the shotgun on the door moment. There's a very famous clip of it, but who the hell was it against? Was it against?
I'll say number 1 is wrong. That's my pick. I've got no idea. I'm taking a guess.
Random guess.
I mean, I don't...
You joining, Fabian, or...?
Yeah.
Would you not want to win it though? Like
oh wait, are we against each other?
I don't know. You could do it together. You could do it against each other. If you want to have a different answer,
if we're against each other, I'm not discussing it with him.
No, but if you want a different answer, you can try a different answer. But
no, I agree. Should we just go for number 1? I think it's 2 out.
I think it's
surely not. He's been around forever.
I have no idea.
Because do you remember in the Pro League finals, Tokenami?
I don't watch other teams play. Like I don't look at them for oh Nello did this. I watch them for what did they do, so I know how to counter.
No, SI20 with Na'Vi, was he there?
Yes. No,
he wasn't. No. Wait,
so
I don't know.
You think
we're
it's
going number 1.
You're going number 1? All right, let's see if it was number 1 that was wrong.
Oh,
No, it was number 3. It was actually Vitality that they wanted
Yes,
to
it was
qualify.
Vitality. No.
Yes, you're a bit of shocking, just not the team. Bit unfortunate, but it happens sometimes. We've got one more though. We've got Dan from Virtus Pro as well with 3 facts, a little bit more Siege related for this one as well. Number 1, I never visited Europe before R6 LAN events. 2, I had offers to become an esports player in another game. And 3, I couldn't get above bronze in my first ranked season in Rainbow Six.
This is all Fabian. I don't have a clue.
I mean, this one has to be number 3, right? It has to be. Even if he was a console player, I mean, even then.
You calling him bad here right now on the spot?
No, but... oh, okay, I meant that one is a lie, you know? That one is definitely a lie.
Choosing the lie.
Yeah.
Are we choosing whatever? Then it's number 2. Number 2 is the one. He had offers. Some other game. Probably World of Tanks. I don't know.
No, but that's the truth. We're choosing the lie, Fabian.
Yeah.
But that's what I said.
So
that's a lie. I said that's the lie, and then you're like, oh.
No, I said we're choosing the lie. Which one's the lie?
So the fact is, I have had offers. So if Fabian thinks he's got offers for different games, then that one's right.
Yeah,
okay.
That's
fine.
what I mean. And
What game?
I've got no idea.
You just said World of Tanks.
World of Tanks.
Okay,
That's
final
the
answer. I
game.
need your final answer.
Number 3, it's a lie.
You agree?
I'll go with Fabian.
Okay, number 3 is a lie. Let's see if number 3 was a lie as well. Oh, he actually was bronze in his first ranked season. You know, even if you get bronze in your first ranked season of Rainbow Six, you can still become a pro player eventually.
Do we even know these guys?
Unfortunately
I have
for
no
him,
idea.
no offers in other games. But we do have some more of these. They'll be in the post show. And I don't want to spoil too much, but those will be a little bit more unhinged. These are pretty much Siege related to get you ready for the games. But the ones later will be a little bit more unhinged though. That was it for our pre-show. When we do get back after a short break, we'll get you ready for our first game of the evening, which will be Heroic versus BDS.
Have you ever wondered how our professional players go pro? Or what happens between our regionals and majors? During the Tier 1 off-season, our Tier 2 scene kicks off with 5 separate regions hosting their own T2 competitions that have the opportunity for anyone and everyone to enter. Now let's get started and welcome you to the Tier 2 ecosystem of Rainbow Six Siege. There are several regional events around the world, which are the Japan Invitational, Liga Start for Latin America, the North Regional Rumble, and R6 Central Combine from Europe, and Element 1 for North America. Let's start with the Central Combine. 2 Tier 1 qualifying teams are sent straight to the playoffs, whilst there are 4 national spots composed of teams from the Legacy National competitions and 2 EU squads made from teams that are at least 3/5 from Central Europe. These 6 teams go straight to Phase 2. There are then 18 more spaces to be filled by open qualifiers, which means this is your chance to get involved. During Phase 2, our 4 national teams, 2 Central European teams, and 18 qualifying teams will be divided into divisions to play against each other based on a point system, with the lowest 2 teams of each division being eliminated. Our remaining 12 teams will be grouped into 3 conferences, competing for their spot in the playoffs. Each team will play every team in the other 2 conferences for points, with the highest scoring 6 teams moving forward to Phase 4. Phase 4 is our playoff bracket, where our top 6 teams from qualifiers and our 2 Tier 1 teams face off in a best-of-3 bracket. At this stage, everyone gets a share of the €40,000 prize pool, where the winning team will take home up to €15,000. These events aren't just about the money though. Our Tier 2 events give you the platform to showcase your talent to the world. The matches are live streamed on our official channels with the best upcoming analysts and casters that BR6 has to offer. Win here and your Rainbow Six life could change forever. Do you have what it takes to step up and be the next big name in Rainbow Six? Prove it.
I want M80 to be one of the most successful and dominant esports organizations in the world.
When the manager Golden reached out for a coaching position, I thought, why not? What could hurt?
You just got to take their soul away. You just got to destroy them.
It's definitely better to let the player do the talking, but tend to stay clear of the people that
have big egos. Energy carries everything into winning.
This is Rainbow Six at its best!
Try not to hold on to revenge too much the past. If we were to play them again, it would just be like just that urge of competitiveness to beat them.
We know our potential, we know what we are capable of.
The opponents could definitely take the title from us.
The past is the past, but in the moment you have everything you need to do to be better.
We got our first match in Group B ready, the battle of the bottom two teams as well. For both teams, really important to secure some points. BDS have already had their off day. Heroic still has to have their off day. But there have also been some changes regarding Heroic.
Yeah, they have. They released about 30 minutes ago to an hour ago. The leader is not going to be on the roster. He is going to be replaced by Anarchic. And as you're going to see on the outline there, EPS of 100 because he's not played, and that's a bang average score. Now, I will say that two things. I thought it was a little bit harsh on Leader to go after 2 play days, especially given the group that they are in. And the last time that a team did replace a player with a coach after 2 play days, that was when Team Secret did it, Titan came in, and then went on to be the lowest rated EUL player ever. So it's a big risk doing this. When we spoke to the team, they basically said that they believe it's because their front three need a little bit more hard IGLing that Leader didn't provide and Anarchic has provided in the past. They know they're going to get a hit in terms of their kills with Anarchic coming in, but they expect Astro, Doom and Blast to make up for that in the extra IGLing that they will be getting.
And my question there comes in a little bit with the idea that they have behind this entire change. Because the way the Siege is played right now is not the way that they're envisioning it, at least not in my eyes. Because the front trio needs to be able to take these opportunities into their own hands, and they need to see when things are, well, when there's a gap or when there's an opportunity, and they need to be calling for people behind them when things are going the way that they need them to go. You cannot have the guy in the back who's being pushed all the information to make a plan up for you that's all the way in the front. Another thing, Anarchic is a little bit better than Titan. I mean, he's actually played in Pro League as a professional player before, so we're getting a probably quite a lot better player than Titan was.
One more question though, because at the front line of that team, right, you have one player, Astro specifically, he's had the most clutches of the entire stage so far, but your entry player in a clutch situation, is that something you'd ideally want?
I mean, if we're looking at the entry stats, Astro isn't actually doing his job as an entry fragger, and that's something that needs to change a little bit. He needs to start pushing in first and be the guy that takes the entry duels, because you shouldn't have your Yona player on the second lowest entry duels. That's just how it shouldn't be like that.
Definitely some things for them to change there, though. But for their opponent, BDS, it looks like they might end up in a similar cycle as they did last stage, right? Coming off the back of a pretty good event. Last time, or with the summer tournament, they even won it. But now their stage, it didn't really look that good against G2 in their first game. They got 5 rounds, but that's not worthy of a point.
Yeah, we came into this last week saying that we thought BDS was going to be the team to beat, the best team in Europe, especially off the back of that Game as 8 performance. And to be honest, for the first 6, 7, 8 rounds of last week when they played up against G2, it was very flat. They mounted a comeback attempt. How much we put that down to Oregon defense and attack, I don't know. So I'm kind of willing to write off last week and consider BDS still in this cycle that they are in good form, that they are a team to be feared and a team that we would expect to go to the Atlanta Major.
They most likely will, and I still stand by the point what I said last week, that I think that they're the best team in Europe. The way that they messed up last week was more than just the playstyle. The map they went on to, it's G2's probably, at least when I was there still, their favorite map. Statistically, it's one of the absolute best one they've got, and they've now reinvented their defenses with Romalo, the new coach that they have came from FaZe. So it's a lot of new things that they've added on top of their already favorite map with really good counters that we saw against BDS, at the same time as BDS just kind of messed up all of their flank watches as he got flanked, and they got outplayed on an individual basis. So G2 just needs to fire on all cylinders, and G2. BDS needs to start firing on all cylinders and going as a team and just do better, because these basics just cannot be allowed to fall apart. Like, you can't be flanked on a basement attack. Those things should never happen, because all you need is one guy to be ready on that side, especially when all 5 are alive.
Last time we had console being played, though, by Heroic. You said, well, both teams can't really make any faults or mistakes regarding map and phase. What kind of map are we expecting for this?
So I had 3 that I was expecting. I was expecting that we might see Nighthaven, Consulate, or Clubhouse. These teams played against each other on Clubhouse last stage. So would I expect that to happen? Yes. BDS are always going to leave it open. That will be whether Heroic wants to go there or not. However, both teams are quite happy to leave the new maps up in the banning phases over the first couple of play days that we've seen. So I think there's good potential that we see a new map.
Okay, well, let's have a look at our map for this matchup, though. We will have one map, because it is a best of one, and we do actually end up on that Nighthaven Labs. First time we'll actually see Nighthaven Labs in Europe League. I'm very excited, but you said it will probably fit those teams as well.
It will definitely fit those teams, and actually it's really smart by Heroic because they had to do something different, right? You cannot go in against BDS and play the default maps, especially when you bring in your analyst as a sub or a new player, whatever you want to call it. You just can't go onto a clubhouse, which is one of BDS's best maps, and just expect, oh yeah, we're going to totally win this.
Yeah, I think they were kind of forced into that ban. I think, Heroic, there's a few maps they don't like. Cafe, Sky, Bank was definitely the ones that I was expecting them to get rid of. BDS getting rid of Clubhouse is a bit of a surprise for me. And BDS haven't necessarily been known to take well to new maps, over the years. BDS was always the team that struggled when Theme Park and Skyscraper came in. We didn't know if they would like Nighthaven or Consulate. They're clearly ready to go for it, so I'm quite excited to see them play it. And we've actually seen it played across, Brazil now, North America, and once in South Korea as well. Being played out differently, as you would expect, across the regions, but I think it's a very intriguing map, and it flows really well.
It's going to be interesting as well, because now Heroic going in on attack side, I wonder how they're going to do it, because this is where the in-game leader matters the absolute most. If we see a really rough start where they go 0-3 down, I think a lot of things will start to crumble, because you've kind of done a knee-jerk reaction, right? If you replace your in-game leader after 2 maps, and it's basically in the best group that you're in, it's so hard to see what things will go right. But I think that if they struggle to begin with, they're in for a really rough ride for the last remaining best of ones.
It's going to be really tough indeed on that second half. And last time, or last stage at least, it was Heroic taking a victory over BDS on Clubhouse. But now with those recent changes on Heroic, I wouldn't want to call it shaky, maybe that's a bit mean, but they've had some recent changes that are really influential. Do you feel like they can replicate that result?
I feel like it's an uphill battle. You're taking drastic measures because you want to try and salvage your season. I guess that's why they've done it, right? They feel that the 2 losses were unacceptable to them, and they're taking drastic measures, and they need that front 3 to perform. It's as simple as that. The front 3 for Heroic haven't really performed. Like we said, we've seen Astro be last alive. He's had the most 1vx's attempts out of anybody in that team. We've seen Doom and Blaz not really hit the heights that we know that they're capable of in terms of these big multi-kill rounds. So what you want to come out from seeing today, for Heroic's point of view, is a win first and foremost. They've made these changes to try and get a win. But even if they get that win, you want to see those front 3 firing. You want to see that improvement that they say they believe they're going to get from an Arctic stepping in as IGL now.
And I mean, if they don't, it kind of shows that they were pushing their blame on someone else. Or maybe they know something we don't, because obviously we don't know all of the internal stuff in every team. But there has to be a big reason to change other player, especially because leader isn't even a bad shot if they would remove him as an in-game leader. They could have just put that on somebody else in the team, but maybe they didn't feel like they had that someone else to step up to take those big shoes on. Very difficult to know.
They did lose someone very vocal in that was before, who at least was their in-game leader before. For BDS as well, they'll have to eventually get on their attack as well, attacking on a new map. Do you feel like, despite the nature of Oregon being defender favorite, there was something else that was wrong with their attacks last week?
There wasn't much that was wrong, but I think that with Nighthaven Labs, it's going to be very interesting, because a lot of these defenders, when you haven't played the map as much as you would like to, you don't actually know all of these angles that can be opened up through walls, or if you see there are small things that can go, okay, they shot that window open and now they see through my rotation hole. I've never been killed that way before, so you don't actually fear the unknown, so you would make a lot of mistakes. Going in and attacking on this map, I don't think it's going to be that difficult for them, because I think it's a much more open map, and it's completely different playstyle than Oregon first of all. So it's going to be fine to see. I think they will do good. We know that BDS knows how to attack. I think last play there was a hiccup.
Hiccup, do you think they'll be able to come back then?
I think so. I think I'm willing to give them the benefit of the doubt. They were going up against G2. Ultimately, both of these teams have been up against G2 and lost against G2. And I'm going to give BDS the benefit of the doubt. Their loss against G2, just one game. We haven't seen them since. We still think they're going to be one of the top teams in Europe, despite the fact, it's a new map. It's maybe a little bit of an unpredictable opponent as well. So we talk about the map bans be good for Heroic. Maybe for BDS, it's quite good as well for them to go to a new map, because they won't necessarily know what to expect from Heroic. They will just be focusing on playing their game. And just to touch on that point that you made about angles on the new map and everything, Fabian, I was very fortunate to observe some tier 3 scrims when the new maps got announced. And there were some angles that I saw that, even though I'd been playing the map for a little bit in ranked, I'd never thought about seeing. So there is an angle from the outside hatch, outside of meeting, that you can book open. You can then book open the freezer soft wall and see all the way to the top of the storage stairs. And I'd have just never thought about it.
Small things.
There we go. I hope somebody gets a kill from it today.
It's what you can see on those new maps, right? When you have all these players running around with box shotguns and sledgehammers and stuff, just exploring that new map. Is there anything else very specific that you're expecting to see from Nighthaven today?
I think we might be able to see all 4 bomb sites played as well, because that seems to be a trend on this map. It just seems to be that everything is kind of viable to be played, and there's different solutions to all the different attacks, because the attack you do on Kitchen is completely different in terms of just underall basic understanding of the theory. So we're going to see a lot of different sort of attacks, fast, slow, picking apart, and vertical. We're going to see it all.
So excited to see Nighthaven for the very first time in Europe League. We do have the same casters as last week, so we do still have Fluke and Hab with you for the first time of Nighthaven in Europe League.
Thank you very much, Anne. And yes, let's go take a trip to Carly's house and see what surprises are there for us. I'm Fluke. Hab is...
It's not just Carly's house. There's a lot more operators.
Yeah, no, but Carly owns the house.
Who is the cook, though?
Their name's on the mortgage. Well, she probably doesn't have a mortgage, actually. Their name's on the deed. You know? You think Ossa pays rent? You think Ace pays rent? No.
Ace definitely pays rent.
Ace, well, okay, they probably make Ace pay rent. But the others, you know, the rest of the gang, the Nighthaven gang, get to live there for free. I want to know on the law, if any of the writers are here, does Carly make Ace pay rent? Yes, we are here on Nighthaven Labs. If you're unfamiliar with it, it is the new, obviously, with the recent map, but we had both Nighthaven and the new version of Consulate added.
Yeah, so a bit of a refreshment coming into the map pool here, and I'm glad to see it's instantly being picked up, because I remember seasons where it took like 3, 4, like up to play day 7 or 8 before the new map finally got played. So we're going to get the Consulate last play day. We're getting Nighthaven Labs now, so everything is in rotation now.
That is 2 for 2, sort of heroic as well. Obviously, they were our Consulate team versus G2 last time. They got 1 round away on the new map, and I surprisingly agree with the desk that I think this is a smart decision by Heroic. They've pulled in an Arctic as a sort of, you know, I guess from our perspective, last minute, the announcement was about 40 minutes, 50 minutes ago. But the more thought went into it, you assume so, but still, you're against BDS. You're against a machine that loves to win and, most importantly, needs a win. They are one of only 2 teams of all of the EUL teams that have 0 points right now.
Important to mention, though, is that they've only played 1 game. It was against G2, who's currently like on the top of the group. So still plenty of time for them. 4 games for them to play.
Still a less fun fact.
Still less fun, yes. But they do need points. You're definitely true in that one, and so does Heroic, being there with 1 point right next to BDS. We're starting off in the basement.
The basement
is going to be 4 casual sticks
via nano into assembly. Your eyes are currently driven towards Tank and Animus on one side, and Exo stairs to the east. That wall there that you see, that double wall, that leads outside. So they've set themselves up with a little bit of extra support here. You can see there's a double wall there. There's a single wall slightly further over onto the left. Now, Kaid was banned, but you're thinking, hey, why aren't they trying to bandit it? Well, because you're probably going to see them get control above, and that's what Brede is going to do here. They've got the open hatch. It is very easy to put some pressure down onto the players, especially as you look to the right. That room is entirely soft above the double wall. There's a lot of danger, and that means that BDS, they have to stretch the hold up, and it starts here on the top floor as Heroic start to try and knock their way in the opposite end.
You already see sauce thermals going off near the warehouse as well, so truly an attack on all different kind of areas in the map coming through here as Blaz. It's looking to lean into a fight. It's actually June that finds the very first enter in Shiro, and they're already in the building. Looking to clear out that top floor, making sure they have that under control, as LM's leaning in for the kill there, but missing it twice. Now, having to fall back through the hatch most likely to the first floor.
I mean, look at this. Heroic. June's able to get one more. They just hit the top floor, running, screamed their way across from the opposite side, and BDS just haven't really had a reaction. Obviously, took in on the meeting side. They're still trying to get some clear. You can see, you know, EFAX holding just at the bottom of the Aqua stairs, waiting for somebody to try and make a route back down. Brede's on top of the hatch as well. The fight's about to swing around the corner, and he wins it out. Importantly, they're at least able to buy one body, and on that call, they pull themselves back. As I said, the danger of the soft on the top 2 floors means that they steadily will lose some of the comfort of the space. And you can even see there from Astro, he's a bit curious whether they're going to try and fight their way back up some stairs.
Now, due to the fact that the attack was coming in from every single angle, as soon as you manage to flush one out, as that Nitro doesn't quite hit Doom, they were ready, especially Doom was ready to just cut off those rotations, pick up those kills. That leaves them in that 1-man advantage right now. As the breaches start going off, there is 2 more heart breach gadgets they can use to open up a hatch like that. I believe they've already opened up to warehouse as well. I'm not quite sure if they actually opened up from the basement directly, but given that the way and the places that these players are currently located, I don't think they would even eye up through the outside breaches right now.
I mean, you look at all those breach marks. Evac's trying to watch up from one, and Doom's trying to look down onto the other one. And as I said, and I've highlighted a couple times, that is such a big danger. Now, the drop through here, just in the garage hatch, they're eyeing up that single sort of back wall there on towards Animus, maybe to try and sneak some control here onto Tank, the left sort of western side of this map is what they're trying to get a little bit of a stranglehold on and just force the players out of that roam. There's the drop. Astro gets himself tucked around into the back with some safety on the back end as an Arkic goes for the tuck into the close corner, going for the plant just on the side of Animus. Brede wins the first fight. They pull off the plant at the second and take the fights on the door, but now it's just Doom in a 1 versus 1 with a triple kill. 13 seconds trying to find the final player. He's got a good idea of where they've gone, but they've gone. That's the important part right now. He needs to get down, win an engagement. He's got the pistol, he's got the kit. He runs almost straight past the man. He can't find him, holds the plant. But it's just a pop around the corner. How you doing? Not very well.
Way too close there in the end. BDS able to fight back just in time, drop that diffuser, and a very, very scruffy fight going on. Like, people running back into the site, not having a clue about heroic members already being in there, and Doom over the top providing support, but just missing out on the opportunity to find the last player on BDS. And thus, they managed to take that round on that very first offense. But it started off so well for Heroic. Just the speed at which they cleared the first 2 top floors was very scary to watch.
Exactly. I mean, I think that's the sort of main crux of it there, is BDS did very well to get that round on the back of it. And it's the double-edged sword of it being an unknown entity, of it being an unknown map. For all the pace that Heroic had at the start to sort of go in and we know they're here, we can cut off this, we can get in the fights, we win the first 2. As soon as it came time to actually push onto the defenses that were set up around where they needed to plant and where they put the kit down, they stalled for a while. They still trying to piece out, okay, you know, do we want to Gon 6 this barricade, or maybe we should hit this keeper with a grenade? And that time of weighing things up on the actual strategy side took about a minute out of their time, and when the difference is only about 5 seconds at the end, you can see how costly it is.
Now, I saw some of the keeper bearers being set up around the warehouse mezzanines, and I like to compare it a little bit to Garage in Clubhouse. However, there's going to be a door on the same level as you, which makes Lem's position just a little bit more dangerous where he's playing out here, because it can be taken down from multiple different angles rather than just from the breach itself. He still has a good opportunity to waste a lot of time here, and especially as Anarchic already opens up the breach near the Garage side of things, it kind of locks him in a little bit.
They're seeing if they can try and get the wall opened up towards the meeting halls and the connector side, put some pressure onto the back end of the site, maybe draw some attention away from the player. If you're going to use the Clubhouse analogy, it's like putting pressure onto sort of construction, onto logistics on the back end. You're getting them away from Garage and sort of going, well, actually, we're playing around here. We're going for this take, and there's the first, an Arkic. Last minute sort of step in, has had his head ripped off by Shaiko through the soft. There's a steady rotation around Astro. He doesn't want to entirely throw himself into the region of this fight, as Shaiko has the ability to try and impact trick against these ace charges. There's the swing that comes around the corner potentially, but it's underneath. Efac gets Blaz after he picked up the pieces of Astro. There's Shaiko pushing back in, and BDS have just cut them up in the connector.
Some vertical angles that we spoke about, just even if you walk through the breach, you could have been seen all the way from that one angle. Now, Heroic on the try and see if they can salvage it. A grenade pops in, but they're not able to do any damage with it. They're actually being hunted as well. Shaiko's roaming over the top, looking down these verticals, but he's aware of the fact there's still someone up there. Second grenade will pop, and that's going to make him look again through these holes that just have been made. Doom, as he gives away his position, is Lickefect going for that hunt. Shaiko does get taken down, but it's only up to Kayak now in a 1v4 situation with a minute left on the clock. Diffuser not in hand. It's a lot of work to do for one man.
For all the talk I sort of said of Heroics saying, you know, we're putting the pressure over here, trying to draw them out, it seems like what they were drawn into was a perfectly set trap. The vertical control was there. Shaiko sort of gleefully stepped away, saying, oh no, come get me, come get me.
God.
They got him. Efak underneath just absolutely tore through them. And again, this is that idea of it's a new map. These holds, these ideas, these little tricky moments. It's the sort of situation where if we go to that side again, you will see Heroic drone down there and try and get some presence down there. It's not going to be easy. They know who they are up against. It's Solus, but still, they've got to have a reaction to it.
Defenders, protect your bombs from being defused.
They do. As you saw what happened because, okay, first bomb site we played was the basement. They take the first 2 top floors, which is something you do usually. You clear out the homers and then you can fully focus on the basement site. That went well. Then they're up on the top floor, and basically the only reason to take that first floor is if you're going for any form of verticality. If you are going to use grenades, if you're trying to find someone who's playing with a C4 down below, and they kind of didn't really do that. They walked into the site without having cleared out that first floor, and does the verticality hurt them? Now they're going to be going towards the first floor after this rehouse is done. Which means that we have the basement to worry about, but we also have that top floor to worry about. And you mentioned it before, Emmy, something about a lot of planks that can be destroyed, a lot of verticality, a lot of
verticality. I think that's the fun thing about Nighthaven, and that's one of those things where I want to see it get developed. Now, the map is obviously, we've had it for a little bit of time. There's been a chance for it to grow. It's gone through, I think, every conversation that people have about a new map is that it's got these things that are horribly overpowered. It's got these things that are a little bit rubbish. It's got these things that are amazing. Every conversation about any aspect added to this game have those things. But the verticality and the way it sort of plays a little bit of pit and parcel is one of those things that I really enjoy, because for the example of the sort of basement site, you have the coverage and protection of one site, whereas there's the damage and destruction that can be forced to the other. It reminds me, again, I know we've cited it a couple of times, of Clubhouse, of the basement where you can put all that pressure onto kitchen and the corridor, but there's the church and there's the back of the A case that you have to worry about. I love when you have that sort of mix and match idea.
I do like it as well, and it just gives you so many opportunities to play this defensively, but also to play this offensively. And it will take a while before we fully see which kind of strategy is going to be the most effective. Usually when a map firstly gets introduced, one thing works really well, but later people find out counters about it, and then it really doesn't happen anymore. I think a good example of that is if we go back to Chalet, we use the staircase from the garage, Snowmo garage. Like, when it just came out, and it was a bar gaming site, that wall to pantry always got opened up on the attack. It doesn't matter what it always got opened up. And you always managed to find kills from it. And then people just stopped playing there. They played it differently. And now they stopped opening it up. Now it's a bit of a surprise when it opens up. So
a Maverick line across the bottom.
Yeah, I mean, people
so
just
many
voted,
people.
Yes, exactly. Especially if the attack does it, then takes pantry and takes them back down as the rotate comes around from Snowmo. So that's kind of what we'll be going through in Nighthaven, and I'm sure Consulate as well to some extent, where the stuff that we see working now very well, think of these vertical angles, for example, we just saw in that previous round. They might not be as powerful in just a couple months, a couple weeks, because these teams will learn how to adapt and how to play against it, put more resources towards stopping that from happening. So that's always the exciting thing when new maps hit the board.
We're all back in, if you haven't noticed, and I'm curious to see if Kayak sticks the blitz and how they're gonna sort of clank their way in. I guess it is a blunt instrument. A shield always will be. They don't. Still gonna finish my point though. A shield is a good blunt instrument on a new map because it allows you to safely sort of navigate and explore. The Monty is gone. You don't have the bluntest of all the instruments. You have to try and take firefights, which BDS are kind of banking on a little bit here, because as they said on the desk, one of the things that Heroic has struggled with is the firefight game. That's why they've made the swap, is to sort of allow the late calls to come from a more direct source of Anarchic and let the gun game start to hopefully pop off from those that can. And, well, if that's something that gets shut down here, the more and more BDS can put the pressure onto that, the more and more Heroic might get into their own heads of, well, maybe this change hasn't worked.
It's definitely something they don't need now. They need to have instant results given how short these seasons are. First grenade comes around. Breeday's waiting to play in contact here and is going to reinforce right after the Kiba pops up because it's a little bit of cover, making sure there's no direct follow-up to come in from that hallway. Now they've opened up the breach and you know, he just feels a little bit safer out there as they're trying to hold on to that top floor. Again, I mentioned it's going to be very important because verticality is going to be key. It's going to be able to be used for so many things, just dislocating players on the actual defense itself. And thus they need to try and waste even more utility to get rid of these players and the utility on the top floor.
Well, here comes the time and the break, and obviously with the Kaid gone, you know where those charges are going to be, so the impact DMPs can be very direct and get you the results that you want. They've bought a lot of time here. We have all 10 players still standing, and this is as long as we've got it. But as I say that, EFAC suffers, I'm assuming, from Doom on the long angle. All the way out there, waiting for the player to just sort of eke past their way IT, and well, now they're trying to break their way in. And Arkic, though, they're the next to suffer, and he's looking at the floor first because he just doesn't know. Well, he may as well have been looking anywhere with the C4. Breeday gets Kayak just after he gets one, but there's a second to make up for his lost teammate. Suddenly, the 4 versus 2 is upon us, and Astro is upon the top of a hatch waiting for somebody to move as Doom is droning himself a little bit further forward. The drop, the crouch, the awkward position he's in means, you know, that could have happened from any of 3 ways, and it leaves Doom alone.
C4 popping just too late as the diffuser is getting recovered by Doom, but again, 50 seconds, and all he really has is this top floor under control and these vertical angles to work with. Deals a lot of damage to Breeday, but doesn't quite get the kill as they now return fire upon him. I'm just waiting patiently. You hear Shaiko just using that sound to try and figure out where he's going, which entry he might be taking. He's firing right above him. He's just rethinking his position right there. Doesn't want to be the next one to potentially find some shots through the floorboards.
Well, there's pings on a player, but he's got 20 seconds, and he's got 4 players to get through at this point. He at least has the kit, but, you know, you're still, once again, going down to the site because, once again, BDS, they've played the vertical fantastically. They've really had a watch on all of the motions, all of the sort of actions that are coming through. The C4 play, when the drop came around, they reacted from multiple different angles. Even with a Valkyrie gone and having the sneakiness of that bit of intel, it seems like BDS have a great grasp on where their opponents are coming from and how quickly they're coming from those positions as well. The reactions are almost that little bit of sort of fear that's coming out. You don't know where they are, but they seem to know where you are, and they're going to shoot you through the soft.
Besides from the very first round, it feels like as soon as Heroic enters the building properly, it's just 3 of them dying.
Yeah.
Like, they set foot and 3 of them die. And yes, they gain some control, and yes, they do finally have that top floor, but you then find yourself in a 5v2 situation or a 4v2 situation. It's not really looking too good for them. So what's going wrong in Heroic's site, you might ask? And that might just be like maybe being too negligent towards those players that are playing the vertical angles. Again, we mentioned it before. They are very powerful here. Fresh mentioned on the desk, there's angles that you didn't even know existed that can be called into existence here. Give that opportunity to Shaiko. He's definitely going to be taking that oil leak effect. Those two really do love a naughty angle here or there, especially with their reaction skills. So you really need to deal with that directly. Also, the ram is being brought as we back towards the basement site. I guess that is to just open it up a bit more safely, not having to worry about someone instantly firing back at you as you use a sledgehammer.
So, those Selmas might get activated a little bit longer. I love the jammer there on the top floor to just slow things out. And I was kind of curious if we would see the ram in the top left. I almost expected it to happen on the BDS. Swingerlams has obviously played ram once previously, and on this site you can get some good sort of motion going in the ocean if the ocean is made out of wooden floorboards.
It isn't.
Oh,
sorry to break it to you. Yeah.
Oh. Well.
It's made of H2O. A bit of NaCl in there.
Wow, okay, you've lost me. I only know water. Doom seems to not quite have lost. Bride, who sat tucked in at the bottom of Aqua Stairs, just on the swing, as Astro slowly creeps his way down to lobby. They want to see if they can try and get the pinch on this player from the back end. And with Kayak curious as well, Bride is just able to slink onto one side. They actually find EFAC before they get to where I thought that fight would happen. Around the swing of Warehouse, I believe that was. So Bride's just got out of there. It seems like BDS have not only picked up that, well, we lost 2 people on the early smash, they've also picked up that Heroic are approaching much slower. It's that time game that I talked about before, where Heroic had to spend a lot of time weighing up the site. Well, they haven't been able to do that. And Alems is sneakily, I believe, is still around Aqua.
Yes.
There he is. Just at the top of CC stairs.
Not taking top floor.
Nope.
They're just going for the first floor. Blaz is still out on the second. Might be actually droning Lems out right now.
No.
It's drone him. If no, he knows.
Okay,
He knows.
they know.
He knows. All right. Good on them, because that means they're still allowed and able to take him down. Because if they fail to do so, we're going to be finding BDS with a great flanking position as it gets a wall banged through by Blaz. Great shot.
They had to do it, but also think of the 20 seconds that we've just seen from that one last drone check. Now they're in the same position pretty much they were in before. There she goes. That is the ability of the gadget of our new operator. Both of them impacted off there, but you have 3 and a shotgun. You can destroy a lot of soft floor. She's called Ram, and she is terrifying. It's a very noisy gadget as well, so it's great to cover audio, but about her, let's see with the 20 seconds. You've got that on the clock. What can you do with it? Candelas might be the first swing, but it's actually Shaiko. Drops it down. They pop open the Azami barricade there, and now they've just lost a little bit more time. They're tucked round onto the back, and Shaiko gets a second from the hatch as the Candelas are coming down. Renchiro picks up one. It is just Kayak left. They at least get that kill, but with 3 seconds, they can't even hit the floor before it's all over, and that was a bit tragic.
How can they have gone so wrong so quickly? Yes, there was only 40 seconds left for them to execute, and they really only had a hatch and a staircase to work with there. But it's just painful to see it go down like that. Yes, great shots coming down from Shaiko, finding 2. I believe it was June being found through the wall as well. As he was hiding himself near one of those staircases, just hoping to spot someone a little bit stepping out of his line out there, but failing to do so. And now it's 4-0 for BDS. Again, they were down 2 people. They managed to bring it back. And then I start to wonder, like, every little bit of focus that Heroic had was put towards that first floor. A little bit towards the second as soon as they found out it was still a player out there. But think of the breaches. They didn't even open up on the walls, the exterior walls for the first floor on Assembly and Animus. If you open that up, I mean, you don't need to use it, right? That's kind of the base thing. You open that up, it's pressure. It could be someone down there. It's like Oregon. When you go to blue, you open up the doorway and then you run away. It's opened up. They'll be way more careful rotating past that. But you don't have to actually play there. You could put pressure from a different area. But instead, they left it closed. They didn't bother taking it out. And that means they can just freely play around the site, only having to worry about anything vertical.
It's also the sort of mechanism of the timing there, and obviously the hatch is what we see. There's not much sort of time, there's not much sort of energy, but you have the Candelas cooked and ready to go. They're communicating about getting rid of that Azami barricade. In the swing of the Azami barricade, okay, the Keeper barricade, you got one, right? You get the pop over the top of the hatch. But then to get the second before the Candelas have loosed, because they looked to try and find the angle, because you could see they knew where the player had gone. They were tucked onto the corner. They could have played that. You know, if they're down there, it's very easy to get them blinded. They lose a second to that fight, and then as they drop through, losing a third. I mean, it's a bitter pill, and it's obviously a team that's sort of, you know, trying to piece its rhythm together with a swap at this stage, and it's moments like that where you realize it. But here, a quick breach, a quick break towards IT. They want to get this fight there, and they almost get it instantly.
Again, it's going to be the player around there on the mezzanines. It's going to be a Selma used on the Kiba barrier. It's going to be an expensive PC utility. Of course, luckily they do have 2 hard breaches here, so there is some left to spare. There's a shield on the board as well from Kayak, so wondering where that is going to be used from. But remember all these vertical angles we had before. We still see players around on that first floor, and as Liquefact takes down Joom, it's not the best of starts for Heroic.
Well, there's at least a response. Kayak stuck on the other side of a keeper, but they're able to at least get the kill on the back of the cover. Shaiko, he's going to step up and in and see if he can try and offer something back in. And there's the Spray just going over the top, but he doesn't realize it's a blitz, so they're pretty happy to have that rebuffed against them. The impact slightly less so. As I said, you might see some attention paid towards EFAC at this point round because of the vertical play they did before, and almost the opposite, actually. Very cleverly, they've gone, no, we'll pull away. We're not going to run the same route. Instead, we're going to expect the players underneath and pull ourselves to a slightly safer location. The Fenrir gadget is just going to stop all of the progress until it gets grenaded out. The attention swings round, and Arctic gets caught just repelling, and EFAC's able to escape.
Oh, not even a run out. That must have been through the verticality as he was rappelling up out there. There's literally nothing you can do at that point. It's just either go up or go down. But as soon as Likafak managed to lock in onto him, there's no escaping that. Shaco takes that Astro as well. Kayak needs to run in with that shield blast on the opposite side, looking to cover. But look at that. Likafak is going to be fully aware of the fact where Kayak is. And as soon as he steps on any soft flooring, he's going to be receiving an impact to his feet and instantly die in the back of that.
And remember, you've obviously got a Legion on the board as well. There might be goo mines right in front of that blitz. They've been buffed. They'll deal that little bit extra damage, and that's awkward. They have to force you to pull back and change your play out. Blaz is trying to get the cover. It's the EFAC round the back that gets the drop on them, though. And I mean, BDS, they're smiling, they're happy. As Fabian said, he expects them to win, and we're starting to see that full strength shine.
Well played there in the end by BDS. The flank from Likafek on point as well. The other two players over the horizontal angle, taking that fight, allowing EFAC to rotate back up and basically strike them in the back without them even realizing. Of course, Aerosolis as well. If there was any drones, we would have been able to take him out beforehand. So basically knew he was going to be in the clear out there as you saw right before the kill cam, being on that scanner still. So making sure there was absolutely no intel on him. And BDS about to be putting a flawless half on the board. As, of course, new maps usually do favor the defense heavily. So it is not lost yet for Heroic. But then you, of course, go back to the change they made, leader out, Anarchic in. Because they wanted that extra bit of IGLing. And Fabian said it is going to be so important on the attack that is actually working out well. Because that's when everything needs to be correct. That's when everything needs to work out. It just hasn't worked out for Heroic. They haven't even been, like, except for the first round, been able to get into the bomb site with the diffuser. That's it. Yeah, once it dropped after they got killed from the hatch, but they didn't bring it themselves. They're alive.
It was a gamble. Going to an unknown entity, you sort of throw things to the wall and say, well, we hope they haven't practiced this as much and we can try and exploit a couple of bits. But it's also a gamble going onto a new site as the attacker, which is, you know, obviously being proven here. However, BDS's performance has been strong. It's not even a question of it really being close outside of one round. Again, they've got the read on those two players, sneaking their way in underneath. They seem to just have that premonition of, let's keep an eye on, you know, this sort of route through. The carriage wall has had some smash brought across it. They're putting some direct focus here, Heroic. Instead of getting lost in the sort of reeds around them, push up. They can't get us from underneath if we're under them.
You're not wrong with that one. Unless they do retake that at some point. Now, there is going to be 3 staircases and 2 kills come through. EFAC and the Lambs both take out one of them. And that leaves only 3 left for Heroic to try and salvage this round. Bless just tosses a grenade over to make sure there's no pressure coming in. But as that blows up and he's unable to instantly find a kill on the other end of it, has to rotate back out and find a different way through. Now, BDS, with a 2-minute advantage out here, still bunch of utility on the board, site basically untouched. They're not going to be too worried about this round. All they need to do is just keep their communications up, make sure that the players downstairs are unable to rotate back up, whilst also keeping an eye out on the players horizontally, which Likafak might not actually do fully, because I'm not really sure if he's aware of Anarchic's position out there.
On the back foot with a full-strength BDS, they've at least been able to get themselves some sort of control, I say, of inverted commas, of garage, with the attention played on a couple of different entrance routes, but with BDS still fully stretched across the map itself, where do you put the pressure on from here? The entrance, it's only a small sort of box, and the coverage on the top floor doesn't really get you the full bite of the angles that you need to swing yourself into. So instead, they hop down onto the back of the control hall, sprayed through, but it's Blaz getting a Lems and then getting quickly picked back up. They wanted to see if they can try and do some damage in cargo, so Anarchic's going to step into the sort of range there as Astro's watching and just misses the motion on the fight. Anarchic wins his fight out, and they're sort of acting as an unknown entity, but Bride from the top ropes, I believe, sprays down onto Astro, and an Arkic in the meantime gets another inside the site. But with Shaiko still close by with 20 seconds, he's going to try and get the coverage on the plant and hope Astro can win the fight. He cannot. It's just an Arkic. Waits for the Shaiko swing, the fight. An Arkic cannot quite get the full bite, cannot get the end of it either. And it is a flawless half for BDS.
They went for a push there, Heroic in the end. They realized they needed to do something. It almost worked out as Anarchic was trying to get that plan down, but teammate falls. Shaiko's on the opposite side of your wall. He's gonna be playing with you there, and he did exactly that. Opens up in the fight. Knows you're no longer planting, falls back instantly, finds himself with a separate angle. But now it's BDS onto the attack and Heroic onto the defense. New map, again, heavily favored towards the defense. 06 house or 60 house are not unlikely to be seen, as we just had the first. So maybe Heroic is going to be able to bring this back around, bring this to a 6-6. As BDS has prepared their attacks to the utmost precision as well, where they are able to just prevent being seen by any of these verticalities out there and just straight up get towards the site without any trouble.
Heroic, do or die, unfortunately, here at this situation. The flawless half, sort of locked in here from a BDS that is beyond bounced back, I think, from a shaky first day against, you know, top of their game, G2. But it's always a risk against G2. Remember how that game started and how close it got at the end.
And they definitely brought it back in there. Felt like BDS being the second half team in that one, but just not able to lock it in. Had a well ahead. All they need is one out of these next 6. It all starts with an opening kill. If one of the Heroic players steps a little bit out of line, you lose one of your big gunners or a bit of a big utility. You're going to be struggling for the remainder of that round of BDS. Attack like we know they can attack. As we've seen in previous matches, previous tournaments, just any of the games of this iteration of BDS.
Our BDS approach. I mean, we're instantly seeing obviously slight differences. You've got the Sophia, you've got the Nook back end trying to get the Covenant. I mean, just look EFAC on the cross section crouched off in the distance, waiting to play against the camera game that from the side of BDS was pretty exceptional. Highlighted quite a couple of times here. They're waiting patiently, Heroic, to have things battered against them. They're not quite going for the full exploration and throwing things to the wind, sort of letting BDS cook slowly, hoping the weight of the map and it being new plays into their hand in the side of time. Doom is about to find the first here against the Lems, but he doesn't! Swung round, the Lems wins out! And that fight in Vending might be the start of a spell of a disaster.
Small vertical open up. Anarchic is trying to elevate himself to find a better angle to take that fight, but look at the damage that was done to him by Liquefact just firing through. Grenade being tossed in. Won't find him as he fell back just in time. And Bride is about to be removing another anchor off these heart walls, these reinforced walls. Blast on the other side of it. Could be going for a run out here as we're in a 4-on-4 situation. A minute left on the clock, BDS. All they need to do is find a way into the side and not be flanked.
Well, with Blaz tucked in that corner, Bride and Shiro seems like they might have been on the game of, well, where's he gone? Obviously, with the single kill coming through, they have a keen awareness. He is so close to this soft, though. If they get a whiff, they'll get a kill, but it doesn't seem like they entirely know. He's playing such a dangerous game. Alems is about to come up round on the back end, too. See if he can get to the top of lounge stairs. There's one onto Alems just before the drone gets to him. He sees the drone and he somehow slips by. There is a Maverick hole, though, so he's not going to go all the way through. He's wasting so much time for just that angle. And Shiro is holding. There's another one for Blaz. There's one more! And when Heroic needed a spark, Blaz has come a little bit ablaze. Can he end this with the ace? I pointed out EFAC at the very beginning of this round on the opposite side of the map. Here he's had to pick up and go all the way to the other side. Stuck in the Fenrir. And Heroic get around.
One man saves them there on the back of a drone that didn't really fully check it out. I'm not going to say it was a missed drone, but, you know, just drive 2 more meters, check the left, and he would have actually seen the player hiding in the corner out there. And things could have changed drastically. But it's only 1 round out of 6. BDS will not be too worried. Heroic is going to be very happy with that round, but they also know cannot really rely on Blast just popping off like that every single round. And now we're headed towards the basement sites. And I'm wondering if BDS is going to try something here, because what we've seen from Heroic when they attacked, as we go for the replay of Blast's kills, we saw them go for first and second floor. Great quad kill, by the way. But we also saw that BDS was only having 1 person on the site for the majority of that game until they started rotating back around. Now, with how close those exterior walls are towards the site itself, you might just be able to pull off something there. Just have someone watching over warehouse, have the rest try and instantly go in for an assembly plant. You might find yourself with success out there. Maybe comparable to Bank in the CC plant, where you try and open up, dig yourself into the corner, have someone watching over the double square. Just look at how many people are playing on the top floor from Heroic.
BDS's approach was, let's say, slow and steady at the very beginning. It's a new map. It's a new encounter. In the first half, Shaiko and Liquefact have as many kills as the rest of the players combined. Thank you, Stat.
Appreciate that, Stat.
Love Stat.
Stat MVP.
That's actually their name. It's a person.
Yeah.
Stat. As a person.
Is our new statistician in the European League.
What point? But apparently it's coming from Sprabuni, actually.
Well, as we continue, Brute getting a drone in, spotting out some cameras out there. It's of course a default one, so nothing too strange about it. And look at that, exactly as I said, just goes right into the site. But the friend rear gadgets are going to be stopping Alems from truly pushing through as they're trying to loop around as Liquefact gets taken down. But Alems now finds himself in a very dangerous position with a good opportunity to find someone off guard.
I mean, he's the only one on the site. They seem to have a rough idea of where he is, but it's a 4 versus 3. You can sort of see both teams going, look, we've got to maybe react to this. Doom is watching the rotation on the opposite side to sort of hope that somebody is not watching it. They are. He's able to get the kill out. And as Shaiko's trying to find the back of that Fenrir, I mean, Astro is able to tear them up. What do you do in this situation other than die?
You couldn't see. So he has to go prone. His teammate gets taken down, 3 people watch him, and you know, if you stand up, you can't see again. So, yeah. It was a very difficult position for him to be in there. So maybe the direct push to the side didn't really work?
It didn't. I mean, that is a great demonstration of a great Fenrir placement.
It definitely was,
see
yeah.
Shaiko was trying to find it as well. And obviously, again, as you know, I've sort of said a couple of times, you're attacking a new map. You're going to learn holds like that. You're going to learn how to break holds like that as well. Because if you're aware of it, you can maybe try and get some utility driven towards it. You can maybe try and get above it as well, where it is soft, and get it that way, and suddenly that becomes something you can viably push. But at the time, when you don't know it exists, as we saw from Shaiko, you run in and that is where you go. That is where it stops.
That's what requires a little bit of you know, usage of the drone, trying to figure out where the Fenrir gadget is before you run in like that. But you don't really have the time sometimes, and it's an opportunity that was spotted and they went for it. But again, as you mentioned as well, like both these teams have been scrimming the map like crazy, of course. They think they have their holds and everything in order, but then you come to game day and suddenly the sites and holds have changed just a little bit, and you aren't as fully aware as to how your opponents are playing the map as how you figured out or imagined it would go. And that's why these first couple of plays and iterations of a map always get some... Ooh, Liquefact really close up to someone here. Doom hiding on the other side. He's thinking that it probably will be opened up by the sledgehammer as well, whilst Liquefact is already deep inside. If he goes through the door, might actually have a free kill on Doom.
Yeah, Doom's got the gadget. It's staring up. He's got these holes and angles. That will be the giveaway to EFAC of they're there, but he misses the shots, and now they know exactly where each other is, because there's only really one place that'll come from. The E1D pops, and Doom's got far enough away to at least have some cover. So instead he's going to see if he can try and hold onto the angle before he realizes, well, I'll get surrounded if I don't move. I've got to at least have eyes on one fight, and this is the easier one. EFAC swings the fight outside anyway. wins it
Swabbing
from
them.
through the soft. Very well played there.
Knew where he had to be, just open up the angle, found him there, and take him down. Candela's now coming through. BDS looking to come in the back of this. Tossing out the smoke, afraid of maybe someone being down there as well. The plant now going down as well in the middle of the Fenrir, and that means that 45 seconds could soon be on the clock. If Anarchy doesn't stop this plant in time, seems like he will fail to do so. And now 45 counting for BDS. This is all that is between Heroic and potentially ending this game.
Well, Bride being able to get that blind off there, stopping the fight inside the Fenrir, picking up a kill on the back of it. Astro has to go huge here, cannot find the connection. And BDS round out a huge strong start and a statement game back into a 7-2 ending.
Well played by BDS there. In the end, all it did took for the attack was just to insert yourself into the side, instantly go for a plant under the cover of a smoke. Managed to find 3 points that they did need desperately after the loss against G2. They are still in a good position to make it to the playoffs. Heroic, however, that's looking a bit more dire now.
Well, I mean, it was just a great response from BDS. As we sort of said at the start, they hadn't been able to get any points. Heroic had, and now Heroic find that point leapfrogged by a very keen BDS 3, and that -4 Heroic started the day with a round difference. But I think they're the only team now in their group with a negative round difference. So we'll leave that to the desk to talk about and break down after a quick break.
It should be easy. Have you put yourself in there?
No, of course, bloody not.
Oh, guys, you're actually on point.
Yeah, I think Doki has most first engagements.
Yeah, might not win them all, but...
I just found pick on defense, I was just rushing it with no chance of attack. Classic Savage.
Yeah, of course he goes himself.
That's right.
In defense, I think 80% of the round done making an open frag.
That's a good one.
I think we can all be unanimous.
Yeah, that's a unanimous one. It's his birthday, don't bully him.
He just has a broken sleeping shadow.
Kind of surprising because me and Miracle are Brazilian. Like Brazilian is used to get late for stuff. So
I was tired, okay? I've got the answer for this one.
This is a hard one, I think.
I think they will be the same player.
I have a good one here. I've lost the Discord. There you go. That's your answer. So, Noah has just his phone falls out of his pocket in Uber. You know, we try and call his phone and the guy's not answering, and then this Uber driver picks up, but he doesn't really speak English.
And I didn't understand if he wanted to even give me the phone back or if he was just gonna keep it the entire day.
Yeah, different answers. Yeah, it's probably me actually. Should have voted myself.
Why? He lost his headphones on LAN as well.
And I think Carl is probably the most likely to lose something.
Yeah, lose his mental. Oh wow. I think we can do this in a few seconds, guys. I think they're right. I can't argue with that.
So he's just very eager to not learn the calls or just change to what he knows.
No, why me, guys?
Yeah.
Why me? I mean, I think he's trying his best. I know. I know my answer.
that has to be me.
It's a hard question.
Yeah.
These guys don't like to keep me alive, so they let me die. And
No, that's true. Whoever I choose to bait, that's who the bait is.
Oh, what the?
Because I feel like when we rush, you go full ham.
I think it's Noah. He's like, yeah, double up with me, but you go first.
That's so true. No, that's actually so true.
Well, I would have liked to maybe see a few more rounds of Nighthaven Labs that was being played for the first time in Europe League, but BDS had other plans to that. We do have our winners on the line to ask them a few questions, so we should be heading into our interview very, very soon. I believe we have Leakefak on the line. You must be feeling amazing after that game, right?
Hello, yes, first win in stage 2, so yeah, amazing.
Sounds good. I mean, the last time around, it didn't really go you guys' way. Is there anything specific you changed after that game?
Not really. Like against G2, we just fixed the mistake, the little mistake, because of course Alemao and Virtue did a really good game and destroy us in defense, but little mistake, and we prepare a lot lab for this stage. So playing lab today was really fun. Like we were waiting for this map, and that's it.
Okay, that sounds nice. And for your own personal opinion from Nighthaven, right? Out of the 9 maps in the map pool, where would you personally place it? Do you like the map? Do you not like the map?
Yeah, top tier map. Like I like the map. I'm not really in ranked, but in competitive, it's really nice to play. Like you need team play, you need strats to play the map, and that's good.
Is that why you like it more in competitive than in ranked?
Yeah, of course.
Okay, well, makes sense. Next week you do play Eminem and Wolves right after. How are you feeling about that and your chances in this group as well?
We play Eminem. We know them. We play Eminem a lot, like in scrim or in match. So will be a good match. We know them, so we'll be we are prepared to play this match already. So yeah, I feel confident, and we feel confident. And the group, yeah, it's winnable group. We lose our first match, but Eminem and Wolf. So yeah, we have our chance.
Okay, all right. Anything you want to say to the fans as well?
Thank you to everyone to support us, and merci à tous, même quand on a perdu la semaine dernière, ça s'est très bien passé, vous étiez derrière nous, donc merci beaucoup pour tous vos messages, and thank you for the host, the desk, and thank you.
I'll pretend I understood everything of that, but yes, all right, thank you so much for your time, enjoy your evening, and we'll hope to speak to you again soon.
See you.
All right, fixed a few little mistakes, they said. I mean, obviously a better game they had right now. It went really fast for them. But then on Heroic, for their attacks, there was a few question marks. A little bit of frustration, not between you two, but from you two about this game.
I mean, they looked like a poor ranked stack. That's the way I'll put it. I don't know why you kick leader for this, guys, because that was poor. I mean, you guys had so many man advantages and just strategical advantages, but then missed out on small things like flanks or maybe not even opening a wall. It looked really rough, and that idea of having an in-game leader to guide them better in the front line, I did not see that playing out whatsoever.
It was something that we found hard when the overall strategy for Heroic, especially when they were trying to breach, was just so poor. You know, when they were attacking the top floor, they weren't coming from 2 directions. When they were attacking the basement, they weren't getting the breaches open, which is something we've seen teams get the breaches open, then do the full clears. Heroic are having to drop hatches with people in the room that could have been held from the breach, that could have been and should have been opened. BDS were, of course, excellent. I think they played the map very well. They layered it very, very well, as you would expect. They extended roams, the horizontally, vertically, use of Solace, use of Castle as army, all those operators played it very well, 6-0. And then, yeah, had a couple of tricky attacks, but did get over the line in the end.
Yeah, we agreed on a lot of things when we were watching it and saying to each other that BDS is playing it exactly how we expected the map to be played out. As you said, Jack, they're falling back, they're using bandit tricks. It's just overall a good team effort. And then they also have that individual level on top that just managed to snatch out these rounds where they shouldn't actually have won, because you should not win your 3-on-5s. You should have a win rate. Like if you have a good win rate on a 3-on-5, I'd say that if you win 1 out of 3 3-on-5s, maybe 2 out of 5, then you have a really good number. But you shouldn't win them in an official, and you should not win 2 of them in an official. So I think BDS did really good on their attack or defenses, and they did eventually just clutch it out on the one attack they needed.
So you would say they're looking better as well, BDS?
Yeah, I think you could say that. I think the defenses obviously went very well. Attacks, there's still a couple of issues that they had. They succumbed to Blaz making that big 4K over by the house stairs side across the meeting. A couple of missed drones, but that is, it's kind of to be expected on the new map, but it's also the same thing that happened to them on Oregon. So I'm not saying BDS are the perfect team by any means, but they came out today and they did exactly what they needed to.
Yeah, you don't know all of these hiding positions, for example. It's like they're most likely they've never been played that hard on that position and therefore had the quad kill come against them. So these small things, that will never happen to BDS again, ever, never.
So as much as this game mattered for the positions in this group, we'll have another game coming right up that will matter just as much in regards to positioning for that group. Also, a few of the bottom teams in that group. It'll be Secret versus Koi right after a quick break.
Connection and BDS to round out a huge
back to Blast R6 Europe League, where we are getting ready to head into our second game. That'll be Secret versus Koi, and for both these teams it really matters a lot in regards to their position in the group. Koi had an 0-7, then a rest day. Secret currently third in the group. They will say they'll make it to the major, but they did actually lose their last game as well.
And I think that's the big thing about Team Secret for us is when we come into a stage, we kind of set a barometer of where we think the team is going to be. We said we can't really decide how they're going to go when they play against ITB because, you know, they were perceived to be the worst team in the league. Then they go up against VP, who was perceived to be the top team in their group, and kind of succumb to that VP paradox. do we really know what level Secret are at is ultimately the question that I am asking myself. Now, in terms of this graphic here, the one thing I will say is Grubby is having an excellent stage for Team Secret. I think, they're maybe a little bit top heavy, that over 2 games, Grubby has sustained a 2.0 KD in professional play, despite not playing, the entry, even though he is playing a lot of Iana. I think, he will be the main focus for Team Secret going into today, but also there's people that need to step up around him if Secret are going to make a real sustained challenge. We saw Miracle have a bad day. Uport, to be honest, has had a bad couple of games on his introduction into EU League, and Falls, had a bad very first day and picked it up since then.
I mean, he's been a little bit of disappointment for us, and I think that the game against Virtus Pro could have gone very differently if he had hit his shots. He had basically got 2 situations in 1 versus 2s where he missed his shots that could literally turn an entire round around. We had one round where he got jumping to copy and he misses his shots. He would have gotten the diffuser with 10 seconds left. He wins those rounds. So even if the round count wasn't that close against Virtus Pro, they didn't play that poorly, but they played far from great. So it's going to be a story of, can we cement ourselves as a top team in the group? If I look at the other teams in the group, I'll say they still make it into top 3 of this group. But then further than that, it's very hard to judge. They just need to step up on individual basis, because team-wise, I think they look pretty solid, at least in comparison to what they've looked like before.
Right, and in this group, Koi definitely did step it up as well. They need to make sure they get some points. And now, Fabian, you like to say things as they are. Their first play for Koi, 0-7. Were there any positives to take away from that game?
No, not a single one. I mean, I really hope today that they don't play a map with a closet where they can hide in, but it's actually lucky. You cannot crawl into underneath any bed in this game. And that's really lucky, because the nightmare monsters that Koi will face, they will find them everywhere.
Oh, dear.
So hopefully they don't sit back and hide like they did last play day that they were in. I think it might have been really nice for them to just not have to play it immediately after, because that performance was just shockingly bad. They hid, they didn't do anything correct, and they looked worse than, I don't know, I've ever seen them look.
Here's the thing. It can't get worse. It cannot physically, well, unless they lose 0-7 again. If they get 1 round today, it has gone a lot better than what it went last week. And, Koi, we came into the expectations last week talking about how they've got the balance to their team. Bringing in 2 fraggers with Jigsaw and Hosty. They've now got the balance, crying into the Lark roll. We expect Koi's playstyle to be up in your face, very aggressive, playing on, 2 3-man little mini executes to try and take ground, take positions. And they looked scared last week. I know for a fact that the Koi coaching staff will not have allowed that to happen. I would expect Koi to come out today, whatever map they're on, however they're playing, to be in the face of the opposition, to be playing for crossfires, to be playing together and making those plays together, not in a closet 3 floors away hiding like we saw them doing last week.
It's just, even if the coaching staff tells you that, though, you never know how the players will react. Because if we see now that they lose the first 2 rounds, give it 2 rounds. If they struggle, even with all this aggression, you never know how
they've won a major with that same call, though. You'd expect the players to have enough nuance between the 3 all that won the major to drag them through it.
There has to be a reaction.
You saw G2 at Gamers 8 after winning invitationals. That doesn't matter. Mentals are mentals. You cannot control them. And if you have a bad time, you have a really rough time. I just hope for their sake that they step up above that, because they cannot come back with the same stuff again. And if they go even remotely close to struggling, they're in for a bad time.
All right, for sure. I mean, it's definitely, there has to be a reaction coming out from Koi, but I'm very curious what map it'll be on. The last time around, this game was a little bit later in the stage. It was on Border. It was really important for a straight shootout for the major. This time around, it does look like we're not heading to Border, we're heading to Clubhouse.
Yeah, so there's a curveball that was thrown for me. When I looked at these 2 maps, I thought we was careering towards a Night Haven, or potentially a Skyscraper. Now, I'm not surprised to see them in the late end of the banning phase. However, I was not expecting Koi to ban away the Night Haven. Both of these teams have left open Night Haven. And then I think Secret have been caught a little bit blindsided by that. I don't think they were expecting the Night Haven to be banned by Koi either, leaving the options of Skyscraper or Clubhouse. Koi are known traditionally as a very, very, very good Skyscraper team. It was a map that was a stalwart for them through Berlin 2022, the back end of that at least. So Secret have opted to go to a low preference map themselves, also knowing that it is a Koi low preference map. And I think that's, some of the mind games that get played in the banning phases. I would go as far as saying maybe Koi have won the banning phase off the back of that.
I have a hard time judging it, because I think a lot of these maps where you can play really aggressive on, like Koi wants to, they ban themselves. So it's a little bit strange to me, but they have a plan with it for sure. And as you said before, with the Koi staff, they are smart people. They know what they're doing. So I don't think that this is a surprise for them at all. They knew that they could go to this map, and they probably decided they wanted to.
And you talked about Secret playing a bit top-heavy. How are we feeling about their new players, the new additions to the team?
Miracle did really good on the first play day, but False, I think he's disappointed me a little bit. When he came in here, I look at the roster and I was like, this player really stands out. He can do something really good. And if they can get this double support Brazilian duo to do really well and follow up on the aggression of the front line, then I think Seeker can look really well. But False have disappointed me a little bit. Miracle is actually overperforming from my expectations, though. He hadn't been around in Tier 1 for quite a while, and he was a little bit of a question mark when I saw him being picked up. But I'm happy that he's doing good, because then just all we need is False to activate.
You feel like in theory, like I said, you know, the low preference for Secret on Clubhouse is obviously including Stage 1, where they didn't have this new Brazilian backline. Now, the one thing that I will say is Clubhouse is a good map to settle into that system. The Brazilians will know how to play it. It's a, you know, it's a basic map for every single team. So I would expect both Miracle and Falls to be stepping up today, even in those backline roles.
I feel like there's still a lot of question marks we have about both these teams, but luckily with our game we should get some answers about how these teams should place themselves in that group. We'll be heading to Clubhouse with Fluke and Hap.
Thank you very much, and from the shiny, shiny new of Nighthaven to the pretty well-known club.
We're going to say Dusty.
Dusty. I didn't want to call it old, because I didn't want to accidentally insult any Clubhouse enthusiasts out there. It's a Dusty map. We know it.
Quite won a major here.
They did?
With what was that? The hamburger call? Is that come through?
I think so, yeah. It was we had the watch down from the Echo drone. I think it was Cryan popped up onto the bar.
Stepped up on the bar and
stepped up on the bar,
life.
if I'm remembering it correctly, back in Berlin. And you know, it was the comment there from the desk of they did pretty much this stack did win a major, and then have also just 0-7 to their first game of this split. What's your point there, Fresh? Is it Fresh? Yeah, it's Fresh.
The thing is that there is no excuse for a team that plays Siege competitively to go 0-7 on Clubhouse.
True.
This is one of the most basic maps. Fundamentals. True. If you go 0-7 here now, something is definitely very, very wrong.
I guess that's the comment when it was sort of said it cannot get worse, and then
unless you're 7-0 on Club,
they could get 0-7 again. You could be 0-7 again on Club. So, you know, it's up in the air.
A little bit of chatting going on.
A little bit of back and forth. They only have Iana on their accounts. Unfortunately, they're just not going to be able to play any other ups. Bedroom and gym is where we're going to start here. And Koi will be going in for the attack. Will they be able to open up with a bang here? Because, okay, it is a well-storied, huge roster that has had some of the highest highs and lowest lows. We've seen them back in the old system struggle throughout a whole stage before. When will they shake off that first round?
Was it Stage 2 curse?
The Stage 2 curse. And Stage 2 doesn't exist anymore. So
it is Stage 2.
It is technically Stage 2.
Yeah.
So is it? I guess, yeah, Stage 2 does exist, but not as 2 of 3. Maybe. We'll see. This game will be decided. Anyway, when will they get that first round? And things will ease up from that point onwards.
Yeah, but it has to be sooner rather than later, though. You cannot wait too long here. And I mean, if this is going to be like an 0-4 and then they find a round, it might already be like too late at that point. I think we really need to be aiming at a 3-3 split here for Koi if they want to be finding themselves a good opportunity on the defense as well. But we'll see as we get started. It's going to be the bedroom and the gym room first. All these new calls and start stumbling over the old ones.
To gym because you call it the gym room.
The gym room.
Where have you gone? To exercise. I've gone to the gym room. It starts in the strip club room.
Yes.
The jigsaw moves across towards the
bathroom room.
The toilets room. Savage is not too far away. He's about to find himself in the middle of 2 fights. He does not have much room for maneuver here, as suddenly it's actually 3 sides. The pressure onto Stock. He's trying to fight his way out. There's some support coming from Fools behind them, though. They might not know about that swing on main stairs. The drone is drawing a lot of attention. They do know. So Fools has bought Savage a second to get out. Miracle finds the kill onto Leon as well. Just had the coverage onto the window. And Koi, they didn't full send towards that player, but they put a lot of attention onto the chance of a kill there, and Doing that, a great reaction from Secret saves the life and steals one of their own.
Actually wasn't able to fully commit out there. That was for Koi, because the player that was coming in from the main door, there was a Fenrir device right above it, actually blinding them as they walked through, and that meant it was only Jigsaw able to take that fight effectively at that point, and they didn't quite want to commit. Now they lost a member. They haven't got anything to return for it. They've even lost some heart breaches, which is going to be making it even more difficult for them to open up now. This grenade should be taking care of the Electroclaw. Got magneted. Oh, and the pipe will actually stop the shrapnel from reaching it, so a second grenade will need to be used if they want to be opening that up. But that's a bit too much, and they don't have it right now, so they need to find a different way to take it out.
Yeah, I mean, you can see the conversation happening there. The Selma was ready to be thrown, and then they've sort of gone, well, we need to do something different here. We cannot just break this through. We've only got about a minute left, and when you sort of think about where they've prodded, where they've poked, the holes they've tried to find, and the fact that they've lost their thermite, the limitations on the breaches they can make through were a lot more costly. Jigsaw, watching, was waiting for a fight, is instead going to swing their way up towards it. The new pickup is almost on the wrong end of that engagement. Groovy gets two of his own. Jigsaw is able to find one before Miracle swings the corner and find a second to keep pace. Third to put him over the top. And a strong opening from Secret.
How much ammo was in that TCSG? Just kept firing.
Never ends.
It just keeps going. It's only 11 rounds in that mag, able to find the 2 kills with it in the end there. And Team Secret managed to find the first round quite comfortably. Have to say, no real pressure onto the side. It was more of a Hail Mary push in the end there that Koi tried to attempt because they couldn't get any of the walls opened up. Not any pressure coming in from the hatch as well as the rotation was coming through from that direction. And we're headed towards the next top floor side. It's going to be a cache and CCTV. As, okay. If we talk about basics, this is as basic as it gets.
Yeah, I mean, I guess you can't really move the goalposts any further back than this. This is, the goalposts are at the wall at this point, and there's no breaking through it. We need to see some success here. We need to see a battle. There it was. Obviously, they sort of let in, as you said, the Fenrir gadget stopped them getting the full swing. They lost the body on the back of that elsewhere. And then things started to piece apart. Groovy, they highlighted his great performance so far throughout the season. He gets 2 kills on the back end as Miracle keeps it locked down here at the top of the stairs. It's a very confident opening here from Secret. How long can they sort of keep this riding high?
Slight change in operators as Deepak is up towards the Dokkaebi Crying, now playing onto the Ace. Now, first of your objectives is always to open up this wall, the big wall on CCTV. Once you have that, suddenly you have a lot more to play with here. And Leon, he's just waiting for any support from his teammates, just checking if there's any active trickery going on, which will not be the case. Might actually be a mute jammer, but that's going to be about it. He's placing down his exothermic, might be blowing up at that point as he's rotated out. And that's step 1 done. Now you have 2 options. Either you go for constriction, or you try and take the garage under your control. You need to do one of those 2. And as Leon will find Files, that's going to be a great first opening from that breach.
Files was obviously kind of behind the bomb chassis, I believe. And we saw him, I guess he tried to go for the rotate and then the swing back out. Maybe just got caught in the motion. Leon was happy to keep a watch on that. And it allows suddenly the rest of Koi to start acting against that anchor point. That big breach is open. They've got the player watching. Now let's focus onto Upor. See if we can try and root him out from the top of garage. Drones are rolling in from underneath. They've obviously seen some pressure onto the back of it here as Cryan's got the angle. They want to get rid of that echo drone. Good catch and good spot. Camera goes out as well, and pressure just builds and builds and builds. Hosty with the grenades underneath. Jigsaw with the same. He's able to take care of Miracle, and here starts the Koi machine.
It's going to be a great second opening now. They just need to leverage the number advantage they have. It's only 2 men left against the 5. Groovy will find the first, though. Uber still around on the mezzanine. It's going to be shut down, and that leaves it only up to Groovy. A play can now happen basically for free. No one is there to respond, and Groovy needs to find himself a way back up. Gets pre-fired through the wall. Crying shuts him down, and Koi, well, they show the world that they still know how to attack as they do take down CCTV.
They've scored a goal. They've got one on the board. Koi, whew, take a breath and let's see how far we can go with it. It's tough. Obviously, whenever you're in the situation to sort of get that monkey off your shoulder of we've been struggling in the first game, here it is. The first one goes away from us. We bounce back instantly. They make sure that they step back into the fight there, and it was a very clean take. A couple of the sort of moments of Secret were punished. It was the great grenade play underneath. You said it at the start of it. There is no site in Siege that is better known than CC and Cash in terms of pro play, and that is the description of it. Very well sort of strategically played as the sort of back to basics take, but there's still a long game of Siege ahead of us. That's just the first breath. You know what they say, the single journey starts with 1,000 breaths, something?
I think the Dutch is saying it's a bit worse. So
well, I mean, I messed it up on purpose, but I'm sure the Dutch. I'm sure the Dutch version is just as messed up.
I don't know exactly what it is, but it's something like the first step in a mile or something like that. But, like, I don't know. I'm not great with my Dutch sayings.
But you're Dutch.
I know I'm Dutch.
Oh, okay.
I never said I was good at Dutch. So
I guess that's right. I guess it's very true. I'm sorry to put the pressure onto you. Jigsaw is putting the pressure right inside. It's good to see them get on the go. Obviously, the new pickup, the sort of addition to the roster from a ping of 300 ping away, all the way in OCE to here. We want to see the import start to become that danger factor to a roster that once upon a time had it to the nth degree, that they were able to entirely get control of a major here. It's a steady pullback from Secret, just slipping away. The bullets that are spiraling and shaking over the shoulders. Savage does find Jigsaw, though, on the top floor.
Great take by Savage out there. It's going to allow them to really put some pressure down, because the Capitao being gone is a lot of utility that could be very useful in an eventual planting situation. Think of the smoke bolts, think of the incendiary bolts that could be used to stop rotations from happening in a safe plant to be utilized. That means there's really going to be a bit of different pressure coming down right now on the side of Koi, because it's always been a difficult take. If we talk about CC being super basic, this one is kind of the same. However, the difficulty level just got up to the max, because it usually realizes or relies upon the hatch drops, which are just very difficult to deal with as an attacker. Are you afraid of a roamer still upstairs?
I mean,
there is one, but...
Yeah, I think that's the sort of thing here, is do you send the dedication to try and cut them out? You have to make an action, or do you trust that if you have a sort of net to catch them on, with a couple of players watching the rotates background, that you can still try and put the pressure onto the side? It seems like that's what Koi are doing, as the attention is paid through the impact EMP just on the back wall to get, you know, the Fenrir gadget if it's there, and anything else that might just be holding and stopping the progress. But otherwise, with Leon getting caught out by Miracle on the back end, suddenly that Roma becomes even more dangerous. They're caught out.
It's like to drop the hatch out there, and Scryne is trying to be really sneaky out here. Someone was watching for him, but he still gets the kill onto Groovy. Now he needs to dig in deep. There's no more holding back. 30 seconds. Savage is above on the hatch. Deepak seems to be realizing this. Goes on the hunt, but that means that there's two players occupied right now as he finds the kill eventually, but the diffuser still dropped on the opposite side of things, and Deepak and Crine are the last man standing in blue. They need to go all the way towards the dirt tunnel to find that diffuser, and there's still players around in the actual hallway here as Miracle and Falls both shot at them, and they should find the kills in the end as they get shut down in blue.
Yeah, it's sort of obviously getting off to the back foot at the start. There was that period of time where you could see Koi were discussing their options, discussing what they wanted to do, and in that time, you know, losing the kit, losing that push, it was a great attempt from Crine, from Deepak as well, to sort of bite back into the round, bring that body balance back towards an even hand, but the pressure of time, the pressure of not having the diffuser is just, unfortunately, an added stress onto the gun game of this gun game. 2-1, Secret. They're able to claim 2 of theirs. We head back towards Jim, and you know, this one again, it got off to a bit of a rocky start here. I'm curious to see what Koi's adapted approach will be.
I've actually found a Dutch saying.
yeah. Did you have to search for the sayings?
I did have to Google that one.
Or was it like a Sherlock sort of searching your brain bank?
No. I went to Google. Okay. It's when the first type is set, the second will follow. Basically, the translation.
That's just called tripping.
Yes, I guess. Or walking.
Or walking.
If you don't fall.
Yeah. It can be a little
But yeah,
thing.
it's first step is set. So let's see when the second one follows. By Koi. So back up to gym. No longer the gym room. And the bedroom. Quick entry into the dirt tunnel. Jigsaw's trying to see if he can maybe find players that are around on the bottom floor, or otherwise sneak himself into that first floor so he can use those grenades for verticality. Oh, there's a player out there.
I mean, that's it. You've great use of the free cam there from our observing team. They're hunting down onto Savage, but how quiet can Jigsaw be? Now, obviously, Nook had a little bit of change on the gadget, but only really if you're actively being watched. It acts a little bit more like Vigil's. And Vigil's acts a little bit more like hers. Sort of a middle ground here. They're not going to mess up with the claw this time round. They're going straight for it. The cut round the Brava. To get the catch on any of those gadgetry as well. As we remember, it was the grenade that wasn't quite far enough, and it left Koi with very little option to get control of the top stairs.
Could be around on the rotate, takes out a drone, and kind of aware of that. To see if he can go on a bit of a hunt. Opened up the garage, though. It's definitely going to be giving away his kind of play here. Jigsaw going up, but it's going to be the proximity alarm that gives it away. Savage responds just in time to shut him down. And the entry is there for Secret.
All right, Koi. You lost the entry game before, but now we still have a bite onto the round. As I said, you have this route that you didn't quite have before. You can actually start trying to make some inroads directly towards the site itself. There is growth. Brian just going to slip his way past. Grooby's watching on the back end, still locked into rafters. He can try and make the rotate at some point, but Koi obviously just have to be, well, coy and coquettish about dropping out onto that balcony, especially with castles. You can see it's being watched whilst this is happening. They're going for the calls. Grooby still wins the fight onto Deepak. Even and Savage still rotating his way up main stairs. 50 seconds. 3 Koi players.
They go for a hot breach, but there's a player inside Jim, so they need to be very sure that they're aware of his position. The pings are there. They need to go for a good pre-fire now. Miracle looking to come around the corner out here. Will not find the first. The reply might be coming from the second, as Hosty will take his head off cleanly. Now there's an opportunity to go to Jim to go for a plant, as Leon needs to follow, but Groovy will find Crine.
A 4 versus 3 versus 2, and they've been able to tuck themselves close to the site. With 20 seconds and how close they are, you have to try and take the engagements. There's at least a bite back, but not quite enough. And Falls removes Hosty from the back. The other recent pickup couldn't quite break through.
Now, luckily, there's always 2 house to a game of Siege. Although Koi's going to be calling their time out now? Question mark. Yes, there it goes.
The quarter in the game now.
Quarter break. Need some time to talk because things are obviously not really connecting the way they want to. That is going to be hurting them the longer that goes on. So better have a chat now, see if you can fix it, rather than wait until it's too late. Find yourself knocked out of the playoffs opportunities. Because I think there is a world, I'm not 100% certain, but there is a world where Koi could be knocked out today.
Yeah, obviously it's the fact that they've only played 1 game. Whereas, obviously, Secret have played 2 and ITB have played 2 that make things trickier. But because of how that game went, because it was a big round deficit, because of the slight change in the system where you've sort of got to be in the top 3 rather than just top 4, as it was last time, things are dicier here for Koi. If this game goes away from them, the gap between Secret, the gap between 3rd place, that sort of grasp, goes towards Virtus Pro. That are on 3 points.
Yeah,
they
well,
still have a fight. They still have a game to play. It depends on the VP result.
Yeah, and while of course they don't play today, so they'll remain on 4 points, which means they're still in reach as they have a break today. So technically their story will not end today, but
it's close to.
It's getting closer if they do not win. Yes.
Yeah, if this game goes away from them, it becomes in that horrible state of Siege where the results at that point don't entirely just matter based on how you play, but also how your opponents in other games you're not in play.
Yeah, and you never want to be in that position. You don't want to be dependent on other teams playing in a certain way to allow you to get through.
You could play your best Siege at that point and it might not matter. That's the rough sort of thing. And it becomes that even worse sort of moment of, well, we had the capabilities. But anyway, that's a throw forward. We're still in this game. The timeout has been called. It's 3-1. And you said it at the start, Koi need 3 on their half.
Yeah, I would like to see them pick up 3 just to put themselves in a good position after their first game. They need that bit of an extra buffer. So as they're attacking CC again, it's going to be a bit of a ping coming through. So a grenade is being followed up by Hosty, I believe, as he was the one pulling it. I think he put it back in pocket after the rotation of Miracle came through. So he's no longer within reach. Exothermic on the board. It's going to be... no, that's going to be tricked. And that's why you bring a second Heart Breach. Where was Crying? Where was the Selma? Oh, he's on the other side of the map. But that just lost you.
It's not the greatest move to happen immediately after your timeout. It's not the greatest way to get your teeth back into the round here. And
the thing about EMPs is it's going to let them know, hey, we're going to try and open his wall. It's as simple as that. This grenade should be taking him out, though. If it hits properly, and that it does, Files gets taken down. There's no more Bennett on the board, but there is still the opportunity from Electroclass to be out there, and Leon only has a single exothermic left on the board to play with here. Hosty does take care of Savage, and suddenly it's looking quite bright for the side of Koi.
Hey, the good bite in here. Hosty, you know, he's sort of the other new addition, the pickup to the team to try and bring some of that gun game across. I highlighted Jigsaw, but Hosty has so far been able to really get his teeth in. Something that unfortunately not all the guns of Koi have been. Upo, I talked about him in this position before. You can try and isolate him, get the take here. It seems like Koi very adept at attacking this site, though. It was the site that they took pretty well before, and they've at least come back from that initial stumble. But with 40 seconds, it's going to have to turn into a little bit more of a direct route through. Upo gets one, gets dropped in response. The D-Pack was ready for that engagement. There's a gadget just tucked around onto the barbs as Miracle rotates to see if he can try and punish it. And it's a huge double. Somehow got the cut across the pair of them, and that might have just swung the round. They saw the tip of the barrel here. They didn't quite get the motion. It's who sees it first. D-Pack gets the take to the head. Groovy gets both. Groovy! And Secret cling on to the round, and that is a disappointing end to that one for Koi.
That is definitely a disappointing end to the round because, yes, they had a little trip up with the wall. They didn't open it up, but that's fine. They got 2 entries on the back of it. That is something you can still work with even if those walls are closed. If then a TCSG pops up like it did again, Groovy able to find 2 kills as well. It all just falls apart so quickly after that. And that is definitely a painful moment right after your rehost. Now back towards the bottom floor, back towards the basement. Again, said it before, usually relies on like a hatch drop execute from the kitchen, or otherwise you're going to try and see if you can come in from the triple wall with the motorcycle drop. Those are usually your flavors for the approach here. Of course, with someone or 2 people coming in from blue, main stairs, making sure you have all angles covered. But let's see how Koi is going to be approaching this. Because last time they were... I think they didn't even open the kitchen hatch because they lost a player very early on. So they tried to go from horizontal approaches, found some kills, but couldn't quite lock it out in the end.
Secret, they are just pushing this game further and along. And I know I sort of said it after the second round that it's good that Koi's getting their teeth back in. They've got that round. They might be able to bring it as a sort of back and forth scrappy fight. And as you said, it's a game of 2 halves. But if this round goes away from them, if they find themselves having to pull back on a 5-1, it just becomes that risky situation of every round has quite a lot of pressure on it. You only really get 1 lifeline. And it takes just 1 mistake to be punished, or 1 huge play from Secret to punish a good hold, and they're capable of it with this current momentum. Look at this. They're quickly trying to push them back to the side. Hosty wanted the fight. They're not going to sit around and find out. They're not going to play that risky game. They're all back. I mean, it's a great clear.
You cleared out the floor, so everybody's still alive, and this is the kind of turtle setup we are all very much aware of on this site, especially. Koi's still going to be clearing out physically the entire top floor, using drones, using utility, using their faces and their time. Scryne is looking to drop into the oil pit soon. At least opens up that door to put down a little bit of pressure. We talked about that before. You just want to open up those doors, even if you end up not using them. And look at that. They're just clearing everything so thoroughly on the side of Koi. They're losing a lot of time with that. 1:30 left on the clock. You're almost done with the entire top floor. I'm not sure how far they've gotten with the first floor, but they still need to open up these hatches.
Stole the procs and stole some attention, but as you said, the focus is on the utility game now, and time is perpetually ticking against them. You've got still a couple of impacts to play against you. You can't really go for the smoke drop with the coverage. There's a C4 in pocket too, and you know, with goo mines and the potential chance of a barricade popping up, there's still going to be these malleable defenses that can be propped up and sort of put as a response to the approach of Koi. There will be changes. Osty's going to roll the grenade out. It gets caught out. There's a second that might try and hit. Just remove that barricade on the back end of the table so nobody can get the direct swing when they come through. You cannot steal goo mines anymore with the recent changes. They are not electronic gadgets, unfortunately. But that was a very recent change. We'll allow them. What they won't allow is the entrance. Jigsaw, though, cuts his way through. Takes the header for 2 players. Crying on the back. Gets 2 of his own. And now it's suddenly just Miracle left blinked. And everybody around him was dead. They're going to pop off the plant. Great take onto 1. There's an even better one onto the second. 2 versus 1. He does not have a lot of health. He still has the C4. He won't get to use it. Deepek gets the final kill onto Koi, needing a punchy round and punching right through it.
Very tight angle being held there, and indeed they needed to just go for it at that point. And sometimes all you need to do is drop down a hatch and just go for it. Managed to spot an opportunity there to carry out the keeper barriers. Explosives, of course, are going to be relocating the players in sight. And they utilize that well. Love that background card from Thatcher, by the way. Just a little side note. I was swapped with the teddy bear in the hand.
Oh, yeah, no, it's great. It's great.
And we've swapped the sides, which means that Koi now onto the defense. Need to basically pull in 5 rounds if they want to get 3 points. And given to how they played last week, that might be a tall ask. We're going to have to wait and see how Secret is faring on the attack on the map as well. But what we do know is that we're starting off on the basement site. Mira is going to be on the board as well. Together with the Fenrir, might actually be proving quite problematic for attackers to move through those areas, especially if they're combined.
I guess it's one of the things, obviously, you know, we'll reference the Koi game from last time. It was on Chalet. If you missed it, it was against Wild. Wild started on their attack. But Wild's attacks that game were excellent. It was really, really fast, fluid siege. The plays, the ideas. If you do a play that's good enough for Fresh to put you on the telestrator, break it down, you know it's a good play. And that's the sort of plays that they were putting down 6 rounds in a row, 6 plants. So Koi were up against a very sort of tricky approach here. You've got Club, you've got a known entity on your side. You're up against a team that's still sort of finding their feet on the swing of attacks, and they're not quite defining it the same way Wild are. You should assume they're going to be able to get the first, maybe even the first 2 rounds here and bring things back level.
Ryan dropping out quickly in the back of that drone. Keeper's looking to go for a follow-up, but they're not quite 100% sure where he is, and allows him to rotate back around. Another drone, though, spots him out, and now they have actual information to play on. But everybody's rotating back already towards the bottom floor. No need to stick around. Hatches are being opened up as well. In Secret, they shoot now, or shoot soon, relatively soon now. The top floor and the first floor are, well, basically cleared out.
It was very clean. It was very well sort of thought out there. If only they were a couple of paces forward, you'd think Secret might have got a couple of kills, but at the same time, that only doesn't work because Koi's retreat was very clean. You could see that they wanted to explore a little bit more there, and I think Jigsaw was sort of telling them to come back. We can fight them back here on the site itself. We can lock in. But Secret, how do they move on the back of this? The hatch is electrified down onto Moto. Cryin is jiggling around from the side of it. Miracle did flirt with the idea of going down main stairs, but has pulled himself back instead. The focus here might come towards kitchen hatch. You've got Jigsaw playing with impact underneath. As soon as that claw potentially goes, if they haven't killed that player, you assume Trix will come back against it. But Miracle, I mean, he's been caught out the main stairs, crying with the long angle from Moto, and this is it. He went for the swing onto Churchwell, did get the pop of the Selma, but they've lost now those Selmas.
That mirror window being gone is definitely an opportunity for the attack, though, if they do want to go for a motorcycle drop or play from the main stairs. But the majority of the team is actually eyeing up to go from blue and see what they can do from there on out. The Fenrir device is going to be blinding Groovy, and they're slowing him down. There's only 30 seconds left. They need to take this aggressively, but there's still players around from Koi.
I mean, not many left now, and the time's a secret that they are still trying to find hide and seek. It just seems there's always another player of Koi tucked into another corner. 13 seconds, none of it seen as Koi are able to lock out and hold down their first defense on the basement.
Pretty solid as well. They got close to the side, but didn't quite manage to enter it in the end there. Get used to the mirror window. Especially on the first take that we saw on the main stairs. Spot comes through, player swings from the motorcycle. It's of course not the one you're expecting when you see a mirror window. You think the mirror is going to try and take the swing itself, but it didn't happen. And that's what happens when you do not open up those hatches, right? Like you do not have the pressure out there. Players allowed to play there for free. That's why it's so important to try and take those out, even if you do not end up using them. And I get it. There's limited utility there, especially with if you bring only 2 heart breachers or only 1 heart breach. But you should really try and focus on getting those 3 hatches on a basement take. Now, top floor, it is not CCTV. It's the side that we saw less and less of, but now seemingly coming back in this game. It's going to be gym and bedroom instead.
10 seconds to go.
Yep, I mean, no bar yet. It is always the sort of riskier one. As you said, CC's fallen a little bit, come back up a little bit, but, you know, I think that's still a tertiary and always will be for now.
Breach coming down somewhere.
Pinging things
Not
around.
quite sure what open up.
Yeah, I
Is that a
think it might
default
have been, might have been the windows on towards the side itself. There's a couple of pings that have come together. Yeah, I think it was the castles on gym and the bedroom.
Ah, yeah.
Yes, there it is. Both smashed up from the white van. That gets them the angles quite quickly. They're going to go with the Mavericks. They're not even going to try and play against the claw game and the trick. And, you know, if we cite the problems with hatches, if we cite the problems with getting this wall open and then going beyond it, the classic Maverick is one where if you've got the trick done, there it is, then the wall will fall. The wall can be fooled. Look at all 3 of them stocked and ready to go.
Yeah, there's still going to be a next step, however, that they need to deal with, because there's the mirror window right behind it that they need to grab. Oh, they actually need to destroy the electronics first before the RC Returo can go on. Will open up eventually, but that's a lot of utility still used for a softball like that. And now the mirror window is going to be able to look straight out to that balcony, so it's going to be even more hard now and difficult to get rid of the player right behind it as Deepak, well, takes down Files as they try, I believe.
First has fallen. They once again lose the ace, lose the Selmas. They haven't really been able to have the full bite of the impact. They do still have alternate hard breach and they've got the wall open, but it is a map that can be hard and heavy. It can become tricky. Ruby is able to win out against Cryan. Suffered the first strike. Leon gets dropped by Savage as well. At least they get some revenge. Pull it back into a 3 versus 3. And with Jigsaw popping up round onto the side of Miracle, Upor has to try and make the move inside the site. Can't find Deepak, who is locking it down as you've always wanted.
Biggie T.
Dutch player. Biggie T. Be able to get it. Ruby will take a little bit of damage going through this. Not enough to knock him entirely out, but enough to give the game away of where he is. They'll hear the call of pain, and, well, 1 on main stairs, 1 on Logi, 1 inside the bedroom itself. What option do you choose? They're sort of saying, look, we know you're there. And there's 40 seconds. You're the one that has to push the pressure of time. Pre-fires to get Jigsaw. He's got himself some control here. 2 versus 1. He's had a huge game so far. He's 10-4, but obviously Biggie T is another one that he knocks out, and it's now only a 1 versus 1. Hosty. All that's left. Pre-fires through to give the game away on where he is. Sees his foot. Wins it out. It got very, very close from what was a sort of surefire moment, though.
Because they get closer, to closer comfort there, because, you know, they managed to get quite a few there, and then eventually just at one-on-ones. Just take them. And that's why sometimes you see players say, never give up. Because there's always a round to win, If you see a round play out like that, you realize why that is. Like, all you need to do is just force yourself into these 1v1s and get yourself in a good opportunity to potentially win it. But we're having a timeout at 4-4. Secret is having a bit of a chat after Koi's been able to win the first 2 defensive rounds. Now, the tertiary side is going to be coming up next, and there's 2 opportunities for that. It could either be CC or it could be Bar.
I'm just going to ask some clarification from Patricia, if that's okay. If this is... Obviously, we see the timeout timer ticking. If that was their tech or their tack, because they called the tech.
They said tack, yes, so I assume it's tack.
Usually they just use the pause timer, but they're not back in the game, so that might have had to be a tactical timeout.
I don't actually know what the rules are on that.
I think, I don't know. I'll wait for some clarification. Because usually, I'm saying this because usually it's a full pause. It looks like it's now full paused after the in-game pause thing. So, probably a tech.
That's what we call it, a tack into a tech. So the TAC into a TACH.
Which one? That's not in response to us. They're not omnipotent like that. There was a reference to a skin. But you all saw it in the corner. So we'll be back in with all the players hopefully very soon. It's 4 apiece. Hey, Elite Gadget brother, but I don't care.
So these players are like aware of so much as well.
Hey, we got, if you don't follow the rules, oh, it's a gadget skin.
I mean, it's like, yes, it's rules, right? But it's like it's instead of like the yellow one, it becomes bright blue.
Yeah.
But again,
So
rules are rules.
So yeah. I mean, rules are rules. Rules are cool. Because otherwise you might accidentally end up against a team and, you know, they'll... Who knows? Right?
Who knows?
We'll be back in a moment. Hopefully soon. Hey, look, it's all our players. Jigsaw's gone.
He just left.
Gone. He's left. Which is probably a shame because it sounds like...
Sounds like we're complete, yeah.
that the missing player has just joined based on that little sound. You can see a heads up from Koi. Run, Jigsaw, run!
He's back in time, don't worry. He's not even close.
Not even close. Back just in time. And we are back here, as we said, the tertiary site. Now, Groovy almost pulled off a huge round there to not have that level, but let's be honest, it should have been Koi's anyway. So we're 4 apiece. If Koi take this round, suddenly they're in the driving seat of a game where there's very little left of it to be played.
It's definitely true. There's not that many rounds left. It could go either way at this point. Tertiary side CCTV is up next. Interested to see how the mirror windows will get used here. I assume it's just going to be towards the construction side, and second one, don't know. I mean, could be placed. Yeah, I was going to say could be placed on the CC wall because it will be opened up anyway. So what can you do? You open it up yourself, and then you throw impacts out, or you try and shoot whoever is rappelling through it. So I think that's the prismas we're actually hearing, rather than like the spots coming through.
Yeah, it's very. I mean, sound is a little bit funky in the top down. I don't know if it's just me that's.
No, that's the same for me as well. It's like you barely hear anything anymore.
It's very quiet. They're stealing this fake person. It's now their fake person. But once again, the drone gets caught out pretty much instantly. And, well, they'll move on to the back of the break. It's CC. As we said when Koi were able to take it, it's the very second round in the game. It is one that every team knows how to attack. You can bring the steady, and to be honest, nothing is more classic than this attack. The Maverick going across, and although there's the mirror window, and they've opened that to make this really difficult to get the breach across, but also to sort of say, we might go for a C4 out. Upor has the tricky job of, I have to watch.
You got
anything.
one already.
Yeah, and that's it. I'm not going to say it's an easy job. It's definitely a tricky one, and there's the breach onto the wall. The mirror window gets deployed inside.
You cannot really cut that in half. That just stays in place until you cut the other part out as well. So it's going to be making it a little bit more tricky to walk through or to get through, as Leon will find the very first onto Miracle. And you instantly see Savage hopping up because they're aware of the... Oh, that's just too late. And he instantly gets picked up on the back of it. Fouled. Basically got him twice in a row there. Well done.
I mean, it's just that sort of moment, isn't it? He threw it, hoped they would try and be a bit slower, and checking it out on the back, you know, sort of smash the keeper and then go for a slower check. But they just had a drone in position and not to know about the swing. They caught him before he could get himself another 2-3 feet behind that keeper barricade. Without the Maverick, you assume that they've already done the work at least onto it, and they've still got some work to be done on the back. That's the risk here. The only hard breach they had was what was in those pockets. So anything on construction is going to stay solid. It means the fight has to come like this, very direct across garage. And if Jigsaw can win out this engagement, he's suddenly found himself in a second surrounded here. 30 seconds left, and what's he gonna do? He's popping around onto the Brava. Savage wins out in the meantime. Jigsaw goes in with the secondary and wins it out with the knife. Tucks tail. Deepek gets one, but gets traded by Upor at the same second. 20 seconds left. Jigsaw is the only player on the side of Koi. He's going for a long rotation here, and suddenly those walls that stayed locked, well, they're only going to work against Jigsaw. He's got to try and bite and fight his way into the site. Groovy's got the lockdown all the way across. It's a very awkward retake here.
Definitely is, and he needs to isolate these players, but they're really an opposite side of it. And well, that breach from the Maverick is definitely not going to be helping him. Needs to jump over, doesn't spot the player, gets swung on by Groovy, shuts him down, and Secret is retaking the lead here as they head to the tertiary side and manage to take it down, but now we're back down towards the primary side from Koi, back down to the basement.
Secret just keep themselves ahead. Just get that 5-4 split. Just get that plant down in 2 versus 1. And, you know, there's things that sort of worked out there on that attack. But again, what I've noticed, it seems to be this consistent problem here on Secret's approaches, is losing part of their hard breach. You know Club, and you know that you used to need all of it all the time, and then you used to need a little bit less when the sort of secondary hard breach gadget came in. But we're seeing the Ace go down the first 2 times. We're seeing the Maverick, their only primary hard breacher there against the walls, go down. I'm not saying it becomes impossible, but on a map like Club, it can really limit your options to have that be the first victim. And whether it's Koi getting lucky or just a little bit of, I don't know, a change of placement here from who hits the boards first in Secret, might see them have a little bit more control over the later half of these rounds.
See, I remember the days when there was only one hard breacher and he got spawn peeked.
Oh, Jaeger spawn peeking the hard breach and that being round defining.
Round is done. There you go. Back up now.
Don't we love the olden meta of Siege? Don't take Siege back to when it was great.
Honestly, Hibana joining the roster, that was probably like the biggest change, because you could bring
Jaeger
2. Now you took spawn peek 2.
Yeah, Jaeger with a spawn peek can define a round.
Or Smoke with the SMG-11 ACOG, yeah.
Take the game back. All right, there's Falls getting the revenge on the spawn peeker. Cryin is caught out very early on. The Ying gets the take and gets the drop on the roaming player, who we saw and commented about the last time of playing that flirting with danger game quite well. Not so much here. The comment on Secret was if they were a couple of steps faster, they might have got the bite. Here they are, many steps faster, and Jigsaw is now in a dangerous place. There's a great first shot onto Groovy. About to be under pressure from the bedroom. Chooses wisely to rotate, hop right round, and there's the support structure of the Dutchman saying, get back.
Zuber now continues down the staircase. It is Koi just resting at the bottom floor, waiting for what is to come, waiting to see if they are going to be able to shut them down as, well, eventually they do start to attack this side. For now, it's just a bunch of barricades that Secret needs to deal with before they can actually start opening up these hatches. And secondary heart breach here definitely going to be useful. Means that Miracle doesn't have to use 2 of his Selmas to open up any of these hatches. It's a bit of economy right there with that heart breach. And as they open up too, it's definitely some options that are being opened up right here for Secret to utilize.
They're being quite quick, quite brazen about smashing open these boards. I said it before, the dangerous swing here of the Ace. Didn't cost them, but it cost them options. And with the hatches still being pressured and potentially put back against with the impacts that we have locked in here, Deepak might try and offer some sustenance, some growth to it. They've cut off the route that can come onto the back of Moto, but the Flores drones are going to get some clearance. It does buy some safety here, because they weren't quite in position to get the swing back against it. And now, with 2 options, with a route through and a shot, the impact will stop it becoming a full breach. Blinds come across the back end. They have to pull away. There's a player caught in a corner and caught in a crossfire. Miracle gets the bite onto Hosty, blinded on the back end. Jigsaw has to rotate to see if he can find the fight. Just misses the inch of it. 20 seconds. How are they going to break through into the site?
Deepak is very stuck in his position right now. Instantly gets taken up by Miracle. Jigsaw in a great position, finds one, and he knows he has the opportunity to go for a flank as he finds a third. And now Leon in blue will find one more as well. Uber, the last man standing in an 8-second 1v2 situation. He has that diffuser, but he needs to find the kills instead. Misses the opportunities on both ends, and the time will run out. Unable to find those kills, and Koi able to just barely hang on.
Skin of their teeth, but all that matters is that they get that round etched into their favor, 5 apiece. And if it's going to turn into a brawl here at the very end, it's at least going to be an exciting end to it. Who will break this deadlock? Will we find ourselves in overtime? Bedroom Gym is where we're going to move on to next. Now, again, obviously, this was the site where we saw success driven in by both teams on their holds. However, that response there from Secret versus the pace of the first time they attacked the basement to where we just saw it. 2 very different teams. Oh, I mean, Jigsaw's huge round.
Force coming all the way from OCE. Back there, people said he is. I mean, you can see in one of those interviews, he thinks he feels like he's one of the best players in the world. When he's showing up like this for a important game for Koi, I mean, it's not like he's dropping 23 kills. He's definitely on the top of the leaderboard for the team. He's definitely showing up. I mean, it's not a world record, I'm saying.
It's a little bit of a backhanded compliment there.
I'm sorry, but I mean, it's not a world record. Okay,
it's not like he's dropping 23 kills.
If I say, oh, the way he's showing up right now, people are going to be like, oh, it's only 12 kills. It's not like a world record. So I'm putting the disclaimer out there now. Like, it is a good performance that he's putting up right now. I'm just putting a disclaimer down before people instantly just attack it.
I'm sorry, but it is funny. All right, anyway. Miracle. Yeah, quick pace. As I said, it was that little bit of quick pace that they had before when they were going to the basement that gave them a little bit more option when it came to the push. It didn't quite come together, but losing out, even when you have a man advantage, is just one of those unfortunate sort of rounds. Fabian even said it about the previous game. If it happens more than once, then you've got a bit of a problem here going on. And if it happens twice here, then maybe they have a problem going on. Leon ready to C4 through this if it turns into an actual break. Yupor's going to put that on it, though. And he shoots through it.
So it's going to be shot through there because he wanted to. It just opens up for them. It's like, I'll take down your breaching charge. I'll put down a C4. It just make sure we're even. EMPs are being tossed through as well as a extra bandit. Oh, that's not going to be getting it. Mirror window is still closed though, so he has a little bit to play around here. But he might actually be shown, but he has the opportunity to still, use that one-way angle.
It's so narrow, and he gets a kill out the back of it. I mean, it really shouldn't exist as a space, and now it doesn't. But the fact he got that bite onto Yupor on the back of it is a little bit rocky. There's even less space, and he's finally caught out by Falls. Can Savage get a bit of an impact here on the back end? Deepak's blinded. He did get a triple last time here, but look at the bodies flooding in on the back of that swing. They pushed into bathroom. They pushed down, but Logi gets caught out by Hosty. Rotates his way towards construction door. Miracle's holding inside bathroom, but Deepak gets a drop before he's dropped Falls. Retakes the power position. Do they know where the swing? They do, and Jigsaw goes down. 2 players left here, Hosty and Cryan. They're going to see if they can try and get themselves a second at a time. The pressure of planting is still obviously on Secret's side here, and they have the site in a very tucked-in corner of it to go for it, but it doesn't seem like Corey are fully aware of this plant, of this rotation. There's a big awareness of the player on the door here. They're baiting it out, and Miracle just times it well. Cryan has to step in. They've already pulled off the position. They round the back of the chassis. There's one. There's the return, and Secret push themselves onto map point first.
Koi decided they both wanted to be retaken from the same door out there, not knowing that whilst they were setting themselves up for it, the right angle was being watched. They were setting themselves up for plans and actually could get it down without any real trouble. I would have expected was them actually trying to retake Logi, then put the pressure on from two sides. That way a plant would have been a lot more difficult to achieve for the side of Secret, but they managed to pull it off out there. Now match point. A single round, which they have the opportunity to take a full three-pointer from Koi and basically leave Koi still in the dust with 0 on the board. Whilst they have those 5 rounds, it's definitely a big improvement from what we've seen in their opening game for the stage. They're reversing wild. That means everything needs to connect now. No mistakes for this top floor hold. Again, we see the same mirror window popping up. We saw it played in that last round. It was basically basic bot time, like bot space. The space shouldn't have been there, by the way, that everything got popped, but it was just enough pixels there to stand behind it safely. But that's a mistake that happens once on the side of Secret, and the next time around they'll make sure they're not being vulnerable to that anymore. Cheeky drone.
Cheeky drone?
The freezer.
Love the free cam. I'm super excited because obviously I know sort of how our observers work when it's in the league and they're limited by a single one. When we have multiple observers and that combination of free cam and sort of in cam and all those eyes, imagine what we're going to see.
Be even more creative than they've ever been.
There's the first break. The importance and the pressure here is on Koi. They can push us into overtime. There was a little bit of that coordination. As I said, there was a pickup of pace, but things have not entirely slowed down, but hit a slightly different beat here because they know that they lost the body. Yeah, the C4 is ready to play against this, but it seems like the Maverick is aware of that C4 too. There's a drone watching. And the wall gets open from range. They're not playing against that wall again. They know what happened last time.
Now they just open it up as a bit of pressure, not really wanting to attack from there, but just to make sure that the players out there do not really have a safe rotation spot. Instead, they're going through CCTV. Savage is already inside, but there's 2 players hiding here inside of Cash. Hosty and Cryan both around. Cryan is about to be taken. 3 people as he ducks down for a reload, and now suddenly 3 are out there. Doesn't find any. Neither does Hosty. As Secret find 2 in very quick succession.
Spoiled for choice. You could see him flick between the different bodies, and you know he did so much damage to 3 different players, but if it was all on one you would have at least confirmed a kill. It's such a tricky moment. And now can they try and bite back? Leon, he held onto the spray hoping another shoulder check would come around the corner with maybe a head to get caught by a bullet. Nothing comes. 3 remaining players here of Koi to guarantee something from this game. Guarantee they move off the bottom of the board, potentially with 0. The first is Leon. You can see Groovy's a lot of damage there on the windows itself. Jigsaw's going to see if he can try and find a fight against them. Deepek's doing his best to hold on to Logi, but it's Leon with the swing onto the window player that gets rid of Groovy. Suddenly, a 3 versus 3, 30 seconds. And those 2 people that Cryan did a lot of the dirty work onto now are a little bit further down. There's the push down the stairs. Deepek makes the move. The initiative is his. Leon with a triple. When they needed him most, he shows up. And here's Savage. All that's left for the confirmed 3 points. The pings are the procs. They know exactly where he is.
Gets
sees
one.
the back of Leon. Bit unfortunate, but Deepek's there. We're going to OT.
Almost managed to find a second one there, though, because the skeleton key was loaded. I think if that shot would have gone off, it would have been an instant kill on Deepek. Still managed to get a Dokoi. Well brought back by Leon Gids. Also well stalled by Deepek around there into logistics. Really gave them an opportunity to bring that fight back. And Koi, they continue on the defense. Church Arsenal first. Secret going to be attacking this, approaching this. Are we going to be seeing someone kind of push through the motorcycle hatch? Just go for a quick rush, a quick run?
All down now. Towards this moment, Koi, they've secured a point. We said that this was going to be a group of sort of aggressive fighting across the board. And yeah, it might not be the one that was labeled a group of death, but it's turning into one where we're getting these surprise results. We're getting teams that we expected to have clearer routes suffering. Secret have put in a hell of a fight and statement here. At this, they're at least guaranteed 4 points. Yeah, there's still a game in hand, but it ties them with Wild, who do not play today.
Attackers must locate and defuse.
They might even jump them.
All right. Secret got really close. You had a great opening to that round. Just all kind of fell apart after they tried to push through limited angles. And Kid's able to shut that down quite effectively. It could have been 3 points for them, but it's not. Koi now have the opportunity to find 2. At least they're on the board. At least they have a point. As Jim is being droned out and the rest of the first floor is being droned out, it seems to be that it is relatively clear. Leon with a C4 though. Could be finding a player. All he needs to do is just wait a little bit longer, but that's too early. Or too late, rather. Miracle already moved by.
The ace gets to survive a little bit longer, and it's been a telling factor of some of these rounds when they have and haven't. The steady breach over the top. They haven't been able to get the catch on the loose player, though. Remember when they had a bit more success here was when they did get that very early take onto Cryan. Now, with all the players falling back to the basement, they can play this hold. They can sort of rebuff an approach. They've still got the ideas of impacts. They've got a C4 that works this time. Miracle's gone. The ace is gone. They've only got the pocket tin openers now from Fools. And you think about how they've had these holds before. That mirror window that they've just had the Selmas hit time and time again. You are going to struggle to get to that. Now they have nothing else apart from guns. Savage gets Jigsaw, gets that take. The 2 hatches they've opened are open. That's all they'll have.
Minute 10, still plenty of time. They just need to find the right angle in. Well, Feet could just get spotted there twice again. That's going to be confirmation for a potential grenade to roll through. Cryan almost loses his life, but the drop follows up and gets the kill. And Savage now finds himself a motorcycle.
I mean, that was a very cheeky buddy to take there. It's sort of a bit of mispositioning. Savage is on his 3rd. Groovy gets 1 more. And what really should have been a lockdown round has fallen away from Koi. Getting the take onto the Salmas, limiting how they could take you was such a good moment. And obviously, they don't know that as well as we do. But just not being ready for that sudden slam of guns against that wall, hitting the mirror window. I mean, it was the perfect response from Secret. It was the only thing they could have done, and they did it successfully.
A grenade and an RC Retiro followed up by an aggressive player on the back of it. Really able to basically scrub that round for Koi. That could have been in the bag. That maybe should have been in the bag. Secret, they find themselves with another match point. This one is only worth a single point, though, as they will be taking 2 home rather than the 3 they had the previous opportunity to. And they'll be doing it and trying to do so inside that basement side again. Church Arsenal. Again, it's a very tough attack. The one push we saw happen was pretty similar to the previous one we've seen from Koi that was successful.
10 seconds left.
So Romer's up on top.
5 seconds left.
Again, it's going to be a clearing game. You need to find those roamers. You need to put pressure on them. They'll fall back. You know that the top 4 is clear at that point. And you might even be able to take 1 or 2 out as they start rotating back. If you have set up the angles properly for that.
The first strike is Savage. He had a huge round previously, and here, just with a peek out of strip, he removes Deepak, he removes the Dokkaebi calls before things have even started to hunt down the loose players. The loose players have struck back. Leon's waiting for some motion here from either side. Groovy suffers actually first. That was pressure from Hosty on the swing round or not. Leon actually gets some damage done to him by breach on the back end. They've tucked themselves all the way down. They're going to make sure they keep a handle on that man advantage. Koi now slowly have to check to see if those players have truly left.
Everybody was rotating up to the top on the side of Koi, and at that moment, as soon as everybody started knocking on the doors, instantly everybody went down towards the side, and that means the wasting time. That means that those players that all went up top weren't working on opening up hatches, opening up floorboards, or getting themselves in position to go for a push later on. So you've just wasted about 20 extra seconds. You still have everybody available to you. As now the hatches start to get opened up, it's Koi that know that it all relies upon this round. They need to take this one, and again, they might be trying to do so with a bit of a push for the motorcycle hatch, as they don't really have another opportunity of opening up those hatches unless Cryan is going to be able to get them on the hatches itself with the openers. The C4 from Miracle takes out Hosty. That's going to be even more painful now.
Exactly the same place as C4 got a kill the previous round. There's another victim of it. And now the 3 versus 5. A minute for them to try and attack one of the most turtle sites. A nice little use of the Selma to make the hold onto the main door a bit more awkward, but it can be replaced. And yeah, they've dropped onto Moto, they've dropped onto Blue, but they're inside the Fenrir. They can't see. Cryan gets a kill. They're swinging around the box and just being peppered by either side. And Jigsaw, all that's left. He cannot move anywhere. And Secret finally push this game over the edge. They take the 2 points. They, for now, jump to the top of their group. And Koi move off the bottom of the board, but, well, not very far. The only change is their 0 points turns to 1.
Painful there for Koi in the end, and I feel for Jigsaw in that last round. If he moved away from behind that border, he would have been blinded by the Fenrir. All other players were shooting at him. There was nothing he could do at that point. And Secret, well, they played it well. Could have actually gotten this in the regulation, I think, but at least they got the win in the end. They got those 2 points, and that means that they are en route to a potential playoff spot.
Huge game from Secret, but we'll throw it to a quick break before we're back with the desk.
I would say my favorite competitive moments in R6 have all been related to or around LAN events. The first LAN that I went to as a player is probably my favorite. I think it was the 2019 Winter UK Prime LAN. For me, I was brand new to competitive, and being able to make a LAN in our first season was a great experience for me. Whether it's been me going to LAN events as a spectator or as a player, they've definitely always been the highlight of the season or year for me.
Well, it would have to be winning the Berlin Major a year ago, because that was after like a long period of not winning like tournament and stuff. So I was kind of teetering on it, thinking like, oh, am I still good enough and all that kind of stuff. And then we won that match against FaZe also, is because it was just such a nail biter, I guess. Then obviously the fans, it was just crazy. Like I think we all said after that it felt like the crowd was like a sixth player to us. That's definitely my favorite moment.
My favorite memory is definitely the last Invitational we played. I think the turning point was the match against FaZe. We were losing pretty hard, and if we lost that, we'll basically be out of the tournament. But we had a good timeout from our coach, Fabian, telling us we're playing like really bad, and it not only made me mad at myself, but it made me mad at him, because like how like he's saying this stuff, like everything just fired me up, and I just wanted to go out there and destroy the enemy team after that.
My best memory in Siege has to be the victory we got in the Young Company Major. The feeling to finally win something, like something big, right, was amazing. Especially like doing it with the teammate I was playing with for 3 years. Like it means a lot for us and for me, obviously. And I'm really happy to have done something that not a lot of people did in this game.
For me, my favorite moment is qualifying for Copenhagen Major when we was playing Wild at the UL playoffs, and it was game for a slot on Copenhagen. But I remember that we were getting on the Chalet, and basically Chalet is not our greatest map, but we tried so hard, and the game was absolutely emotional. Everybody was so emotional, everybody was so screaming. That should be my favorite moment from the recent ones.
So I think one of my favorite moments in Siege actually was when I was still in tier 3, basically an on, and I randomly got a message one day from Fabian, one of the greatest players of all time, a legend, and he asked me if I would be interested in a project that he would make, and I ended up joining that project. I mean, I own him a lot. He basically taught me how to play Siege correctly, so that's the reason I'm here. So just thank you for giving me a chance.
Overtime, but Secret do secure 2 points, and that means that they are on top of their group right now. And we should have an interview ready to ask a player a few questions about this game. We should have an interview just ready, I hear just now. So we'll start with a few questions about this game first. I think this map was really close. Some rounds were really close, but Koi also fumbled the bag sometimes.
Fumbled the bag, but couldn't have got worse. Wasn't the 0-7.
It was quite a mess on both sides, though. It just wasn't one side that struggled. They tried to be doing all of these extra steps and being super fancy. And me and Fresh were sitting here. We were scrubbing our heads and like, what the hell are they trying to do? What is like? We were looking at the breach and jacuzzi, and instead of just using Thatcher Thermite, they go Thatcher and Maverick, and we see Flores as well, and then it's the same thing with Koi. They can't even get it open with a Cade Claw and Bandit. What are we looking at?
Your basics.
It's super basic, and it looked so poor from both sides. Fresh, I'm stealing your quote because you didn't dare to say it. Neither of these teams really deserve these points. It's a rough thing to say because it looked like they missed so many things, and I think that today have added more questions to the ones that we already had. I still don't know where I can play Secret. And Koi, what's happening? What I expected of you guys is just completely other side of the continent, of the other world. Like, you could go back to Australia, Yixon, you still wouldn't find your answers. I don't understand what's going on here.
All right, well, that's a bit painful. We do have our interview ready now, though, as I just heard in my ear. So we should have a player on the line. We're joined by Savage. You must be feeling really good after that overtime win.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, but your cam is frozen.
Okay. Yeah, I don't know, it's not really working, but should I just keep going with the camera?
Yeah, of course you can, yeah.
Okay. Yeah, feel good. I think we could definitely close it out, on 5v3 advantage. We just weren't ready for like the most default play that is, play aggressive once you are in disadvantage. It cost us maybe a bit of just an experience from being a new roster. Maybe if in a few months we do not lose that and we close it out and we get the 3 points, but part of the game, so.
Of course, if you change players, you need some time to get used to that too. Last week against Virtus Pro didn't really go your way. Was that mainly due to their playstyle, or did you actually change up a few things after that game?
Like we were prepared for what they were going to do, but I think we kind of got shocked after the first 2 rounds. Like we were really confident for going towards the game. Thinking that it's going to be like a easy game, quote unquote, because like they are like a team that repeats whatever they do, like, and doesn't really change a lot, doesn't really adapt. But we kind of got caught off guard, especially with Fasty was like doing a lot of new plays and like finding a lot of good gaps for them. And I think it was more that like not being able to react back to the game. And at the end of the day, like we played with a bit of pressure as well. Like after these 3 rounds, that's what kind of got to us, and we weren't able to shook it off. And it's again part of the game, part of an experienced roster, and we learned from it.
All right, that's a good thing. Now with this overtime win, you're actually currently first in your group. That means that goal that you said in our first interview is coming closer.
Yeah, I told you guys. You shouldn't doubt us.
All right. But you have a day off tomorrow, though. Are you happy with that, or would you want it to have continue your momentum that you have right now?
I mean, I think it's, considering like how much time we had off, like I think, like if we had another day, like I think it would be good, but definitely like having a day off and, just watching what the other teams, what they do, and having just like some time to rest is like, it's always good and to prepare. So I'm happy with it, obviously, but if we didn't have a day off, it would be the same for us.
All right, okay, that sounds really good. Thank you so much for your time. Enjoy your evening, your day off tomorrow as well, and we hope to speak to you again very soon.
Thank you. See you soon.
See ya. A good interview. Made sense, obviously. You know, mentioning the game from last week didn't really go their way. They said they could have closed out this game as well. Do you feel like the same? They could have closed out, should have closed out potentially?
I think the way that Koi were playing, I don't think Koi played very well today. I think a good, a top tier UL team. Most of the teams in Group B, probably Wild and VP, would have beaten Koi in regulation today. So it definitely resonates with me what Savage is saying there. The fact that they got the 2 points they'll be happy with because it will just keep them rolling. They will more than likely be in the deciders phase. They will get the opportunity to compete to go to the major. It could have been better, but they got the win.
And it's really good that they understand what it is that went wrong in the regulation when they were in 5-on-3, that they can spot that they already struggled with basically playing against the most basic thing. Because when you're in 3-on-5 at a disadvantage, you have to get the refrags. And that's just exactly what Koi did. And Secret knew that without even having the debrief. They knew it immediately that they messed up and that it was on them that they didn't win those 3 points today, that they only got 2. So it's a good thing. I think also Upor had a bit of a struggle this game too, if we can see Upor starting to perform up to the level, because I expected more of him, and I think that we all know that he can be a much better player than he is showing right now. He needs to step up, and if he does that with a Team Secret that has more fragging power in combination with actually being a team that learns together and they're improving constantly. But they still have a really hard match coming up, right? So it's they're going up against Wild, if I'm not mistaken, in the last game. So it's a big story because Wild and Virtus Pro are also playing each other, which is next play day. So it's important games that are coming up for all of them. It's like they have this little internal trio on the top.
For sure, indeed. Very important points are in that top of that group. But also in the overtime round, I feel like Savage had a really, really clear signal to, hey, we got to overtime, but this round's mine.
Yeah, I've got a clip that I want to roll, and I want to highlight in both Savage and Grubby here. Now, Savage makes an excellent play. He's just got a kill from the vert in kitchen onto Jigsaw. Now, obviously he's playing the sledge, so he's got to do the vert roll. What he does, excuse me, what he does is he actually plays instinctively off the back of a nade. You see him pull a nade here out to try and clear the angle, sees the feet, pulls the nade. What he does, he drops straight away off the back of the nade to secure that kill. Crown actually survives the nade, Savage gets the kill and swings, and then he's ready for the swing. Now, Grubby, playing the floor has caused a lot of issues on this basement attack, alongside Savage giving the information. Sets Savage up for that triple kill. Savage walks in and gets the quad kill. Now, that's a quad kill, but 2 of those kills have just come instinctively, and then 1 of those kills has come off Grubby, who had his Iana banned away, still managed to maintain his 2 KD, set Savage up for that final kill with the droning on the Flores drone late into the round.
And that was the big difference between the 2 teams, I think. Even though I don't think Secret played a great game, they at least played like a team. And I think that so many times we saw Koi running around the map, but it just didn't seem to make sense, the stuff that they were trying to do. Being on the other side of the map, I mean, you were screaming your head out because the Ying is throwing Candelas, and we see that Warden is on the other side of the map, hiding in the closet, knocking for the monster. Yeah. Where are the monsters? It's just, you need to be better than this, Koi, and you need to communicate much better than that, because it looked messy, and it's sad to see.
You make it sound so simple sometimes, but that was your second matchup of the day. We're already halfway through our day, and our third one is supposed to be a banger for sure. It'll be the top 2 teams from Group B, G2 versus Wolf, after this quick break.
Secret finally push this game over the edge. They take the 2.
We know Group B is a tough group in Europe League Stage 2, but we have our number 1 and current number 2 taking it up against each other. G2 versus Wolves. And now for Wolves, I think the main question is, do they kind of live up to the hype that we have around them? They took down Eminem, who they previously lost to. Are they living up to your expectations, Fresh?
I think so. I think take us back 6 months and we were seeing Wolves that didn't win a game inside of EU League Stage 1. Coming into Stage 2, there was a lot of hype around them from scrims, from mid-season competitions. They go and swipe Eminem aside on their best map. So, to summarize it, yes, especially considering Mowgli, very poor game. 50 EPS last week. Wolves are living up to the hype, in my opinion.
It's the main thing we were concerned about, kind of, right? About how Mowgli would hold up if, for example, he doesn't have a good game and all the players around him can step up. But then, Fabian, you're at the Telestrator. You have a few things to show us about how Wolves attacked against Eminem?
Yeah, so the way that Wolves are playing and just the way that they have overwhelming force is what I want to showcase. So I've got 2 clips here from the game against Eminem. I mean, there's not much more to take from, right? But what I want to show you guys is something that I think G2 might actually struggle with. And this is from my own knowledge by having coached G2. This thing we struggled with the most was basically to understand the way our opponent wanted to play mid-game. And if Wolves does this to G2, I think G2 will be in a bit of a trouble. So let's start with the clips. And this one is a really, really strong rush. What we're seeing here is Thermite and Thatcher going for Snowmobile. They're going to breach the garage open, and at the same time as they do that. So what's happened here? Breach is open, we get an angle all the way from garage to cut off rotations. They cannot come back either from snowmobile stairs or come down blue. And at the same time, over here, you see 3 guys. There's a bucket, Dokaebi, and what they're doing with those 2 operators, there's another one that I don't remember. It doesn't matter. They call with the Dokaebi, they hear nobody's in West Main, and then they just buck the wall open and rush straight into the side. And what they've done here is they cut up all the rotations, and they're rushing 3 guys together. We're going to go back with that. And we're going to keep playing it. And you're going to see they're going to kill Nath on site. We're going to have a drop on the kitchen hatch. But none of this is really going to matter because they have the entire bomb site. The round is literally won. 2 minutes, 30 seconds left of the round, but it's already in Wolves' favor. And, well, it's not even a favor. The round is literally won. There's nothing that they can do to come back from this. And if we check the second clip, before we even start this, I want to highlight 2 players. We have 1 player over here rappelling on Library, and then 1 over on the balcony, office balcony. What these 2 players are doing are literally, they're just holding people stuck. We have a Grim that's going to fire all of his use utility straight into here and on the hatch. So what we're going to see is we're going to see tons of Grim utility on the top floor. And at the same time as this happens, if we start playing it, we're going to again see 2 players rushing. And they're coming in from Snowmobile, straight up onto the site, and they're just going to take gunfights. At the same time as we see this, Jan is going to jump here on Mud, but she's going to lose her health to Frostmat and will obviously get taken down. So even if they go into a man disadvantage here, they have the bomb site again, this time within 45 seconds, and they're just keeping on pushing with the momentum that they have. If the Yana kills the Frost Trap instead, and we don't have Bibo being run out on all the way from over in Trophy, this round is going to be looking completely different from Wolves' perspective, and they're going to be in complete control of it. If they keep doing this, they're in for a good show, and I think that G2 will struggle with it, because that's what we struggled with when I was there, understanding what their opponents were doing, and we didn't really adapt to it for the next time they were doing something similar.
I mean, you know, that rush of the main stairs is probably one of the most fun ones to do on Shelly, but indeed, Wolves spotting out those opportunities, that's something that G2 has to be worrying about for today.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's a big concern is, you know, we saw G2 being quite slow to adapt last week against Heroic. I think we put it down to, you know, G2 actually not winning in regulation because of how slow they were to adapt. So it's certainly a worry going into this game.
100%. I mean, something you talked about as well is the entries on the side of G2, right?
Yeah, G2 have been pushing really good entry numbers, and I think something that they need to capitalize on more if they want to get these rounds out in regular time so that they get all the points. Because I looked at the entry frags, and it was 18-9, which is an incredible number to have. But you shouldn't be winning a game in maximum overtime with those numbers. You should be winning it in regulation so that you get all those points. So if they need to, they should capitalize more on it, and they need to just push through, because I think they're doing really good. but they need to fire as a team, not just as individual rights, and that's what we've been seeing so far.
And that's what I'm going to pick up on here, because you've looked at the stats, I've looked at the stats. Virtue's rocking over a 2 KD. They've had big individual performances of G2 in terms of Virtue, in terms of Alamo, and in terms of Doki last week. And, you know, that, as much as they've got 5 points, and I'm not going to take that away from them, at some point that coherent team needs to happen. Uno's KD on their defense is 0.2. Benja's KD on their defense is 0.4. Some of these rounds and some of these games have been absolutely carried by individual performances. I'm not saying they're a bad team at all. Obviously, they're the current world champions. We know they can play as a team, and I want to see it from them, because going forwards, yes, it might carry you through a UL. They'll get to a deciders. But going forwards into tournaments, that's not going to consistently carry you through, you know, the whole phase 2 of a major and phase 3 of a major.
They can't just have individual players that fires on all these cylinders, because if I look at our performance at Invitationals, the only reason we won Invitationals is because 4 players were literally playing out of their mind. Like, we had 4 players that were on the best level that they've ever been. And now we have these guys popping up on 1 map each every single play day, and it will win you maps, it will win you best of ones, but it will never win you those big long-term tournaments, because you don't have everybody just popping up, oh, now it's my turn to pop off. Now it's my turn to pop off. Everybody needs to go all the same constantly, otherwise it's not consistent.
Well, both these teams attended the major last time around, and now the paths didn't cross during that major, but now they do here. I'm really curious what kind of map we'll have for our rundown today. Now, looking at the map and phase and how it played out, we'll be heading to Skyscraper, where Wolves start on attack. It's always a bit of a difficult side, I guess, for Skyscraper. How are we feeling about this?
Yeah, a little bit of a curious ban phase, I would call it, because I think Wolves have significantly improved their map bans, particularly with the new maps coming in. I know they banned both of them here. And the same with G2. We've effectively got both teams that have very, very large map pools. Now, I have over a long term Skyscraper being G2's #1 preference map, and Wolves have only just brought it basically into their pool. I've got it as long-term 6th preference. So from that kind of view, and the fact that Wolves are starting attack when you'd consider Skyscraper a defensive-sided map, and G2 good on the defense as well, I would say G2 have probably just about won that map ban first.
Oh no, they totally have. Because the way that G2 wants to play against Wolves, and the way that Wolves always have done map bans against G2, is that basically they just ban the same thing over and over for a while. And Skyscraper was always the one that was going to be left open in a best of 3. And it always is left open in a best of 3. And G2 wants it in best of 3s, now they get in a best of 1, so they're just as happy with that here. It's exactly what they wanted to happen.
Right, with the #1 and #2 in this current group, it's supposed to be a really good matchup. We'll be heading to Skyscraper with Fluke and Hap.
Thank you very much, Anne and the desk, and we are heading to the very tippy top of a fancy tall building to see who is better at fighting. G2? Oh, whoa.
Yeah, so Wolves, of course, they had their off game, so they still have...
I don't know if Hap is here, or maybe he's muted.
I was, but I muted myself on Discord.
Oh, well.
It had to happen at some point. I'm glad it took 3 days.
I have. It has taken 3 days. I mean, I have like a little warning thing on mine, so I know now.
Oh. Okay, and I don't know how to do that. So.
Well, it took me a lot of messing up myself. Anyway, did you have anything insightful? You said.
Yeah, I was actually speaking, so everybody else could hear, but you.
Oh right. Okay.
Yeah.
Just right.
So.
Well, you don't have to tell me what you said.
Well, I'm still going to tell you.
Okay, go for it.
I was going to say, Wolves, of course, had their off game. They played 1 game, they won it. G2 have already played 2, and now on to their 3rd. And if they win this game, they're basically looking really good to get that 1st seed, because all they need to do is just draw up or like get 6 rounds in their remaining match, and they find themselves in 1st seed. So for G2, there's a certain certainty on the line here. But for Wolves, they still have a lot of games to play. So even if they do go for a bit of a slip up here, even if this does go to overtime, I mean, they still have like 2 more games after this. So they are feeling pretty good about themselves as well.
It's also, if you're looking at the teams in that conundrum, it's the top 3 teams. Sort of at the start of the day in the group, you've got G2 and M&M. Are still yet to play. That is G2's final game after this. Wolves got their victory against M&M, and they were the 2 teams that were at the start of the stairs, as I said, sort of racing against each other with 1 clean win each. It's becoming spicier because BDS have been able to obviously take their win earlier on in the day, and it happened very, very strong. If G2 get points here, the sheer focus that they all have to then pay each other that are battling around that 3-point mark becomes terrifying. That becomes all-encompassing. It's not just that G2 have got themselves a bit clear of the game points-wise, but everybody else below them is like neck and neck punching each other in the face.
Yeah, for sure. It's going to be a really scrappy fight if G2 take a win here. I mean, I said it last week as well when the group played out the way it did. Like, everybody is basically somewhat even in the group. Everybody's still in contention. It's just that G2 has a little bit of extra out here. As Bibu almost finds a player from G2 rotating around. Just misses out on the opportunity. I believe if he was a second later with opening fire, he might have actually been able to get the kill out there.
It would have been an unfortunate start for G2, but sometimes those starts happen, and often to G2. They will see if they can lock down. Now, I know that they sort of said it, and it's a high preference map for G2. I still cite it as one of the turning points in their run in the sort of finals was Skyscraper, when you had, and then a slightly different roster, Blur, keeping it locked down across the side of Drum was a moment where suddenly this G2 team was like, okay, they're getting some good control against their opponents here. They're getting themselves in the contention to start winning the big title. They'll be able to kind of have that same mark here. Will their game be a little bit more guessed? P4's directly underneath. And obviously, as sneaky as you can be, they've loosed one grenade, but Doki's got the kill on them anyway. Before Uno can even get in place, another spray goes back towards him. Doki had bit his way down. Deadshot's on one side. Mowgli's on the window behind. He's cut, and he's stuck. But so are Wolves, because the timer is just a-ticking.
Doke is rotating out as well, so he actually made himself out of the predicament he was finding himself in, and now Wolves are clearing it out with a drone, realize there's no one down there anymore, and have the opportunity to continue on with their lives and continue on with the take, as a minute 20 is left on the clock, and they still need to do a lot on the actual side itself. So, breaching charge onto the wall, as one was left soft to impact Trick, the hard wall next to it. Things being tossed in. LMAO response for the C4 doesn't detonate it instantly. Mowgli kills himself with a grenade on the back of it though, as he probably bounced it the wrong way around. Shinko walks in, Virtue finds the trade, and a 4-on-2 is that's left after all that chaos.
Oh no! Deadshot. He's trying to get a handle. Bibu's offering some support onto Shrine, but Uno gets Deadshot and leaves just the man and the bees in surrounding his bees, and he's dropped out of there. The C4 to the grenade suicide. I mean, it's just instinct, right? It's a C4's there. You can't shoot it out because he's got that in hand, so he has to move away, but he's got to let go of the explosive. Uh-oh, I've thrown it at a wall. And that is just... all of that within a split second is a Shakespearean tragedy. Or a comedy, depending on which team you support.
I mean, there's two things that could happen there, right? Like either, and this is the most likely scenario, the C4 gets tossed, Mowgli gets spooked, walks to the side, and thus the grenade bounces in an unfortunate way and hits him.
Yep.
Or the more comedic version, Mowgli releases the grenade, the C4 gets tossed, they collide mid-air, and it bounces back. Now, only replays can tell us.
No, sure. I think if it was as funny as the second one would have been, I think the grenade would have got the kill a little bit earlier. He wouldn't have even been able to detonate the C4. Because the kill happened after the C4 got detonated.
Yeah, that's true.
He just took a step back to get away from the C4. And as I said, if he had his gun out, he could have shot that very easily. I mean, okay, very easily for them, not for a regular player. It's not that easy. But, I mean, what a way. What a way to open. From always getting a cheeky kill through a soft to that. Bibu. Let's see if they can get the quick zip. Obviously, played on the Grim on the previous round. They've got their opportunity here to maybe put some pressure in with the shotgun. They're getting some danger on towards Uno. He was touched in this position before. They just sort of made the statement spray there over the soft, but it would have got shot out anyway. So Uno still feels a little bit safe.
Drone coming in. It's in a nice little elevated area, so some good information being gathered as P4 is trying to sneak himself all the way through right below the sites. Now, once those drones start gathering information, those grenades are starting to come into play right there. So that's what they're trying to bank on, or potentially find a cheeky onto LMAO as he's playing on those back stairs. maybe you can find yourself on the right timing out there with the drones and find yourself aiming at him as he doesn't look, because now an execute seems to definitely be coming through.
Well, there it is. The quick zip over the top. Everybody's blind. BB's going to go for the plant and the chaos, but does not last very long. Virtue pops around the corner, gets the spray, and Deadshot is left sort of wondering what happened. The smoke works against him. He cannot get the cover for the player, and now the kit is entirely isolated. They have a lot of time. There's always the benefit of when a player like that goes wrong, but also they're in a tricky situation because they've still got to try and retake the pressure on towards Black Stairs. They got the shield down before things kicked off, so Mowgli can try and take this fight, but Alamau is going to be on the bad end of it. I was going to say ready for it, but then pushed in, maybe a little bit too eager. Mowgli burns the gate as P4 comes up behind, should get the execute, and there it is. The Deadshot and P4 getting one apiece as well. Suddenly they have a man advantage.
Yeah, I believe that the call might have come through there that Alamau was being pushed, and thus they look to, collapse, see if they can put some pressure down. But P4 now holding the back, actually spots the head of the Valkyrie, doesn't quite connect to it. Doki holding tight, knows that another swing will be coming through, misses his shot in his attempt, tries to go through the wall, again through the door. That's a misthrown C4 as it gets taken down by Shinka. So in the end, that roamer has been neutralized. 2 left on the side of G2, 4 on Wolves. Good opportunity here to still try and regain that diffuser and go for a plant.
Master gets the bite back. They're still holding onto the window. The blinds are going to come through. They're trying to force P4 out of position, and they've at least got themselves to the top of Black and ready for the fight, but they have to move together. The grenade comes over the top and just kept on going, but they went out against the Ying. The positioning there, Avenger gets one. They're tucked in such a dangerous place, caught out. With 13 seconds and a 1 versus 1, Uno, he's looking for the route out. They've got to pick the kid up and go for the plant. They're well aware of it. P4 has it. There's a ping on where they think...
He's lagging.
Oh, he's lagging! Oh, no! Oh, no!
He's lagging, yeah. I was looking at him as well, and I was like, there's something going wrong out there. Like, he was pressing F and something wasn't happening. Yeah, there you have it, lagging.
Oh, that's unlucky. It's something you never want to see, obviously, that late into the round. The round has gone to something that was just out of anyone's control. It's unfortunate. It's bitter.
Now, time would still run out, and he would still be on the plant. It's just the question then, would the time be there to go for that rotate and get the kill before the plant's completed, right? That's what we would be wondering right now. But that's so unfortunate because he wasn't really given an option at that point. Like he tried his best, and it's just sometimes, the internet is against you.
What is Doki doing?
He's just dancing, I guess. Not allowed to talk during these tech breaks. So this is his way of communicating to the crowd, I guess.
He's a fiend for inspiring socials.
Just, it ain't a good game until the social team also has something they can use.
Nice playing with this monitor.
He's remeasuring it, just making sure everything is proper. Where's our measuring tape? Come on. Pull that out. Either way, it's unfortunate. Probably like during the tech break now where we're trying to figure out, or Wolves rather is trying to figure out what the issue is. Is it the restart of a router necessary? Is there something else going on? You definitely don't hope that's the case. Just hope that a quick restart is going to be enough, but it's hard to tell.
We just gotta wait.
That's it, we gotta wait.
Gotta wait. Like anybody else. We'll hopefully be back in soon. Obviously, as you said, it's one of those issues that, luckily we're not plagued with too much from these teams in EUL, but you never know. I remember a play day, was it last split, where about half of the league couldn't play because one major
certain provider
went down, and we had some tragic reorganizing that had to happen very last minute.
Yeah, I mean, that's the nature of online, right? Like, everybody's on different providers. If one fails, then that could just impact a player or multiple players, depending on where you are, of course. I believe a full rehost is being called. So, just waiting until everybody's back into the server. And then we can get going again. But 2-0 currently for G2. And that last round, that seemed like it could have gone to Wolves, Emmy. If it wasn't for everything in the end, kind of like Benja and, you know, the lag coming through in the end, that kind of threw it all apart for them.
I mean, entirely. I think that's the sort of thing is it's very risky in a 1 versus 1 if anything happens, because you'll never have, if a problem occurs to either player, it'll never be more weighted, obviously, than if it's a 1 versus 1. But at the same time, you know, they had, I don't know what the ping was. Maybe a player saying plant here, and they assume whereas panicked just before, and they had the cover of the 2 solid walls. The one thing that I think might have swung that into Uno's favor is what we saw last from Uno was a rotate towards drum. So if P4 had planted there, Uno would have just had to swing the drum door and got the shot onto him. So, yeah, if he had planted karaoke, he might have been able to get closer to get it off. But that wall, I think, Uno would have been able to have the round based. But that's just, you know, that's just us filling time.
It is. It's just us, like, going about what if. But I believe everybody's back in. And we're underway again. Round 3 is going to be happening. Barbecue Kitchen, as we call it. Phil, come on.
Yeah,
Yeah. Oh, I thought you were going to, Phil, like, respond to it. Premier side of them all. There we go.
Okay. I mean, yes. I can let you have that sometimes.
No, that's fine. I was looking to make it, you know, it's
I was hungry and then I had a Lunchable.
A Lunchable? You
have those in Dutchland?
What is a Lunchable?
I guess not.
What is it? But maybe we
like
just call it different.
It's like a little snack pack.
So I guess not. It's
like a little pack of snacks.
See, we just grab a boterham met kaas or anything else, you know. Yeah.
Of course you do.
Now for lunch we eat bread. For breakfast, a lot of people eat bread as well.
People love
hot
bread.
Meals are reserved for dinner.
Right.
Most of
What
the time.
people also love is this. Uno. You get spotted? Did you not get spotted?
Don't think he did.
Yeah,
oh, yeah, definitely
spotted.
did.
He got spotted. He got spotted. He's gonna.
They can't hit him.
Oh! How did he slip away? No! Please don't let him escape. He escapes.
He escaped.
He escapes. 3 of them went for that close down. They pre-fired the angle. I mean, he escapes.
He walked through 2 shots. Like, he somehow managed to slip through 2 of them. And now they're wondering, where did he go? He definitely escaped there with his life. Took a little bit of damage, but that's something he's willing to live with at that point. Summons are popping off, though, and that means that the wall inside of the bathroom is being opened up. It's going to give a long line of sight into barbecue. Limited top take actually coming down from Wolves. No one really there except for Mowgli. Usually we do see a heavy top push coming in, especially around, of course, Geisha, which you need to take for that hatch, but it seems like they're not really that interested in it.
Mowgli putting the pressure over here, trying to still catch the loose thread and threat of Uno. Was able to escape himself. They have the drones in the eyes inside. Deadshot's still got some thievery he can do here, and it allows Mowgli to move in a little. There was a mute jammer on the opposite end, but he's not quite as interested in that. The slow creep round as they just wait for a call. The 2 players holding on to the vertical, to the angle, as the, again, very slow movement of pressure on the back end upstairs. But look at this, Shinka gets the smokes coverage, gets himself tucked in and goes for the plant. Benja's trying to see the angle, but they've already slipped through Benja.
And everybody's up on the top right now from G2. It's going to be a double kill coming out from Wolves before Benj is able to respond, but everybody's outside the building already. Fuser has been planted. That needs to be recovered now. That's a heck death nat there that is going to be blinding Benja just temporarily, but look at where that's planted. Long angles around as well that can be held from the bathroom, and it's only up to him now. He goes for a jump out, and that means it's basically over as he gets shut down by the pistol from Bieber right after, and Wolves to pick up a round.
I mean, it was very clever play there from Wolves. From what was like almost a failed take on the first player, where they had 3 of them getting into position, but they just missed the moment on the first fight, and because of that, he sort of had the warning that all the pressure was coming. To that close down at the end, where they didn't activate until all the players were in a position to steal it and they'd stolen things. I mean, it's definitely making up for the mistakes previously, and it gets them that round 2-1. We'll find ourselves swinging background. That started it all.
All right. Now, this side is used to be like the secondary side, but it's seemingly to be chosen more and more by teams. Of course, there is multiple different ways to play this. Usually what we see now is what we see exactly here, is that the exterior wall has one reinforced, the other one has holes in the bottom of it to make it easier to impact trick any heart breach that goes out there. But the key to the attack is also relatively simple, because as soon as you open up these walls, as soon as you have these long lines of sight through, you open up the window from the little samurai hallway, you open up the VIP wall, suddenly there's so many angles that the defenders cannot really move anymore, or someone's going to be seeing them. And that's how we usually see very quick attacks succeed, where if they have all those angles, it's just the defenders that are moving so much under the pressure that's being set up that they're just walking right into the crossfire. So see if that's the plan that Wolves is going for, if they have a different approach planned.
Quick breaks onto the top. House stairs. Getting some control again of their sort of loose rotation. We think about the positioning there that maybe cost them with the C4 incident. B4 is in that position holding the grenade and loses it much quicker. They're back on the drone. They don't want to fall for the same step, the same mistake as before.
So spotting out one player out there at least. And unaware of the fact that he has been spotted. Grenades now being tossed his direction, but Alamar will find Shinka as a diffuser drop before will respond, however. And Wolves, they find themselves in VIP and the house stairs, but a run out comes through, and that's going to mean that one side has been cleaned up as Doki swings up to Mowgli.
They get at least one of them in the fray. Alamau is gone, but again, this tricky situation of having to try and force yourself into a site where they are isolated. Virtue and Doki had the lockdown either way, and it's sort of the bad back edge to that. If you go for that full swing pressure, if you go for that full swing take and you lose 1 or 2 options, those players that do get a breakthrough, those players that do get themselves into an aggressive position are pretty much surrounded. They have such little wiggle room where they can go in and out because the motion's been called. And at least the results like that. 3-1, G2, they keep themselves going. It's Sky, you do expect the defenders to get themselves a good advantage. A 4-2 split isn't the most uncommon, so we might find this fight happening, if not on this round. And this goes into G2's favor, then on the back down towards Barbecue.
And as we get going again, a quick plant attempt was made, that failed, so is Wolves gonna back off from that? I assume they will. This time we'll have a camera down below in the bedroom, so it's gonna be helping potential detection where the push is coming from. I'm quite sure, it might be for, like, I'm wondering, I'm trying to figure out why you would place it there if there's nobody playing there. We might still see someone go that way to roam. But it could also be to know if someone is downstairs with a grenade operator, just so you know to get out of the area out there. Of course, that's just me guessing.
It's all you can do.
It's all I can do.
All you can do. Uno was sprayed through against that position last time, and he expected it this time. This time, didn't quite have the same catch, and, well, they had to pull away. They were reactive to the reaction, and luckily for them, didn't get caught out. Shinka popped a single bullet, and then care of it. Mowgli sees the vertical angle. You're looking at 4 grenades currently underneath the site itself. The spray through Alamau. I'm not sure if he was fully aware. There was a yellow ping, so he had some reactivity. The first grenade smashes just under the single wall. I think that's to allow... Yeah, you can hear the Selma popping off that was pre-placed. Mute jammer caught out.
Wanted to get that piece of utility. Second grenade to be used towards the main stairs. Going to be removing some of the utility out there. Virtue, in the meantime, is on the cams, trying to figure out if someone is pushing in from the restaurant area. So RC Reterrors are starting to come through. That definitely might be bringing some trouble. It's going to be taken down quickly there, so nothing really to worry about. It is going to be giving away some information, though, to the side of Wolves that they can maybe act upon. But Alamau, with that shotgun onto the back stairs, is turning his back at the wrong time here as P4 smashes the barbed wire. He's going to be aware of the fact that he might be pushed from the back. But look at that Mowgli on the long angles watching it as well. They were hoping to bait him out to go for a swing.
There it is, the burn through, pops the shotgun, doesn't connect, but the grenade does with the follow-up there from Mowgli and the gun, and they're using that almost as a 3-2-1 go. They get the pick on for Virtue as well. He tried his best to hold them off and to stop them moving in. He knew they wanted to be fluid behind that first pressure and push, and well, it forces them into a suddenly very tricky situation. Uno's waiting for a rappel to come up, but with 50 seconds, Wolves, they're utilizing this time to drone, to send that Iana gadget through first. P4 with the slow creep isn't quite slow enough. Oki had the catch onto the player. They keep control of the black stairs, but the swinging has happened onto Karaoke window. Benja picks up Mowgli, though. Gets that stop down. The Wolves players are once again getting themselves a little bit rebuffed on this final push.
He'd be repelled in. He has that diffuser, has the opportunity to go for a plan, but as soon as he puts this down, all alarm bells should be going off. They should be aware of what's going on right now. And I'm wondering, no, Doki gets taken out. No C4 coming through. It's only up to Uno now. He gets the first. Will he get the second? No, Beeble shuts him down, and Wolves, they find themselves with a second round on the board as well. Oh, that Claymore.
I mean, a sneaky Claymore. Gets it locked in, gets one back, and it's back and forth here. Wolves, I loved the explosion up the stairs behind that grenade. I loved the motion of it. And then the confidence to try and pick the fight in the following and just sort of say, we've got an advantage. Let's push. Let's pressure the top of the site. It gets them that second round. And I said a 4-2 split isn't the worst in the world. It might be decided on this third site. The third site is the double down. The third site here.
A 4-2 split is definitely something that is very workable for both these teams. But as Wolves is going to be able to get a third round out here, G2, they might be in a bit of trouble for the remainder of this match. Not that it's, game ending. It's not like a 6-0 health that we've seen before. It's very hard to come back from, but it's just that extra bit of room that they have. You basically start from zero with just a single health to play at that point. Or the defense is slightly favored overall. And you just start thinking about it, like the double grenade, Elamau shooting his shot with a shotgun but not doing a single point of damage. Like somehow all those pellets missed. Very unfortunate to him. And then as the retake happens, because player on the main stairs didn't actually realize someone repelled in. I thought that would have been heard, but apparently not. And suddenly it comes as a surprise that the plant's going down.
Wolves can get themselves a 3-3 split here. Wow, that makes things quite spicy for our second half. And to be fair, with how G2's games have gone, they've got a really good control in the first half. That is art. Three Claymores. All decorating the bottom there. And I guess when they added the extra Claymores, you may as well just throw them in,
Why not, right? It's like... Gotta be really sure that there's nobody jumping out from that window and staying alive at the end of it. As Wolves still all outside, having every window prepared with a Claymore, so they're definitely certain no one's gonna try and go for a jump out, or otherwise they're gonna pick up another Claymore kill. Wow, with the shield, wondering where he's going.
Why. They're like, we got one. Let's try and get another 3. Alamau, again, he's leaning aggressively onto these stairs. You have to sort of have that pressure, and he's about to meet something that he can't quite pressure off. Hello, Monty. There's a smoke canister. There is that way of forcing it, and sprays over the top, hoping someone was ready on the shoulder to offer it, but now he knows his time and utility is limited. If he can't get a bite before this has happened, it's only really a matter of time before he has to be forced out of position. As soon as that last smoke canister goes, what can he do against that Monty and against 2 players on one side of him?
Oh, that's it. It's like it's 2 players on one side, 2 on the other. Alamau is really stuck in a wool sandwich right here, and he really needs the support of Virtue and everyone else that he can get. Nade is coming out. Also, the wasted ADS. It's Alamau trying to push through, but he gets taken out. It's a double kill to come through from Mowgli as he opens up the side in his own.
Twice he's done that on the top of Black Stairs. Just got that first take and moved on behind it to try and get the momentum onto the second. And twice it's Alamau and Virtue that have suffered. And now with a Monty creeping their way, and he can just turn his back to this and try and get the plant. At first, he's going to ping it and sort of say, well, I've got one watching the crossfight over there, but with no impacts, it has to come down to Doki on a C4 if they want any chance of stopping this. That, unfortunately, is not in a position to get the catch. They have to try and force the gunfight. They lose out at the top of Black Stairs. The Monty, you assume, will redeploy. There it is in the corner. And this is as close to impossible as it really gets. Although there's 2 players, what they're up against here is not only guns and a post plant with kind of full control around the site, but this Bibu in a corner with a shield deployed, pinging every step Uno takes.
Just a sentinel down there, right? Like, if you're in a 1vx and there's a Monty on the board, they will know where you're coming from. It's going to be a hot bangs right on top of you. Your chance of winning is going to be really small, and thus, Wolves, they even out the half with a 3-3 now being pushed over towards the defense themselves. They have to show that they can do better than G2, and if they manage to take this in regulation, they will take the lead of the group at the end of today. So there is that on the line. Whoever wins this in regulation is going to be the group leader.
Spicy day. And when we talk about G2 being able to maybe take the breakaway, I mean, if they fall here with the 3 points, excuse me.
You okay?
Sorry, I just choked on air.
Yeah, Bobby, that happens, I guess.
It does.
I haven't had it happen to me yet, personally, but...
I don't even know what. It's so warm.
It is very warm.
The air is thick. These houses that we have aren't built to... They're built to conserve heat, and that sucks in a heat wave. Let me tell you. But the point that I was sort of making there is there's suddenly this fight for not only the first place, but remembering that all that talk of if G2 win this, and they've only got 1 game left, they're in a great spot. If G2 lose this, they've only got 1 left, and Wolves have an extra. They are suddenly in a very risky spot for that guaranteed place.
Well, that's definitely it. So again, a lot on the line here. And G2 onto their attacks. They need to go off with a flying start. Liking to see that Sense is on the board. They are just bringing that unique ability in the light screens. It's kind of functions like a smoke, but it's also completely different. But you can just lock off entire hallways like that quite effectively. Whereas a single impact grenade would stop that from happening. But I think I want to combine this with Alamau, of course.
Sense wall rolls through, but the Kiba barricade instantly deployed. P4 gets themselves sucked in, revealed on a drone, but it stops the first push behind it. Loki has to go in for the fight and just pushes and takes it. He's now on the other side. They didn't have the diffuser with them, but there might still be the threat of do they. Mowgli's going to go for a fight underneath and just tears through. No, it was Bibu even. Mowgli got Benja, but Benja got Mowgli in a sort of trade out, and Bibu was the one who gets the carrot on the opposite side. Caught on a drone and a reveal. Has to pick up and rotate round. Virtue's picked up the kit in the meantime with Deadshot watching on drum. Virtue's just going to roll it through. Deadshot gets the take. Uno gone. The sense wall goes up. Alamau's watching to see if they rotate round, and there it is, but they win it out. Can't quite have the reactivity of Bibu. The minute 10, another roll of that. They know that Warden's on the board. They know that they can see through the game. They have to take the fight, and they win it out. Just Bibu left in now in a 1 versus 1. Just Doki left. He opened the round with a spray. Bibu bit back underneath, 55 seconds. He's going to hold onto the plant. He should be able to pop it off at this point, but they can use this time to get close. In fact, no, it's Virtue left. My mistake.
What a shot.
Virtue's all that's needed.
Did they have a ping? That's what I'm wondering, because it gets off, instantly pre-fires. And no, not even a ping, so there must have been the sound cue or anything like that that he responded on so quickly after the plant. So accurately as well. So G2, they retake the lead with their first attack. It was a great opening from Doki running through onto the back stairs, but it kind of got messy after that. You saw a couple of plant attempts that got aborted by Virtue every single time like shots were being fired. It feels like they could have gone that plan down way early, but at least they still have that round in the end.
It could have gone down way early, but remember how it sort of started was obviously the keeper barricade stopping that instant movement. It took Doki throwing himself in to take the fight as the Ashe with the confidence that you need of an entry, the confidence that you need of somebody who, on the side of statistics, that was said by Fabian at the start of this game, they're huge on it. It's about 18 to 4 or 5 is their success rate there. And, you know, that as the sort of benefit. If that fight goes away from them, then suddenly there's a lot of pressure on the rest of the round. A full change-up of operators and takes here. They've gone from what was a plan A to a plan B. Where do they think they can make the connection?
All right. Let's see. As that's one on the board. Many more still to be gained. Electrified walls, so that means they cannot instantly open up. They do have to impact EMPs, but their range is significantly shorter. We'll still hit it though, as it was of course a bandit battery and not anything else. Kate is banned, meaning you only have to hit the floor, nothing else. Doki pushing through from Geisha. It's going to be sidelining right to a long angle, but the castle barricade is going to be stopping him from doing so. It'd be quite dangerous actually hitting that, because someone could be prone all the way on the other side, shooting at your feet if you decide to start punching it. Very extended hold actually. The mirror windows out there with the castle barricades all around Geisha and T.
Yeah, a sort of full stretch. Gotta reload. An eyes and what can else be seen around, and Doki with the slow crouch. He wants to fight against Shinka underneath. They're hoping it's the angle. Shinka seems to know and just sprays off. He's waiting for the movement to come back round. And at the same time, they've moved all the way up towards mirror, and they've just blown the mirror window open. At this point, they were hoping for the catch, but what's revealed to player? That's a sneaky camera.
Richard just holding a man, but he's just delayed on the trigger, and P4 manages to rotate out. Now they do have a camo and they do know exactly where he is, and E1D is going to be stopping him from moving any further, so they hope to actually be able to reply on the back of that. Stokie now pushing in as well. They're aware of the player inside the drum, but the shield gets taken out by Bibu, and instantly the head follows right after. So that's the entry kill. 1 minute left on the clock.
I mean, he killed so quick, it spun the camera around as well. P4 gets the next, and a minute left. The 3 versus 5. They've suffered here on trying to just break through onto drum. As I said, it becomes this choke point. You can see they're actually retaking the top of Shrine as well. They've lost the mirror window there once upon a time, but now with the man advantage, they're confident to step in and make things awkward. There it is. Mowgli gets one. Uno gets at least one back. And now with only Alamau left, he finds the breakdancing Bibu, who's already done more than enough damage this round. They looked like they wanted to fight for a second there, but Mowgli, rightfully so, pulls back. That being Keybird, doesn't really have the time, has to run his route. There's somebody behind Dragon. He just sees a sliver on. It's easy enough for Mowgli to pick up. Back and forth.
I wouldn't be surprised if this goes all the way to 15 rounds before we decide which of these two teams is going to be the winner. Run 4-4 right now. First floor is going to be next up, Barbecue and Kitchen. And again, top floor will be quite important, at least usually, because when Wolves attacked this successfully the last time around, they actually went for a straight-on push into the side, go for the plant, didn't even bother about that top floor. So it's definitely possible to just take the bathroom, just open up the wall onto Barbecue and just, you know, try and get the plant like that. To require some control horizontally, making sure no one is around in the restaurant area. But Wolves made it work. What kind of take is G2 gonna go for, though? Different teams, different ideals, different approaches.
G2. Snappy moments, snappy attacks that led to a little bit of a standstill, and they are that team that was often cited as being the ones that around their run at SI developed the take of prodding and probing a defense for a weak spot and then trying their best to actualize upon it, trying their best to then break it across. That's become what is cited as the way to attack in this game at this point. There, as you said, it felt like they couldn't quite get their way broken across. The defense put together a quick double break, a quick setup. Nuno holding on to a position that he often played on the other side of in the previous rounds.
It's going to be a closure from all the way down below. Drone is not going to be able to pass through anymore, I believe, from Uno. Actually, might have just actually fit through at the very bottom of it. Do have that little bit of information to go through. The Bravo drone hacked one PC utility, but nothing more than that. Quickly shut down afterwards. Now 2 minutes are left on the clock, and G2 are left with basically limited information. Still not really focusing that much onto that top floor. Alamau's out there. I believe there is Doki as well on the opposite side of things, but everybody else seems to be trying to find a weakness in the hole, the Wolves, and see if they can utilize it. Benja as well, hoping for someone to just rotate. Hoping for someone to just take a bit of a gander. Take a look even at that. Does Nefnet get spotted? Is that going to explode like this? That's the big question, because Doki wants to follow up on the back of it. He shot it. Works as well.
It's been taken. Alamau holding on and pressures towards the window as Doki suffers as he tries to take a step into the building. It's Bibu still eagle-eyed watching the cross, but as Uno gets Mowgli, that space becomes a little bit thinner. How long can they stay in that position? Well, to be honest, how many options does he have to get out of there? He falls slightly further back as the smoke covers some motion, but Deadshot sprays through on a premonition and now is haunted by the ghost of virtue. Doki's round the corner to get some spiritual revenge. Bibu still in that power position in the corner is making things tricky. Now he is the only one left. If he could get a kill before he gets dropped, that could be a big surprise factor. Are they aware of Bibu playing on top? They will be soon, because you still need that vertical control. However, 40 seconds is the time when mistakes might start to happen. The spray comes back against them. They have a hefty man advantage here. They have to see if they can try and do this as cleanly as possible. He was dropped at least. He realizes he wants to fight with a teammate on his shoulder, but Benja might have different ideas. Ooh, they know that they're roughly around that corner. There's a bit of motion, but the cover's from Bibu.
Oh, B4 jumps over and finds another kill as well. And now it's a 2-on-2 situation. There's another ping to come through. Doki drops. It's only left to Uno now. And a 1v2, 9 seconds left on the clock. This is looking very unlikely for him. He needs to make a push happen, but look at that. The keeper barrier is going to be holding him back. He needs to go for a jump, but the time will be running out. And Wolves, they take the lead. By just a single round, but it's the lead nonetheless.
It's rough, isn't it? You can sort of see the pieces spinning. And as I said, as soon as you have Bibu in that position, you know that G2 need to keep an eye on that and get some clearance on it, which they were trying to do. The timing of when Bibu must have got out of there, based on when he sort of fired those shots and said, yep, I'm up here, slipped his way down. They just got a bit blinkered. It got a bit chaotic in the late round. And this is why they actually brought in Uno, to solve the problems like this they used to have. That late game, late round calling, to give just a clear voice, a clear sort of picture of how to do that final take. And unfortunately here, hasn't quite worked out. Wolves pull slightly ahead, and G2 obviously take their time out.
Need to have a little chat, but the chat is over now. It's time to continue. Round 10. Again, we have been trading rounds pretty much the entire way through. G2 now hoping to return that favor, put themselves back up to 5. We'll head back towards the karaoke NT room. Now, we did see some explosiveness that worked out for G2, whilst, for example, taking the back stairs. We might need to see more of that at points, because when they start stalling, when they start, you know, like worrying about what's on the other side of things, which is the right thing to do, by the way, usually you have to deal with utility and players on the other side. That gives Wolves the opportunity to just find the replies necessary to shut G2 down. Whenever we see them just go for it, shortly said, they're just picking up these kills that, you know, should have been prevented by the utility on the door. So maybe we need to see a bit more aggression. Or maybe we need to see the Monty to be played out by G2 and see if they can shepherd out these players properly.
I mean, it worked, obviously, on the sort of change of the take of Wolves when they were wanting to rebuff that aggression, rebuff those angles. Some of these takes haven't quite been able to filter their way, and if in doubt, fall to the man that can be a walking wall, that can really get the lead in. Now, Uno's obviously getting some peeks and peers around. He's not full deployed, just so he can have a little bit of an angle round, but still safe enough. Where will they try and find their first strike here? They're looking to root out from underneath, bounce the grenades. They just want the precise calls in the location. There's the sort of break. Hit the walls, make some go of it, force the motion that Benja can maybe catch them on the back of. Deadshot has some eyes and ideas. Uno's under a lot of pressure. The impact, and Mowgli gets Doki. In the meantime, they're going for the rebuild. Has to pull back because of the goo mines. Mowgli takes a lot of damage from underneath and the rest of it. As the Monty hops back in, Deadshot not entirely alone. We can see the Kiba barricades, but those impacts utilized. There's an impact from underneath. Benja gets the cover, gets P4, and look at this. Uno is just really forcing them, bullying the player back.
So back to site you go. Already enough damage is done to my team. We'll take it from here. As he's decided to control some drops are coming through from Wolves as well, just making sure to have people downstairs able to play it vertically as well. And maybe even go for a flank later on. Now, Alamau, he's afraid of a potential jump out. He's just waiting on for now, of course, already on that rappel. So has the opportunity to quickly transition into that by looking through the window, putting some pressure onto that instead. As Uno is prepping his drone, I'm not sure if he's setting it up. He's going up top, he's scouting out. So those two players have gone unspotted on the bottom floor. Trying to gold? Assume that's going to be his plan.
I mean, that's what they're sort of angling up to. Their eyes onto gold. They're getting that breached open. You've got Alamau watching the cross and the rotation there, potentially up the side, but with the players inside and with one underneath, makes things a little bit dicey. And as I said, this late round, this moment, is when G2 need to pick things up. Uno went for something tricky, but almost suffered himself. It's Shinka with the spray over the top, though. Gets rid of Uno, gets rid of the Monty that was causing so much problem. And here, 15 seconds, they've got to just try and send it. They send the first. There's the response. It's suddenly a 1 versus 2. Alamau's all that's left. He's peering up some stairs that Deadshot knows about. And once again, the late round has bit G2. That final 10 steps into the site seems like it stretches a million miles.
I mean, it gets quite difficult to take it at that point as well, right? Like, the thing about it there is, like, okay, we're next to the site, but there's so many angles we need to cover off right now. Alamau's on that window, but the one wall he can use to support his teammate there has been reinforced off. Of course, as Sophie, you don't really have anything you can open that up with. If it was a soft one, it would have been an easy impact. You would have shot at it. But he was basically almost useless in the position he was in. If he pushed up the back stairs a bit earlier, they might have been able to play on the back of each other. And, you know, Uno, at that moment, going prone to shoot through the drone hole. I mean, he was right with the idea that there was someone right behind it, but he took so much damage in the process there. And I think, like, as soon as he walked into gold, they should have just instantly swung on the door as well to stop anybody from trying to stop it. It's just some slight mistakes. People going in one by one, not having the cover on each other to stop the player from Wolves that's going aggressive. Because Wolves, they spot an opportunity, they take it. They see a player is out there alone, take the fight. Like, the Monty is alone in gold, unextended. What are you going to do? You're going to wait until it extends or wait until it plants with the shield runs back? No, you take the fight instantly. And that worked out for them. Because there was no cover ready.
6-4, Wolves. You've guaranteed yourself a point here in a sort of must-guarantee game. Can G2 take something back? They're pulling things back from the precipice. It's a situation. I mean, they've put other teams in before, but this time, the first goes away from the Mowgli, tears the head off of Uno. Still stuck in a stunned silence. There's not a response. There's not an instant rebuttal.
It's a very painful way to lose your ace, though, by just a swing from Mowgli the way it happened. Luckily, LML is also playing the Hard Breach, which means they can open up everything that they need to open up. That didn't quite succeed due to the electrification on the back of it, so the mirror window will stay closed. As barricades at least get opened up. Grenade to be bounced on the back of it, but Shinka already found himself in a bit of a safe angle where he doesn't really have to worry about grenades that much. And you see it on the staircase as well, utilizing the little gap underneath the castle barricade to see if they can find just that one G2 player overstaying their welcome a bit. But the amount of grenades that get tossed in, I believe everything almost but one has gone through. Nothing has found the player.
A minute 20, all that's left of G2's chances in this game, unless they can try and push this over. They've got to see if they can force out this position. A power one played before in the first attempt at that. Over the top, Deadshot's gone, but Mowgli just steps in to fill the gap. It's such a narrow line, but that's the second time he's threaded it. The swing round goes against them, but P4 has the cover. It's a 2 versus 3. Bibu is down. Virtue on this side, you assume they're not going to be able to get the player up, which will bring it back to the 2 versus 2. He couldn't quite keep him up. Alamau, though, doesn't want to be baited into the fight, and there it is, the take. 40 seconds. Shinka replaces the C4 underneath, waits for the call, hopes that they just step in, thinking it's a little bit of a laid trap. P4 doesn't have a lot of health here. The flashes come out. How aware are they of the player underneath? Alamau's looking for the fight, looking for the engagement. There's pings on the C4. It's gone. They're going to see if they can maybe hop up and over around, go for the 2 versus 1 onto P4. They're around the back of him, and he's caught out entirely unaware. Shinka in the do-or-die clutch situation. He gets the first, he gets the second, and Wolves take all 3.
G2 almost managed to draw that round to their own hands, but Wolves just enough in that last round, just able to get this with a 7-4 victory. And I said it, like a 3-3 is a very good split for Wolves. It's very problematic for G2. Is they going to manage to win one more round after that? Well, Wolves, a very deserved 3 points with that, leading their groups. And they still have the most games to play out of anybody left.
It is a rough day for G2 here, and the pressure is on. So we'll throw it to a desk with a man who probably has a lot to say about that game after this quick break.
Eliminate all of the terrorists. Hostiles remaining. Nice. 4 neutralized. Mission successful. Enemies remaining.
coup.
Eliminate the terrorists. The enemies remaining. Eliminate all of the terrorists. Three hostiles remaining.
Okay.
Op 4 eliminated.
Took a beautiful clutch from Shinka to close out that game in a 7-4 Wolves take down G2. And we have our winners on the line. We are joined by Bibu. Bonsoir, Bibu. You must be feeling very good after this game.
Bonsoir. Yes, of course. Winning against G2. We knew it will be a great game, and it has been. So, yeah, very happy to take the 3 points and the victory.
All right, sounds good. Why Skyscraper, though? Because Skyscraper isn't necessarily your highest preference map, but it's a really good map for G2.
I mean, because we like the map, we didn't want to go on the other maps. They banned our best map. We banned one of their best map too. And also, I think we had the question around like consulate and stuff like that, you know. But it's new map. We knew that we were more confident on Skyscraper and like more default maps. So, like I said, we knew it would be a great match, hard match. So we just prefer to go on something we knew at 100%, you know.
Understandable. A great match it was for sure. Are you happy with the way you played today? You did close it out in regulation.
Yeah, we are very happy. A bit slow at the beginning, but they play well. We had the little issue with P4 on this 1v1. So yeah, it's a bit frustrating, but at the same time, to be honest, I don't think it impacted us too much because, you know, the round was kind of really close. I don't really know if we could have won it, but like we said, we never know. But it's not like something that throw up around totally. So it was okay. We just reset mentally and go back on the other attacks. We prepare some stuff and it worked well. So we were very confident on the 3-3 half, and after we just play our defense and perfect.
Yeah, 3-3 half on Skyscraper attack is really good. You're now first in your group, and you're playing Heroic tomorrow. How are you feeling about that?
I mean, I'm feeling good to be first because, like I said, last stage was not the same. But I mean, Eric had like the little change, so we don't know. But I think if they did it, it's because they're better with Anarchic. So just we'll prepare our match. Our staff was already working on it during the weekend. So yeah, just prepare our match, not underestimate anyone, like I said every time, and yeah, be ready and play as good as we play on the first match.
Indeed, very important to not underestimate someone. Anything you want to say to the fans to close it off?
Thank you for the support. Thank you for everything, for every message or everything like you are doing, because you are the Rainbow Six Siege. We are trying to animate it, but if you are not watching and supporting us, there is nothing. So thank you to Wolves for the support, like every time, every day. We love them, and yeah, thank you for your interviews. Thank you for the cast, for the analyst desk, and good luck for the last match.
Those are some very sweet words. Thank you so much for your time. Enjoy the rest of your evening, and we hope to get to speak to you again soon.
Thank you. Bye.
Bye. So very sweet words at the end there towards Wolves, towards the community. Always good to hear that.
Yeah,
right?
and towards us. and towards us. That's the one we were liking the most, really.
It's the only one that matters to me, really.
He was always BB was always very nice in the interviews. Rise always was very nice to us in the interviews. You know, we can take more of this praise, players, if you're listening. But you know, we're going to give it back as well. We're going to give it back as well because Wolves were genuinely excellent today. We've been, you know, you asked me before the whole thing started, and are they living up to the hype? They lived up to it last week by taking M&M to one of their best maps, beating them on it. They took G2 to one of their best maps and beat them on it as well. I think this Wolves train, you know, it's departing. It's heading all the way to the Major 6 Invitational. They'll be there. Very, very good from them. The one thing that I liked was their attacks, particularly onto Skyscraper. I don't think they countered too hard, because I think it's very hard when you got back-to-back play days to counter. I think they played very, you know, default, but their top black takes, particularly for the karaoke T attacks, that worked at least twice, maybe even 3 times, obviously with that unfortunate disconnect, really set them up. G2 have had an 82% win rate on defense on Skyscraper. Wolves got a 3-3 split on their attacks, so they beat that, you know, law of averages there. And then once Wolves got onto their defense, G2 just had no answers. They had no solution. They had no team play. And Wolves just saw it out, as you would expect on Skyscraper defense.
It's with BB as well. I've always wondered why he always have these big games against G2. It's been since I played for G2, and he just keeps having them and really showing up. Mowgli had a much better performance today as well in comparison to the last play day. And it just shows how good of an overall team that they are. Because I genuinely believe when Bibo said in the interview that they wanted to play Skyscraper, I actually think that they baited G2 into it. Because G2 has it as one of their absolute highest preferences, and Wolves had a bit lower down. They know they can always get it. I said before the game, this is exactly what G2 wanted. But maybe I was wrong. Maybe it's exactly what Wolves wanted, and they showed why today.
Indeed, for sure. I mean, we've run through our day so far really, really quickly. We have one more matchup, though, ready for you just in a bit. After our break, we will be back with the last match of Group A, which will be Virtus.pro taking on Into the Breach.
Take all 3!
final matchup of the day. Virtus Pro, who ended last stage as the winners of said stage, against Into the Breach, who were at the very bottom of that scoreboard. Should be a very dominant game, you'd say, but Into the Breach, they showed us last time around. They are an actual team that can win more than 4 rounds.
Yep, they're the only team, I think, in EUL history to ever win a game. The same game twice, obviously, you know. They won last week up against Wild, then the round was replayed. They won it again and managed to get an overtime victory. So, you know, things are going to be feeling good for them.
It is going to feel good for them. And what I look to see from Into the Breach right now is just the consistency of this. Because you can win your first game in EUL against Wild, which is a great team, but they took you to their permaban. And why did they do that? They took them to the permaban because they know that ITB was not as much of a challenge as other teams would be. And they wanted to show off that we are the big dogs.
Yeah.
ITB just beat them down, said, no, we're not having that. We're not going to be humiliated that much. So even if they lose today against Virtus Pro, I don't really care if they do it, but it's how they do it. Can we see a continuation of that show that they provided us last play day or not?
I mean, you can pull a strat a lot against them, but at some point it's going to be enough. Like, you take enough, drag from other teams, really. But then, if they did beat that team on their permaban, what is, like, an appropriate expectation for them? Or are we still unsure where to put Into the Breach?
I'd stay still unsure. It's very hard, but it's not that unsure that I would say fully. It's still, I'd put them towards the lower parts of the group. And I think that today is their showing is, will they change my mind? And I think, will they change a lot of other people's mind?
But then they have a really difficult matchup today, right? Against Virtus Pro. They're playing this whole different meta, kinda, but they are consistent.
Yeah, that's the one thing, you know, I talk at length, and I'm going to keep talking about it, the Virtus Pro paradox, in that I really do think that the style of Siege Virtus Pro plays is maybe a little bit too safe, maybe isn't in the current meta, and maybe does get found out internationally. However, the one thing that Virtus Pro do provide is consistency. And there are so many teams in EUL that are looking for any form of consistency. That's a big issue for a lot of teams. Virtus Pro have that consistency. It's just consistency in a different meta and a different style, which does make them, I guess, consistently good.
They're consistently good in Europe.
Yeah.
But internationally, they seem to struggle a bit. And I mean, we heard in their last interview that they are trying to change up things super, well, I wouldn't say super slowly, but that's my definition of it. They said they're changing up things slowly. But in my mind, they need to be a bit faster with this to catch up on these better teams, because you can sit here and win EUL and come first. But that game against G2 at that point, both of the teams were already qualified. Did they really care too much? Knowing G2, sure, we wanted to win, but we didn't really care that much. So they need to perform internationally. Eventually that will come.
But then do you feel like Virtus Pro is really changing? Because when we asked Joystick, he didn't really want to give away too much of that.
The thing is we've been seeing slight adaptations. You know, we've been seeing slight luck plays from Virtus Pro. We've been seeing some operator changes. We see a little bit of Brava here. We see a little bit of Dokkaebi there. We see them trying, but if you look at generally the main operators played, you're going to see basically no new operators. We talk about, you know, on defense, what are the power operators? There's Army, Solis, Fenrir. Look at the mains. Echo, Jaeger, Castle, Smoke, Aruni. Like, they don't really change too much, but they're starting to. I think Patrick playing Dokkaebi is about the extent of it so far.
You actually stole my point exactly. I was going to say we saw a little bit of Patrick running around on the first floor of Bank quite alone, and that's not something we've usually seen from a Virtus Pro team, or even a Russian team at all for that matter. So they are doing some different stuff.
Now, to set the storyline for this game, last time around these two teams were in the same group. Virtus Pro won, obviously, as ITB didn't really manage to win any games, but it was an overtime game. So with Into the Breach looking a little bit better than they did last time around, there is a potential that they can take them down today, but I do wonder what map we'll have for that showdown today. So look at our map and phase. The final remaining map is we'll go to Clubhouse once again, and Virtus Pro start on defense. Fabian, you have your head in your hands. Are you all right?
I don't know why you would pick Clubhouse against Virtus Pro, or even allow it to go that far, but I might get my own word.
I've got theories that I don't think ITB have a deep enough map pool to basically ban away Clubhouse. It's very, very obvious that you should, you know, never take this team to Clubhouse. It's such a good map for them. Now, ITB, when they were TT9, they did get to overtime. They had some exciting strategies. I remember them seeing trying to Omara patches and try and play a little bit of a different Clubhouse to try and throw VP off. But it was one of my worries about ITB coming into this whole stage was, especially the map changes, they didn't have a map pool in the first place to sustain challenges against some teams. So, can they do that? They've ended up on Clubhouse. it certainly seems from the bans that you would favour VP, because VP is certainly never going to try and play a permaban in an EUL game. They'll just permaban the permabans and play their good maps.
I think you two could talk about this game for ages, but very shortly, predictions for this game for you two?
I don't think Virtus Pro will underestimate ITB at all after the last performance. Virtus Pro is going to win 7-2.
I'm going to go 7-5 for Virtus Pro. I think Virtus Pro will win, but I'm excited to see ITB after they got a win. And I do think ITB's passiveness can play a part in this map.
All right, can Virtus Pro continue that momentum, or are ITB able to secure the victory today? We will see on our fourth map of the day, Clubhouse and Fluke and Hap.
Yes, it is. Thank you very much. We're back here onto Clubhouse. We're back here onto Clubhouse with these two teams. Who will take it? Well, you have a pretty good idea at home. What do you think, Hap?
I have to agree. I mean, the VP roster, we've known them to be a very, very more than capable Clubhouse team. However, the last time ITB almost managed to get a win, that wasn't like last week when they actually did win, but, you know, stage 1, they played 8-7 against Virtus Pro. So maybe they have something up their sleeves they're going to be able to pull out here in what seems to be Virtus Pro territory.
I mean, this is also the sort of thing that was highlighted there by Fabian, is how much of a game was being put forward last time by Virtus Pro, how much of a game is going to be delivered by them this time round. ITB have grown as a team since we last saw them on these engagements and this last split. They were able to pull a win the previous playday. Maybe they'll make it a surprise second, because to be fair, who they took it off was the team that was once upon a time unbeaten throughout all of this. This could be a great opportunity for them to really ruffle the feathers and shake up what has been quite a chaotic day across these groups of winners and losers.
Yeah, definitely has been chaotic. Some upsets here and there as well. Zazami is getting banned. Same bans we see from Virtus Pro compared to the last time these two teams met here on Clubhouse. ITB's bans have changed though. Now again, last time they met was stage 1. Different roster, we have to say, so not completely the same. But it was also Clubhouse. It was a 3-3 split twice, and then 3 rounds won in overtime on the defense, which went to Virtus Pro in the end. So let's see how close that will be right now, or if the improved ITB is going to be able to actually take the game away from them.
Starts up as we find ourselves with Virtus Pro leading on the defense. And, you know, if you're unaware of how these guys play this map, well is an understatement. They are an exceptional Clubhouse team. At points have been considered the best Clubhouse team in the world of Siege. Some combination of these players. They have a big grandstand with a very long history. They can read off of it of teams that they have beat on this map, including their current opponents. Hey, Siege's game of surprises. Siege's game of growth, and it's been a long time, a long off season. Whether they have a thin or a thick map pool doesn't really change the fact where if they can make it very strong on their limited count, in a best of 1, it's still a best of 1.
It is, and something we also have to keep track of is, of course, the new operators that joined the lineup ever since. Fenrir, I think, is the most impactful one we've had so far, and we've seen great use of the AFNATs today, where basically you prevent them from doubling up on you. We saw it here on Clubhouse, where a player was in the bathroom and one on the main entrance, but due to the FNAT on the main entrance, the player on the bar could not be taken down by a double swing. So let's see how that plays in and which team can deal better with the wolf-like operator.
Awoo.
Awoo. They did just win, so that's
we were late for the awoos.
That's very true. I had to not come down early to grab a drink because my girlfriend was watching and she's a Wolves fan and I didn't want to spoil the game.
Biggest Wolves fan there is, but that's the previous game, and this one is, well, a game where they've already been pushed back. Now, you can do this hold on the ground floor, all 5 players, keeping some awareness and letting the opponents do this. Spend 30 to 40 seconds clearing out the top floor, slowly and steadily making sure that you're not going to get fell upon. There's the mute jammer. The free cam is not letting anything slide.
Everything gets seen now. There's no more hiding. especially like Valkyrie cameras. That's what I like most about the well, they will see them now because she's banned, but the free cam opportunity. Kanto very close to spotting a head out there. Oh, that's a head spotted now. It's gonna go for double dips. Definitely tries to, but Pasha rotated off. He's not wanting to go for double dips.
I think that's it. Pasha realized he didn't get the opportunity either, but he knows that in that situation you don't want to try and play that angle as the response and that awkward positioning here. Kendrew burns their route through. Looks for the option on the back end. It's taken them a fair bit to clear, and you look at what still needs to be done here. And that includes, obviously, maybe some hatch control. Obviously, you know, Dan's here.
Oh.
Very trippy, but they can only see what you would regularly be able to see, regardless of the Aether that we can see here. It's very cool, though. As Kendrew, we can get the true taste of the Oryx. Pasha finds one. Joystick gets the cover. Kendrew swings into the Oryx, who gets them as well. Azza stuck in the blind and a flawless.
Is that a great way to start off your game against Virtus.pro? A great way to start off your game as Virtus.pro, though, as they managed to basically pick that one up without any trouble. It's a bit of a desynchronized push, it almost looked like. Because everybody's just taking gunfights, and it seemed like the site wasn't under that much pressure. The initial clear over the top floors, though, that went really well. They managed to clear that very quickly. It's just afterwards, ITB not really able to put that same pace or accuracy or whatever you want to call it into taking down those ground floor, basement floors. But it's still early on, and nothing to be worried about. As VP is going to be 2 gym and bedroom, top floor, leaving CCTV bar as their territory. See the mirror again coming out as well. We saw it on Koi's side as well, how just a few pixels was enough to basically decide the rounds behind the mirror window. But Pasha, I believe, is going to be setting that up near Cash as well to help preserve CC control just a little bit more.
Now, it was a good bait on time. They dropped quite quickly down towards the basement, and as I said, you know, it should have been about a 40-second clear with the way the mute jammers were played and with the sort of caution that was being paid by ITB towards the approach. They lost out on a lot of time there and really had a lot to pay in the end. Here, obviously, there's not as much, there were too many times, it's the heat. There's not as much space that needs to be as fervently locked down. You don't have to get the full clear underneath. You can get some idea. And the Solace is going to make things trickier, though. Dan is going to be as active and problematic as possible. Watch the drones coming towards him and find the right time to either slip up or down. There is a very good idea of what is watching them.
Moving up through the garage. Trying to time this right with Yonko, who's looking to open up the wall, but has to go above the Mew jammer, most likely with the exothermic. It's going to be creating a bit of an awkward angle, but still going to be vaultable, and going to be pressure onto the side of VP. Joystick putting up his discs just to make sure there's no double nades coming in towards him, as Cash is going to be opened up sooner rather than later. The Monty going in is definitely going to be trouble, as I believe Noah just jumped down in time to get the kill to Joystick right before he fell into safety.
2 bodies down, but the trade out is Kanto, the player who's often been huge for some of ITB's play previously, getting the ace in the very first game and doing a lot of the damage in the second. So, down to the rest of them. Try and move on behind Kendrew, get some swings onto that multi-shield as well. You've still got some big guns up against you. You've still got what is remembering a soft floor. If Dan goes for the rotate with the impact, potentially plays the Solace underneath the late time, and the soft under the plant can define this round. It's happened on this site before, and he's still a loose cannon that they're still trying to find.
Seeing one drone out there as well, realize the player just went off, but the thing is, if the Monty manages to push through and they manage to clear out that top floor, they might actually be fully aware of the fact that there's a Solace on the board. I'm not sure if they've spotted Dan already, because if they have, they can just plant on the bed as soon as they manage to take the final 2 players that are actually on the site. Perhaps C4 into Logi out there. Definitely try and bait the Monty to go for that push. He's already passed. Gonna find Noah though with the C4, so still someone at least.
Here's the pressure, and here's the response. Shepard around the side of the mirror window now. He can see through that, whether we can or can't. And, well, Dan, he bites up round. Doesn't even need to get the final one. Virtus.pro, they had that lockdown. They had that solid back line, and for all the explosive entrance over towards the top of red, ITB just could not get that roll to continue going across the top floor.
It started off great indeed when I managed to take CC and Cash under control.
Yeah, totally.
It's just, you know, VP, they're very experienced players. They're a very experienced roster, and well, they probably knew exactly where the push was going to be coming from. That C4 was a great example of it. Just finding one, and after that, you just retake the ground quickly and basically catch ITB off guard. No one was there to protect the flanks, protect the back. Eventually got them. And thus, VP now leading 2-0. And going on to CCTV. Now, I'm just wondering, Emmy, you have seen the Brainbow 6 questions, right? I've found a name for the Fenrir ability, which is the F now, of course, which I like way more than the way we call it. It's a tiny weeny death machine.
Tiny weeny death machine-y, surely.
Yeah, sorry, machine-y, yes, sorry. Tiny weeny death machine-y.
The tiny weeny death machine-y. If any of us start using that call, do you know who would be the most angry at us?
It would be
Parker. I think
That's
even
worth it. Surely
if
is.
he's not listening to this stream right now, he just shuddered and said that
he just felt it. Felt it in his
casters
very
are up
presence.
to no good by calling it the tiny weeny death machine. If anyone wants to use that, feel free. I won't.
It's a bit of a mouthful.
It's a bit of a mouthful. Andrew gets the read through. Sorry, onto the site, and the Monty is ready to try and roll in. They want to try and strong arm it. However many times we said it's a multi-step process. It's a multi-step process. Describing the multi-step process. The first has been done. The bulletproof on the back end will just give an idea of when the pressure's coming through. They have the option to maybe try and take that out if Kanto wants to fire across, but always a Noah fire across each other's faces, removing them. The Capitao is going to see if they can break their way out, and Kanto's cut through. Gets the kill onto Shepard as Kendrew's bullying the smoke at the top of red. He's sort of driven himself inside. I'm not really sure why he's in that position or how he suddenly got there, because there is nobody to support him.
You're saying he was bullying the smoke. It was the other way around. Push was bullying him as he got up that close. Now, smokes are being deployed by the Capitao. Azar is looking to potentially find a way inside, but the diffuser not currently in hand. It's been dropped on the balcony. They need to pick it up first. So he's done that now. Kanto looking to get away in from construction, but they're not giving him any space. As Pasha takes down Azar, it's only up to him now. Taken out early in the last round. Needs to clutch it now to impact. Stowe will find his way. Will shut it down for a third round and a complete rotation for Virtus Pro. Right in the chest.
Ow.
That's a concussion for sure.
Now, obviously, we only arrive at the chaos. It's like that community gif where Troy walks in and everything's on fire. You know, he's got the pizzas.
Yeah.
This series of events to have Kendrew 1 versus 1ing the smoke in close quarters there. Obviously, there was a trade that happened just before. So whether there was motion behind him, but he was truly alone in that top red position. I'm trying to think back to if there was anything else that was going on there, but
I can only think of a single operator that's worse to 1v1 as a Monty.
No, no, there isn't.
Well, Oryx can bash you over.
Yeah, Oryx can do that, but the smoke can just sort of throw it down and then run around a bit. The Oryx would be.
Yeah, you don't want to 1v1 the Oryx either.
However, we've seen Oryxes run past Monty's before.
Yeah, but that's what you do if you use the Remedash too early. So you gotta hug him first and then you Remedash. There's no way to dodge that.
But it's even tougher to mess up a smoke, I think.
Not for sure.
Because you can just throw it at them or at the floor at your own feet and be like, no,
you throw
keep
it far
away,
and you
keep
throw
away.
it close, and then he's stuck in between. So
yeah. Okay. 3 rounds, a perfect rotation here from Virtus.pro on their defense. Let's see if they can make it any more. Kanto gets the quick entrance over the top of Red. Just keeps on going via CC. Now, they didn't get a body on their clear here. They weren't able to get their clear done quite quick. They have an idea of Joystick's presence. Fire of the suppression comes around the corner. Joystick gets the drone. He's checking Logi hatch is closed before he goes for the rotate round, and Kante's on the other side. Noah actually suffers in the fight against Joystick in the end. He wants to slip his way down, but he's being caught from all sides. He somehow, oh no!
It was a 4.
There was 4 players hunting them, and good. It's the right decision because A, they get the kill, but B, the positions of those players mean that they now know a lot is clear a lot quicker than they did last time.
No, for sure. Well played by ITB there, but it is comedic how it took 4 people, and the last one is there to pick him up just in time. But you remove Joystick, that's great. That's the mute of the board, and now you have top floor control. Still need to work on that first floor, though. Drones are still going about. In the meantime, though, soft floor destruction has already started by Azur. A minute 20 on the clock, and you need to open up those hatches as well in the meantime. That's going to be that big ask. I mean, if you look over to the right-hand side of the screen, there is plenty of utility to do so. You have the Hibana, you have the Ace, you have the Heartbreach gadgets on side of Noah, so they shouldn't really struggle if it wasn't for these Kate charges. So EMPs will have to go off first, which just slows down the entire process just a little bit more.
You see stock hatch get popped open on the side, even without the audio. Trust me, it's been done, and here comes next bit of silent siege, doubling down with the EMPs to make sure that gets popped. I think Kairos came a little bit late, but should
that took a long time.
Still be good. I'm assuming that was also a kitchen that we heard explode as well.
The openings have been made. Now they need to try and force their advantage a little bit. Always takes a lot of damage. Opening onto the triple wall is looking to be made. Indeed, time is not really working out for them. Always is going to go for the impact trick. I'm not sure if he succeeded at it. I believe it's still opening up, so he's got to dig in deep. And the player in the main stairs will be able to pick him up. And now it's a 3-on-3. 10 seconds left. Afnats will be blinding ITB. The 2 players left. The Fuser needs to be picked up. Azur needs to go for a plant as the time is about to be running out. Dan, he needs to find a kill that stops this round from happening. Fighting at the last very millisecond.
No. Oh no.
The emotions on Dan's face tell it all. Just another day at the office.
I would be screaming, crying.
I'd be jumping right now. So let's go.
Play. I mean, that is just. They had to mad dash. They, you sort of look at the time. It's a 4 versus 3 or whatever it was, or 5 versus 4. There's 30 seconds left in the round. And
yeah,
here,
had to go.
Look how close, how close. 0.9. Just when the timer went to 0. I mean...
Man, I said he just needs to find a one person. And he found him. And that's just very painful for the side of ITB because that would have been their round. They did everything they needed to. They opened up the wall. They managed to get them... First of all, they cleared the roamer up top very effectively. Beautifully as well. 4 people set up just to make sure success was there. Then they opened everything they needed to open up. Maybe they took a little bit too long there. We mentioned it. Time was really of the essence as they started opening up the triple wall. That moment, there was 20 seconds left on the clock. Can they start planting? And when that one player is unaccounted for, what options do you have? Either you plant behind the black box, or you plant behind the bar, or behind the bomb chassis. I think that's the 3 safest spots in that order as well for an unknown player out there. And they chose the wrong one. Maybe that was due to time. I don't know. Kanto and Dan in another fight, and it goes Dan's way. Clutches the round and instantly takes down Kanto, becoming a problem inside Strip.
I'm still sort of thinking about the last round, I'll be honest. There it is, tricked out, they lose. That exothermic. The wall will stay solid, and Shepard is happy to sit around, recollect a slightly faulty wire. He's got that fixed, and he'll move away. And he pulled that off even with that window open. I'm not sure if they did that just after, or they didn't have somebody watching it, but... And it's a bit of a blow. And again, if If you're unaware, you can still see through those mirror windows, even if they are blacked out on our side. The players can fine. They have the angle there, and potentially Selma's going to hit onto that back wall if they start trying to put pressure towards it.
It's the best way to open it up. Use an ace, use a thermite. There's no way Bennett can trick both. He can choose one, but then instantly he's going to be in a bit of a bad situation. Of course, he couldn't do that on the previous wall, as there was just a single one he needed to trick at that point. I believe, as all EMPs have been used right now, and Joystick will find Kendrew, this bathroom wall will stay electrified. And that's... Oh, no, why do you go for the peak there? A great pre-fire from Noah. And that removes the bathroom players. Suddenly opens up some opportunities for ITB here.
Yeah, I mean, they went for the peak. The bathroom player's been replaced. They still have the man advantage. They also still have a solace underneath. Dan is ready, waiting, and willing for whatever comes their way with 2 impacts against the soft floor. Now, Azza does get the end of Joystick. The flashes come through, so Pasha just sort of tucks and ducks, but doesn't survive as they take over. 40 seconds, and neither of the 2 remaining players on side the site does get the drop on the one watching on the window.
Oh,
Dan
no, the
looks
timing.
so way at the worst time, but they don't know that he's there potentially, so he still has something to work with. They're going for the plant on the one bit of concrete on the far end. There's the reveal. The impacts are going to come out, and, well, they're going to have to go for the swing. The reveal of the player inside the bathroom. Dan's coming up the back stairs. They're going to have to try and isolate one of these fights, and Logistics might be the first, but no, the hop out has come round, and Dan does a lot of damage to Noah. Calls that the player has moved off. So now Always is going to try and swing onto Logistics. It's almost a chain here, and whoever wins this first engagement, which is Always, gets the lead in, but Noah wins his right back. A 1 versus 1. There's Noah for the next. And they may have been robbed of the round before, but this time they steal one back.
Well played there by ITB in the end, even though there were numbers behind, able to get themselves back on the board. Taking that bathroom was crucial there. Getting the plant in the one safe space, also crucial, because it basically eliminates the Solace out of the picture, needing to go for that retake afterwards. As a result, they got their first round on the board on the attack. Now, if they manage to find a second, there's still going to be a good opportunity for a pretty good half. I mean, it's not going to be the 3-3 they had in the previous stage. Definitely gives for opportunity to see it go all the way to overtime again. A quick rehouse for those of you that haven't seen. Player needs to rejoin, so we'll take some time. Hearing some noise in the background, but I'm not quite sure if it's joining or leaving.
We will never know. Oh, I mean, I think we'll find out soon enough.
Yeah.
No, I mean, 1 round. And to be honest, after the round before, it's good that they got 1, because they did deserve that round. 1 position, 1 huge clutch, which is, you can't take away from, is fantastic for the team that pulled it off. It is still a clutch. There is still sort of that karmic balance of, well, they should have probably had it. So they have that lifeline still. However, there's no denying that for the first half of this, it has very much been the Virtus Pro show. They've had a good cruise control on the action.
Yeah, they've definitely been showing supreme throughout this game. Not pressure too much, unless for the last 2 rounds, really. And now they've 1 more left before they swap sides. So, of course, they're going to be looking to find that success there. Just waiting until everybody's back in, and then we can get going again. And then we'll see. Also, Wolves currently, together with Virtus Pro, the only team that's unbeaten across both the groups. So if Virtus Pro take a victory here, they continue that as well. Both 2-0, and I believe that was both teams that didn't play on the first day. So first day by buff? Is that what we're going for?
I guess so. They had time. They had extra time to rest.
To watch everybody else?
To watch everybody. I assume they were just sleeping. Esports players hibernate. And then they emerge when it's time to esports.
Then they go back to sleep until the next day of esports.
And then they rest until esports. So That's my understanding. I could be wrong.
You could definitely be right. I mean, I haven't never seen a pro player in the wild except for on lands.
I have only ever seen pro players playing pro. never
amateur.
I've never gone somewhere and bumped into, a player at like the zoo.
Never meet him at the Sunday League, do you? It's like
you never see him. Could they do it on a rainy Thursday night in Stoke? That's a very British joke. Somewhere Tim is nodding, but
probably at home.
4-1, probably. Maybe hibernating. 4-1. 10 seconds. It shows how delirious. This is what a heat wave does to people. 4-1 Virtus Pro. They have a really good lead on in this game. They have an opportunity to make it 5-1 on the turn of the half. If ITB can get another round back into their favor, then maybe there'll be a little bit more of a slog and a battle back and forth as there was the last time these two teams met. But one of the things that we need to start seeing is Kendrew and potentially Kanto, or Kanto and potentially Kendrew even, wrong way around, of who I think we need to get into the game, getting into the game. As I said at the start of this, Kanto has been huge, and he was almost removed, as I was saying this, early on from a peak, whereas every single Virtus Pro player has been able to have some good performances. You've got Pasha 5-2, down 5-1, and then pretty much everyone else is still positive. It's just that split here of needing everybody to get into the mix, get into the model of things, regardless of the ops and the roles that they're playing.
As the Twitch drone is coming into play, it's going to be hunting some utility, surely. Think of the goo mines, think of the AFNats, not the Death Machinies. Those mostly. Maybe some magnets as well, just to make it a bit easy. What was he doing with the juggle there? I'm not quite sure. That's going to be information. Are you going to go for a swing? You're still a player out on the rafter, so I'm not sure if you want to truly commit yourself to the grenade. Oh, yes, that might hit. All in one.
Perfectly played. We heard a bit of the ADSs, or the Wamidis even get caught and burned there, and just that play across the top. It's sort of two birds and one stone. Now the Fenrir gadgets that were activated before their death will stay activated, but they cannot be moved around. And obviously you get rid of the player in what is a little bit of a crux and a swing position. It will free up underneath. With this wall open, they're now going to maybe look to isolating. Yep, the rafters player. Joystick's taking a lot of damage. Slips their way through there.
So stuck.
Yes, it's such a delicate route.
So stuck.
Again, the timing there. They know exactly where he is as well. Kanto just wants to drift into a position he can find the fight, but Azar actually takes the kill.
And that's the tricky part of CCTV. They're like, it is such a defined step-by-step plan on how to take control of it. ITB are executing that perfectly right now. 2 clean kills. Wall opened up, garage in their hands. All they need to do now is start pushing towards the side and see if they can get that diffuser down. Now, you saw Noah was getting shot at. Yonk, in the meantime, is getting that plant ready. I believe that might be on the breach as Kanto has gone down, and no one's there to reply to it. It's only up to Dan now in a 1v5 clutch situation. He will find it first. Still many more to find, and 40 seconds and counting for him to try and go for a defuse, but by the way it's been planted, it's going to be very difficult for him to get it.
I mean, he expected the fight there and said they had it underneath. That was a brilliant round from ITB. Really a bit of return to force and form there in the dying sort of throws. And, from how that one round went away from them, you're suddenly thinking, well, it could have been a 3-3 split here. We could be looking at a much more balanced game. And how the game opened up, those first 3 rounds, never have really believed it. So they've been able to find a fire. Can they try and push it here on their defense? Virtus Pro,
Attackers need to locate
they're angling and hoping to try and get themselves that perfect record, that matched pace with Wolves in the opposite group, and leapfrog Wild into first place.
Now, Dan is bringing Ram here, and I already see one use of this. Kitchen hallway. Done. Just send it down there, down the staircase. Easily open everything up.
Yeah, it's genius because you think of, we've been on this map before and seen 2 C4 kills happen on that exact stretch of land. Where if you have a ram, you can't do that anymore. You can also lob a couple in from kitchen door as well. You cut across. It's a little bit more awkward because of the shape of things, but hey, you can maybe turn it. You've got the mute jammer to take care of the window. I didn't mean turn the camera.
Oh, Yonka has been locked into the kitchen with a soft hatch. They've barricaded the door from outside, so it looks like no one's inside. And he's hit himself into a corner. Surely a drone comes through, sees it's soft, and they're just going to use the butt from the window.
Jammer. So this is it. There's the mute jammer, but this mute jammer can be got from the window, so I'm... like that.
Okay, yeah. Go on, Shepard.
So now you go, well, why is that mute jammer there? What's going on? Nothing on the roof.
Oh, it's soft.
Look, there's a player in the corner of the room.
The plan didn't see him now.
The plan is... I'm going to describe this as the plan has failed. Unless they get a kill out of this. And they still might. Because we know what happens in Siege, where sometimes even if you're holding all the cards...
And this is literally pretend you didn't see him and go for a kill.
I think they're going to go above and shoot down. Look at the position of always. There it is. Yeah. The buck has gone fishing. They have someone watching on the window as well. They're shooting through. Yonka is breakdancing for their life. The hatch gets open and they're out of there. They survived, sure. And they wasted a lot of time. But I'm still a little confused.
There you go. There goes a boogie. Oh, it's not properly placed. It's got a crash.
Oh, no. Oh, pass it through the soft, and Dan gets the pickup. Joystick takes a lot of damage. They've been able to get some kills on the back of it. There's the continued grinding up of the floor itself. As we said, the corridor's great, and the kitchen floor is also pretty good. There's not really anywhere else you could use it if you're attacking directly onto the site, apart from other top floors to clear, but they've already done that. Got a couple of kills out of it. Now, this is when we saw ITB slow down a bit and have to force the pressure of time. So with this two-body advantage, Virtus Pro, how quick can you start trying to get the pressure onto the site and the plant?
And the amount that has been opened up, if you need to do that with a sledge or a buck, you're just working for basically the entire round to get that to the level that's currently opened up. There's so many vertical angles now to play with, but they still need to find themselves into the side. And Dan, he's going to be leading the charge, as we can see all the way through Dirt Tunnel, and Cedar is going to be a barricade on the other end. And, well, they have to take care of that first. Shepard on the overside on the actual kitchen hatch needs to be careful because there might be players in there. A feet gets spotted, but a kill doesn't quite get connected.
Yonka, I mean, they've escaped a difficult situation before, but that one was a little bit too difficult. 18 seconds of 4 versus 2, and they get caught out on the final swing. Noah, with a double, is able to suddenly bring this into maybe possibility. Always takes a bit of damage. Dan's trying to find a place to plant, but they're inside the Fenris. They've got to wait for that to clear. Shepard's holding a dance in the angle. Always is on the other one. Kendra above! Kendra above! Gets the double, gets the pick, gets the round!
That came out of nowhere. Where did he rotate up? Or was he still out there this entire time?
I'm trying to think back. I don't remember the last time I saw him this round.
Because there was a player in blue. What's that? No, that was Noah. So, again, I don't know when I saw him last as well. It must have been blue stairs, or he was upstairs the entire time. That's the only two options we have.
It must have been upstairs the entire time. I mean, because we saw the buck in logistics. Because I guess we don't know the clear that they did on the red side of the map and the garage side of the map. Maybe it's just... Medics just asked if he was maybe sleeping. And then woke up. I mean, there is a bed.
Okay.
No, they didn't say maybe slip, and it's not Medics, it's Red Like, who then clarified, laughing, no, I meant strip.
So it might have been chilling and strip, and then...
Might have been chilling and strip.
Just came out.
Yeah, I guess that's the possibility, because you have to look at the furthest wings in that. I guess that's the Yonka maneuver. There was so much focus directly in on that position. As I said, the buck got above. We had a player inside gym as well. There was a kill that happened across the front of bar that was being shot at from the windows. They had some bar presence as well, because I think that was around main entrance.
But I'm glad that also Red Like didn't see, because that means that it went under everybody's radar, not just ours.
Not just ours. I'm sorry I confused you for Medics, Red Like.
Twitch drone on its way. to hunt some utility. First breaches are happening as well to the CC wall. It's going to be putting down some pressure, make sure that you know, players out there are not going to be feeling as inclined to go and rotate through that window, especially if you're sending a bit of an attack through highway. Oh, joystick just went off at the worst timing ever there. 2 people rotating back out as he steps back from the motorcycle. But they know they're downstairs now, so there's only one other way up.
2 minutes still left, and they've been able to get this quick pressure onto CC. It's been removed, as you said. Although they didn't get the kill onto the rotate, it's still a good bit of pace. Getting that final foot over the line. It's almost the biggest cost that we've seen across multiple games today, is that final 20 seconds, that final 30 seconds of a round. So maybe it's not down to how quick you get on the start. Azure is prepped and ready to play a game against this wall, and might maybe get a roll through. Obviously, no mute jammers would be able to get that Flores. There is players that are watching and keeping a bit of an eye, but always is the read through. There's not an active bandit zip he can go through here, but he can get the Fenrir mines.
It's going to be big, though, because those Fenrir FNATs, they have been proven troublesome for attackers, especially in like the last 10-20 seconds of an execute to come through. So taking that one down at least is opening up an extra opportunity as Junker is looking to go aggressive. Finds himself back into the bathroom now after dealing a little bit of damage towards Dan. More drones are coming out. It's not quite the Twitch drone to take care of a mirror window, as they're aware that the desk is going to be free. Grenades are being bounced around. They need to find a kill, and then dust zone to Kendrew.
First falls into VP's favor, but it's only fooled with 30 seconds left. So they've got to try and get the last swing round. A big explosion doesn't net the kill, but Noah swings in, and Pasha just swings right back. Joystick on the door. Dan ready to go for the hop on the window, potentially. Another C4 pops, but a little bit too early. The second VP player that enters entirely blinded out. The grenade was to force the motion. The player rotates around. That one does down Shepard, and he was the man with the kit. So suddenly, 10 seconds of 2 versus 1. They got to see if they can either find the kit, get it planted, or get the player itself. It is just the watch here, the cover, the swing round. He's able to win out the first. He goes for the second. It's a post-plant round, and Azza gets the clutch on a quad kill.
ITB again managed to get away with a round that seemingly should have been Virtus Pros. 4-4. Equalized the scoreline here, and where it seemed like in the very first few rounds VP was running away with the game, we're finding ourselves at even numbers now. A tactical timeout will be called from VP. They need some time to talk because the initial round phase goes great. The startup, the preparation work, then it's time for execute, and it just goes wrong. It falls apart. It just doesn't work as it's supposed to anymore.
So there was a point in this game, right? There was a point a while ago where I, to be honest, felt a little bit bad for ITB that one attack didn't quite work. I no longer feel bad for them based on how they've taken a couple of these end rounds. It's huge plays. Do not get me wrong. When I'm talking about these rounds and it being like big, you can only have that feeling when a player on one side pulls off something outstanding. And the 4K clutch there in that situation, outstanding. The motions to avoid detection and pull the defuse killer, outstanding. But also the amount of end rounds in this game that have been pure insanity.
It's like half of it.
It's like
it's like 4 rounds so far.
From what has been, I'm not going to say an entirely tame day of Siege, but there's been some long games, some slightly shorter games. A lot of them have been quite standards of the pace. And this has just been, hey, you want to see me do a crazy round? You want to see,
you want to see me do it again?
See me do it again?
Again?
4 apiece, and you really wouldn't have thought it's been 4 rounds since we've seen Virtus Pro take a round at this point. Will they have some success after the timeout?
We're going to see Burning Bees, followed up by a Monty.
Burning Bees.
Onto the mezzanines, for if you're wondering. Player out there, of course, they need to get rid of him. So what better way than Bees and Fire? And a Monty shield. Might be asking for a lot here, but I definitely feel like that might be the angle they're going for. So setting up the drones, trying to get the information. That's one. That's two on the mezzanines. Heart breach gadget is going to be used on one of the garage walls as well by Pasha, I believe. At least he's thinking about it. Hasn't quite stuck with it yet. It's afraid for a run out, it seems. There it goes. Heart breach gadget on. Next up is going to be the fire arrows, but look at that. There's a player inside strip who might be going for a bit of a rotate here. Kanto checking if he's droned. It's going to go for a run out. It's going to check. Sees nobody, but if they rappel up a little bit higher, that's ahead.
They're on the drone. They're making some work. They're hoping. There it is.
There he is!
Always! Shot down, clay pigeon shot, and another round. Unfortunately, I think it's been the opening death a couple of times here. You lose that twitch, and that's your reliance on some gadgetry. It's not going to stop them getting through the wall because it's nothing that is directly stopping the wall. Always a purpose behind it.
There goes the bees. It's gone 6. Will be any fire? Pasha's taken some damage, so might not be able to put that. There you go, fire bees. Zezzer is going to be trying to rotate out just a little bit right behind the shield. There's going to be a frost mat right on the top of the staircase. Joystick, you better see that one. A lot of impacts coming his way. Takes a little bit of damage, but nothing too much to worry about.
More bees, more reveal on Azza's position, but when you have joysticks pinging it, it doesn't really change much. They've also got Kendrew, who's hot and spicy and tucked in a corner right now, and gets caught out by Pasha getting the swing round. What an angle.
Not the frost mat, please.
This is to watch it all. And there's always the fear of the frost mat. He's creeping his way closer and closer. I mean, he has to keep this angle on the fight. And Ash is able to get Pasha, which isolates them a bit. Dan finally pops up on the back end. Gets the kill. The smoke is going to force some motion, and he swings into it, but can't get the connection here. All three ITB players pretty much in a little clump on that back line, but getting that kill means Shepard is going to have to get off that rappel soon, because with 20 seconds, they've got to see if they can get the cover for this plant.
Well, how many smokes are left is going to be that big question at this point, as Joystick is just going to be walking in right behind him. He doesn't know the diffuser gets dropped. The shield is out of play as well. It's only up to Shepard, who gets shut down by Kento. And ITB, they take another round. And it really turned upside down after the clutch that was made by Virtus Pro, by Dan. Ever since ITB, they've just been on it.
5 rounds in a row. I mean, you wouldn't have predicted it. I know you wouldn't have predicted it, people watching. I saw your predictions at the start of this game. You didn't predict it. Stop lying.
There's no changing it back now.
Like 5 of you predicted it. I mean, it's just been such a tour de force here from these past rounds. ITB have had great reactions. The positioning of Yonka has been, at times, a little bit kooky, a little bit curious. It's drawn focus here, and if anything, it's sort of pushed Virtus Pro into the era where, you know, about a year ago, a year and a half maybe, Virtus Pro are really struggling on their attacks. In their own words, they said they were second guessing themselves a lot. It feels like they're getting a bit of struggle here. They're not quite entirely sure on what ITB are doing. There's a couple of sort of shaky motions and movements. And yeah, let's be real. There's been rounds that have chopped and changed hands back and forth across this game. They could have had an attack at this point, and probably should have. But that little bit of hesitation seems to be costing them when ITB are just throwing themselves into the mix and getting some results out the back of it.
Players spotted up on the top floor. It's Azur. Going to be opening up a bunch of floors, some hatches, maybe some walls as well. Just create all these angles. And as these openings are being made, VP, they might be going on an accelerated hunt for that top floor player. I believe there is also some lines or ways back to the side that are currently being watched by VP players. Kendra is still preparing with the Super Shorty as well. This is a perfect moment to actually try and strike, to put up some damage, because, you know, a lot of people are working on setup. That opportunity has struck it. And as Azur is still up on the top, just rotating back and forth, he's going to get himself a way out, considering he knows that probably that wall has been opened up. He's definitely been droned out now, so he needs to find himself a safe way out, or just lean into the fight like he just tried to do.
Joystick going for this face clear round. There were some drones rolling not too far ahead of him, and, well, there's a confrontation close as well. There's the ping. Do they know of that player? Were they droned?
They didn't.
I don't know if they were, but it doesn't matter. There was a ping round onto the back, but they did get the catch, and that's the important part. Held his ADS.
I don't think they have actually drawn him out. The drone kept rolling, and it's lucky that they were so quick on the response out there for VP. Picking up Azur. There's only a minute and 10 left on the clock. There's still an electric claw on the hatch, which is going to make it very difficult for them to open it up, and Shepard is doing his best. Get 2 more pellets on it. Or actually to the side of it. It's not going to be... Is he hunting the claw like this? Hoping to get it with some explosive damage? I believe that's what he's doing. Not been successful. Let's see where it is. Oh, right there. It's underneath the cart. It's going to be very difficult for them to get with the explosions that they're trying it with right now.
Quick breakthrough. They're going for the pop. X-Kairos take a bit of time. So you roll out the second EMP, as we heard over our shoulder, as we make a quick execute. 30 seconds, though, and quick has to become even quicker at this point. The attention paid for the rest of the map. Late executes have turned into a little bit of a worry, as we can see, and they'll find out now. This is softened up. There's a player on the left. Kanto might try and swing into a power position here with the hatch still locked. Joystick gets his second. Noah's gone. There's another one. VP starting to close down quite epically onto the site itself. Shepard's going for the plant. Kendry's round on the back. RUI has disappeared, but we know what the fight is. It's a flawless.
And just like the first round, VP able to put a flawless on the board. Now they do so again. Still has a net score towards 5-5. Find an attack round. But they need to find one more to pick up a point here. Of course, they don't need... They prefer to get a full 3. Let's put it like that. But they don't need to get a full 3. If they get a overtime victory here, they're going to be tied up with points to Team Secret. Just 1 point ahead of Wild. I mean, this group has already been very close in terms of points. Into the Breach getting their win as well is meaning that they are in contention of making it to playoffs here. And currently the group stands Secret 5, Wild 4, VP 3, and Into the Breach on 2 points. So trying to be really looking to get anything out of this game.
10 seconds left.
5 apiece, Virtus.pro. They finally pushed themselves over the edge of not being able to push themselves over the edge of a round. It's felt like a million years ago we sort of called for a more even-handed game, and you look across the board and we have it. Obviously, there's been big rounds of players. Noah and Azza both putting up big numbers. Kanto and Kendry, the 2 players I sort of said I'd love to see a bit more of them. We have done. At the same time, Dan, keeping the pressure on. It's that response from Virtus.pro now. Who is going to be the first team to break this deadlock? You could have called either name at various different points. Dan sprays over the top here, offers some protection. The quick break. Noah wants the fight. It's not quite coming into his favor.
That's a lot of damage done by one of those bugies out there. Just toss it right through the door. Impact Trick's coming through. It's going to take the first set of X-Kairos out. Be plenty more where that came from. Shepard putting up the next 4. So a quick check there if there was like anything up above. Now Valkyrie's banned, so they weren't checking for cameras. Kenzo's looking to go quite aggressive here. Into the storage room, lets them know about his presence as he fires a single shot. But he's still going around the corner, still cutting the pie. Joystick's long gone, and he rotated around. Now has the opportunity to go directly towards the side, and that's exactly what he's doing.
I mean, he has eyes on. He's picked up a couple of cheeky kills in this manner before. He doesn't know where he's being shot from. Swung the wrong way, but at least there's other VP players acting on the back of it. However, there's not many VP players left always. He's in a danger position. If he goes unchecked, he might be able to steal a sneaky kill on the back of it, but look who's above him. Hey, remember that round a couple of rounds ago when they got a couple of kills from this exact position? Well, they're looking to retake it. Noah and Kendrew, both there. Shepard does have the kit, but he needs a route through, and he is the one held off here. He's hoping to sneak in the hatch. Might not know that there's two players only about 10 feet away.
They should have always, so they definitely know someone's upstairs, but he's afraid that they're in the kitchen right now. So, like, he flashes it, which gives away his position as well. And now he knows, oh, there's actually nobody in here. What do you do now? If you drop the hatch, you'll be shot from above. If you take the fight up top, well, you might lose the kit, and with that, the round and the opportunity for a full three-pointer.
Andrew's still holding onto the angle. They know exactly where they are. Looks the wrong way. It was a 50-50. Coin isn't in their favor. ITB, they get themselves on to match point.
And I said it, last time these two teams played, it went to 8-7. In that moment for Virtus Pro, it came at the back of 3-3 halves and 3 defensive overtime wins. So it was defense favored, and it's definitely defense favored right now. But VP, they have one more attacking round. They need to win this one if they want to be pushing this to overtime, because otherwise ITB, well, they could be taking a full 3 points here and finding themselves with a second victory on the board for this year. Exciting times ahead for them.
For this to be the last game of the evening, for it to be as intense as it is, Bug rehost has been called. See if that gets confirmed.
It's always there.
There it is. Rehost.
There it is confirmed.
So here we are, sitting on the precipice of maybe into the breach. Doubling down on their success in the previous playday, catapulting themselves up. And if they get 3 points from this game above Wild, who they beat in the previous playday in OT, jumping over Virtus Pro as well, that would, suddenly shake up the whole group. It also puts Koi on a little bit of an island down at the bottom. There's already now a minimum of 3 points between Koi and anyone else, I believe. No, they got OT, so they have at least one. So it's still 2 points, technically, at this moment. If ITB win in OT, there'll be a bit of a stretch.
Then there will be 3. But if they... It's always going to be... Yeah, then it's going to be 3. I see what you mean now.
Yeah, if Virtus Pro get into OT and then ITB win the OT, then there is, 3 teams on 4. And
it's Koi versus ITB.
And then
tomorrow.
Secret above them.
Like, Koi ITB is the first game tomorrow.
Yeah, and that still separates Koi with a clean win from anyone else. If we get that one specific result.
Yeah, but it also means that if ITB defeat Koi tomorrow, it's most likely over for them. For Koi. That is given ITB wins this game. All right. We are in the middle of a rehost, for those of you wondering. Get a look into the lives of all these players. Yonka just left. Kanto's stroking his beard, as one does. All just waiting patiently, because during technical rehosts, these players are not allowed to talk to one another. That way, they cannot be used, for example, to gain an advantage after things start to go wrong. There's no discussing strategy. It's just waiting patiently in silence until everybody's ready. But you do not have to wait in silence, because we're here to talk to you all. You get the far more packs. Yeah, maybe we are here in silence. Are you joining the players in solidarity?
I was just letting you have your moment, I suppose.
No, good.
Enjoying the tension, the build-up.
8-7 last time these two met. Clubhouse.
I love the fact that we were like, oh, it probably won't be the same, but it's like an eternal thing, I guess, between these two teams. is if it goes to Clubhouse, it's going the distance. Because even if it ends at the next round, it's still been a brawl between these two teams.
It has been, yes. It's been the full 12 rounds, that's for sure. We might get 14, might get 15. We don't know yet. It's the big wait, the big ask. All right, well, ITB, they've had some changes over the stage. Everybody kind of ridiculed them after stage 1, being like, how? Like, how do you not manage to get an overtime win or more than 8 rounds, right? That was a horrific stage from them. 7 rounds they managed to get against Virtus Pro, 1 round in the remaining 3 games. Which, you don't have to be an expert, but that's not great. They've made some changes. They've had the entire off-season to practice. They find themselves with a loss, but also an overtime win against Wild, a team that had gone unbeaten in the regular stages at that point. And now as they return to Clubhouse against Virtus Pro, a team that they managed to get 7 rounds again before, the fist bumps are going out for what could be the last round. ITB could be taking full 3-pointer here. And that would definitely be showing of their improvement compared to the last stage. Because suddenly they're playing for playoffs at that moment in time, not just for a win.
We're back in. Bedroom Gym, 6-5. And you just kind of want to see this go all the way. I'm sorry, ITB fans. I'm so sorry. But I want this to be a max OT. I want to end the game with more insane clutches and pulls and rounds. I'll hopefully have audio in a second.
We're overhead. We're not getting audio.
Oh, yeah. I forget.
It's like we're too far away removed for anything to be heard. Looking at the setup that VP is looking to bring, we see 3 Heart Breachers, we see a Thatcher, and we see a Yana. Will walls be opened up? I can tell you probably yes. Still not going to be helping them on the construction wall, though, as that's just a single one and could be easily bended, tricked if there's nobody on the window watching it on the highway. Currently, there is going to be a single charge on it. Of course, the main priority will be towards the bathroom and towards the jacuzzi wall. Now, all 4 bended batteries have been pre-placed. Azar is finding himself inside of mezzanines, just hiding. In the rafters, just hiding. He doesn't want to try and trick. He just wants to be there to take a fight, and probably also realizing that, well, if there is a Thatcher, there is 2 breachers, there's nothing I can do about it anyway. There it is. Wall has been opened up. And that's step 1. The next one will be to try and take the control of bathroom.
And step 2 is to see if they can maybe force out Kendrew and loop potentially round into the back end. The opposite side. I am still without audio.
Yeah, I'm as well. I just pinged them.
Getting the drones rolled across there. Looking to see if they can get control of CC. Push out the player onto red. See the Iana's getting the full read as well. The FT Shield is there on the swing round onto the top of red itself. They have the ADS. They've got the drone just tucked close on the corner. Azar is tucked underneath by the box as well. And Noah slips out.
Can't damage from Ken to himself, yeah.
We get sound back for that.
Just in time. I was about to ask you to work on your voice actress skills. Make the sounds for us. But ITB, they're still all alive on their defense. A VP, they've managed to gain some ground, but nothing too major yet. Azar is playing below, has a C4 in pocket, which could be absolutely huge if a push does come through from the logistics side of things. Now, a minute is left on the clock. It's not a lot of time. They still need to find themselves a way into the site, and it's a 5-on-5 execute, really, with almost little to no damage done. C4s are being pinged out, so they're aware that some of it has been pre-placed. What are they going to do about it? They're going to have to shoot it out or just try and avoid the area? And trying to get it with the next Skyros?
There's a couple of different routes to get the solve on that. There is that one is the most direct. But if Shepard goes down, you talk about direct. They don't want to go for the full confidence swing somehow. Neo dodge the bullets as they push across. Can't dodge that though. Always in Dan. Get kills across the back, and I'm not going to say it was punishing the overconfidence, but we are screaming towards this. An overtime is occurring. Virtus Pro, they get that round, and they get it with the confidence of how they opened this game. 6 apiece. OT, once again.
History does have a way of repeating itself. Now a timeout to be called by ITB.
What tension?
Just taking it slow. We're building up the tension here. This is not for tactical reasons, of course. This is just ITB wanting to make their fans bite off a couple more nails.
You need like tension music.
Yeah, can we get some like epic background music? Copyright free.
It's really funny having this scoreboard and it's like, wait, what do you got? 6 kills?
It was 6 kills and a 6-6. Wow, that's an objective heavy game.
It's really just been peaceful. Yeah, it's been the opposite of peaceful. I don't know if it's just the chaos of late night heatwave room with the windows closed.
So happy tomorrow is going to be a lot less warm. Apparently tomorrow is going back to normal temperatures in the Netherlands.
All right. Church Arsenal. Go back round here. Virtus Pro, they had 2 successes here. It's the only site that they were able to double down on their defenses. Took it quite well both times. Haha, I'm joking. You all remember the round I'm talking about. One of them was a 3 versus 1, and the one just happened to get the kill onto the diffuser planter. Virtus Pro have almost lost this side. ITB have almost taken it and should have, really. So
they should have, yeah. Slight mistake on the planting spot, maybe due to lack of time. Not quite sure. I mean, there was still time, you know, because it wasn't like he started planting on 0 seconds. Started planting on like just a little bit over 7. So it could have been in a better position either way. It happened, and managed to get the round of it. VP. We're now on the defense, which has been favored. 8 rounds so far this game have gone towards the defense, which means that VP, statistically speaking, is in the driver's seat to take this in an 8-7 again.
Leosa, the first time, I think we've seen her all day, actually. She hasn't really been played in any other games. Has the deployable talent shields. If you're unaware, you can sort of make step-by-step forts, but impact will quickly remove them. So with the 4 that's in pocket, it might stop them trying to trick against the removal of hatches, but otherwise there's still going to be some focus and attention paid there. Kanto is looking for pace here onto blue. The very first time they attacked this site, they were quite slow in getting the rest of the clear, regardless of all the players being down underneath. It definitely seems like they've learnt from that lesson. They're putting the pressure on early. They have the drone to watch to see if there's a rotate. They're getting their routes opened around the top as well. They don't have the ram. In fact, they don't really have any direct soft destruction here. No sledge, no buck, nothing to tear up all of that floor apart from just shooting through it and breaching charges.
Quickly, breaching charges are made for this, so they often do quite a little bit of damage. Opening is going to be made. Single Thatcher EMP is going to be tossed in, so if there was going to be an Cade, would have been able to actually trick it, but of course there was nothing on there to begin with. Now, as they look through the verticals they have just made, ITB, they need to find themselves a way in. Kitchen hatch being opened up as well. Second set of Excars is coming. Wanting to try and trick that. Pasha, your feet are showing. Has to rotate out. Didn't deal any damage. Noah should put some damage down onto Pasha now. As the hatch is opened up, I believe after 6 or 8 Excars being set up on it. ITB, on to the next step. Open up the triple wall, maybe?
Well, that's where I think Pasha might try and loose their impact. They're not too far away. They could make a bit of a rotate before. They're hoping the pressure comes. But look how many of the ITB players are circling around the top. There it is. It's always actually. In fact, it's the one that has the impact, gets some of the damage done, but the whole wall is going to get cracked open partially. Kendry's going for the plant on the back end. Dan doesn't know. They've got to swing the corner and react. The cover's coming through, and it's a post plant. Sort of stolen right under the nose. Kendry pops up and gets a kill. Kanto from the long range, and that was a brilliant play in plant and ploy. Done by ITB, a flawless at this moment in time, this late in the day.
That must have been like one of the biggest bamboozles of the day, because like the triple wall opens up, you see pressure coming down from blue. In the meantime, someone's planting. They had no clue because of all the other calls and sounds that were coming through. They really probably thought it was going to be a church plant or a church take that was coming through. Had no idea that he was already in sight. Of course, some players already started dropping as the pressure was coming through from all those angles. But as soon as the plant then goes down, there's a bit of panic. It's like, where? Right? It's like, how did they get in? They probably thought they had everything covered. Oh. And now they changed the sights. In ITB, they have the opportunity to lock it down this time around.
I mean, I guess that's the thing there, is you have the curiosities of... We knew that they were impact tricking against Kitchen Hatch. We knew that Kitchen Hatch was a huge point of focus for those ex-Kairos. And then the drop happened and the plant started happening before anyone swung and went for the shots. So you're a little bit curious just how they, you know, over a 20-second period went from full focus, we're tricking this, to draw away, and what the idea was. It could have just been one missed call. It could have been one missed idea. It could have been, hey, they're Selmering open the whole of Church Wall. But to be honest, throwing 3 against the walls is more of a let's make it uncomfortable gambit rather than let's specifically get a portion open gambit.
It's definitely something to wonder here as quick pressure comes into the garage from the side of VP. So Kendra, you know, back then just walked in with a shield, always. Opening up the window on the side is going to be putting up some pressure from the highway side of things. Jonka taking small amounts of damage as well. It's a CC fit. Who? Oh, the mirror window and an impact right after. I was wondering, he's like, what happened there? But the mirror window's out there, which makes it impact trickable. That's just going to happen again.
Oh, no.
So now they have a Selma left. But there's also 4 more impacts on the side of ITB. They don't know that, of course. We do. But this is probably going to mean that that wall will stay shut because of the mirror window and how it's placed. Unless they can keep Azar at bay and make sure he cannot stand up to impact trick this wall.
I mean, things are starting to fall apart a bit. They've got to dedicate it. They do get the wall open, but it's such a big cost of utility. And you're thinking of where we've seen the rest of the Selmas used. You assume construction wall is still locked. Anything on the back end is locked. Garage was the only other place. We had those Selmas down there, so their routes through are limited. Their angles are a bit shut down. They're going to have to go for a little bit of brawn here. Now the Bees start to push across. Kanto's stuck in their bottom corner, meaning that they can try and get a rotate round onto the other side of Oil and hope some focus is drawn attention. All of the players are still standing, and the longer this goes on, the more it kind of plays into Virtus Pro's favor. Azza popping up and trying to get some focus here and some attention drawn into the swing. Nothing is
just being harassed by the Bees right now.
Yeah, it's not gonna kill him though. There needs to be something behind it.
Needs to be something behind it, that's for sure. And as always, is now trying to push in. VP very heavy inside the garage, but none of them are giving anything. Unless Azar now just get taken down. It's an option for VP, but Kanto still being down in the oil pit has an opportunity to provide some support as Jonka finds joystick.
Kanto's still tucked underneath. He's waiting for the perfect moment, and to be honest, having a single player have a big impact will just be defining of this game. There's the 3 versus 4, 15 seconds. Shepard has to run the kit round, but they're paying too much attention. Always is all that's left, and we find ITB taking all of the points. It has been a long fight and a long game and a long road to revenge on Club. But it is theirs now.
In stage 1, they got most of the rounds against Virtus Pro, but were unable to transition it into a victory. This time around, they are 2 in a row, an 8-6 for 2 points. And see how much it means for them on their faces. They are now in full contention for a playoff spot where they couldn't dream of it during stage 1.
There are points in this game you could not have predicted how this game went, and there are points where you were sure which way it was going. All I can say is it's been a hell of a way to end our games today, but there's still obviously a desk and an interview after this, so please don't go anywhere. We will have a quick break before we are back.
Have you ever wondered how our professional players go pro? Or what happens between our regionals and majors? During the Tier 1 off-season, our Tier 2 scene kicks off with 5 separate regions hosting their own T2 competitions that have the opportunity for anyone and everyone to enter. Now let's get started and welcome you to the Tier 2 ecosystem of Rainbow Six Siege. There are several regional events around the world, which are the Japan Invitational, Liga Start for Latin America, the North Regional Rumble, and R6 Central Combine from Europe, and Element 1 for North America. Let's start with the Central Combine. 2 Tier 1 qualifying teams are sent straight to the playoffs, whilst there are 4 national spots composed of teams from the Legacy national competitions and 2 EU squads made from teams that are at least 3/5 from Central Europe. These 6 teams go straight to Phase 2. There are then 18 more spaces to be filled by open qualifiers, which means this is your chance to get involved. During Phase 2, our 4 national teams, 2 Central European teams, and 18 qualifying teams will be divided into divisions to play against each other based on a point system, with the lowest 2 teams of each division being eliminated. Our remaining 12 teams will be grouped into 3 conferences, competing for their spot in the playoffs. Each team will play every team in the other 2 conferences for points, with the highest scoring 6 teams moving forward to Phase 4. Phase 4 is our playoff bracket, where our top 6 teams from qualifiers and our 2 Tier 1 teams face off in a best-of-3 bracket. At this stage, everyone gets a share of the €40,000 prize pool, where the winning team will take home up to €15,000. These events aren't just about the money though. Our Tier 2 events give you the platform to showcase your talent to the world. The matches are live streamed on our official channels with the best upcoming analysts and casters that BR6 has to offer. Win here and your Rainbow Six life could change forever. Do you have what it takes to step up and be the next big name in Rainbow Six? Prove it.
Doki 4 kills. Give them all! That's going to be G2. Moving on.
Pretty sure that was pre-placed on the hatch as well. It's the second time they got away with this half as well. It's really good stuff coming out of Secret. Groovy's there.
Nella holds strong on top of that one. Drops into it. Stops the counter defuse to give the round over to Eminem.
The close game ended in quite handily a fashion for the Wolves.
Need to rotate. They took the stock hatch. They took the rotate round onto Banana. And they had the side control. Heroic!
Joystick denies the plant. Psycho needs to throw it down, but he won't be able to do so. VP, close it down.
He will not even make it back to his feet before Deepek cuts him down.
BDS locked down the series. They will qualify through.
Hungry, he's hopping. He's got to sprint round for the final player. Can he make it? Yes, he can!
Into the breach, take a back-to-back victory, and we have the winners on the line. Good evening, Yalski. Good to see you again. You must be feeling amazing after this victory.
Yeah, feeling pretty good. Obviously happy with the results, but some improvement left to be made.
All right, improvement, but you're also shared second in your group. I mean, that puts a realistic chance of making it to the major, even.
Yeah, I guess it does. Yeah, I wasn't quite aware. Yeah, tomorrow obviously got Koi coming up, and I guess we could do a lot better than we did last stage.
All right. On your social media, it seems that you're playing pretty much FBI today. Did you notice anything illegal in this game?
Not really. I think we played by the rules after last week. I think we don't want to play another round in 3 hours' time. So I think we followed the rules pretty well today.
All right, understandable. And now, during Benelux, I know that you pretty much like to do a bit of well-placed trash talking. You said Koi's up next. Anything you want to say to Koi?
No, I just nothing but love. I love my boy Deepak. I've seen him win a major, and that was a very special thing. So no, nothing but love to those guys. But yeah, Jigsaw might as well just go home to Australia again, because it's not looking good, bruv. It's not looking good.
I was going to say, this started really wholesome, and then there was a teeny tiny bit of trash talk at the end. Thank you for that. The desk was a bit unsure of where to put into the breach, realistically, expectations-wise. What are your own expectations now for the remainder of the stage, really?
I mean, starting out, we're just looking to build, really, right? Just build up the experience. I think today, especially starting out, we going 0-4 down, I believe. You just see a lot of nerves early still some kinks to work out. But I think if we can nail that down, we could be a major contending team consistently. But probably looking to do that more so next stage and this stage. Anything we get this stage is perfect. But yeah, next stage is really where we want to shine.
I'd say that sounds realistic but promising. Is there anything you want to say to the fans to close it off?
No, yeah, after the last stage, I hope we're finally gaining some fans, because there was not much to cheer for last time. So hopefully, people like the show that we're putting on, the people that we have in the team, the change that we've made. I know Kangaroo Kenny is a much beloved character, so. No, I hope you guys enjoy it. That's the main thing.
All right, Lonsky, thank you so much for your time. Enjoy your evening, and we hope to speak to you again soon.
Thank you.
I love to hear a little bit of trash talk. It was always during the Benelux interviews, it was a little bit of for those teams, and I thought this was going to be really wholesome, and then...
Yeah, we had a little internal bet that he wouldn't have the balls to do it at Tier 1, so fair play for Leonsky for coming out and actually, taking aim at Jigsaw, which will certainly be interesting if he drops 20 on them tomorrow.
I mean, they'll be happy if they just keep doing what they're doing, right? That's what you say. Keep doing what you're doing. I hope Koi does, because then they're going to be crushed.
But now for this game, right? It started out really dominant for Virtus Pro, and then eventually it ended up really close. Was this a case of Virtus throw, or what happened?
Oh, look, I think, ITB, I think, showed a lot of heart. I think it's worth saying. 0-4 down Virtus Pro. This would have been kind of prime ITB. I called it as a 7-0. 4-0, I was sat here on the desk and I said, this is a prime 7-0 for Virtus Pro. ITB have gone back to their old ways. Showed a lot of heart to get back into it. 2-4 split on the attack. Arguably should have been 3-3. They lost a 4 versus 1, 3 versus 1 on the church, attack. So they actually attacked it okay in the end over the half, and in their defense was when they really came alive. I thought they hit... We talked about Secret last week not hitting the right amount of passiveness to aggression against Virtus Pro. Into the Breach was doing it perfectly. They will delaying, layering, and then when it was absolutely necessary was they then getting aggressive in terms of, Azar had a big round with a big clutch, Kendra had a big flank, but it was only when it was necessary. You never saw them giving away unnecessary picks.
I mean, I need to just add on to, I was hating on Knowers after the first first play day? Yeah. Yep. Saying that he was playing for his career. And again, he pulls off a star performance for his team.
Yep.
It's not what we expected to see, maybe. I mean, when you're putting someone saying that your career's on the line and you start to having to perform, well, he's doing it again here. A 16-7 scoreline is such a step up, especially against a team that has all of that experience, that you come in as a, I would say rookie, because that's what he is. You come in against them and you just demolish them. These guys have been in SI finals. They've been in major wins. They've done everything there is. And you step up against them as well. So they're starting to do something really good. And as a team, they're actually playing like a team. I said it doesn't matter how they lose, as long as they do it as a group. Now they win, and they win as a group. And mentally coming back when it was 0-4 with a 3-on-1 loss is massive.
They're actually showing substance this stage. And I think that's what, they will get fans for doing this. When it was stage 1, they didn't really show any substance. They didn't really show any fight. This stage, they're showing that. Last week, this week, it's a snowball. They're starting to snowball in momentum.
Indeed, that was our final match of the day, which ended up in an overtime. Let's have a quick look at how our day ended in case you have missed a few of the games, and we'll keep you up to date with what happened today. First game today, BDS took down Heroic in a pretty convincing fashion. Then afterwards, it was Koi unfortunately taking another loss. They lost to Secret. Then the game between G2 and Wolves was really close, but eventually it was Wolves to come out victorious out of that one. And then, as we just mentioned, Into the Breach secured their second victory in this Europe League Stage 2 against Virtus Pro. Any big surprises?
Yeah, a lot of them. I think I lost a lot of Twitch channel points tonight. That's all I'm going to say. Because only one of my predictions, came true, which was the BDS one. I had a bit too much belief in Koi. I had maybe a little bit too much belief in G2. And I did believe in ITB, but I didn't put the money where the mouth was.
You on the hopium?
A little bit.
I mean, there's not that many, except I would say the only one that I see as a really surprising result is the final game, yeah. I think that the Wolves versus G2, it's just a matchup that I think that there's starting to be a rivalry. Maybe not that we're looking between the teams, but in my eyes, they play each other so often, and all of the games are complete bangers. So it's very high level of gameplay that we're watching when we see those two teams against each other. So there's something building there. That game can go either way. So it was a really good match day, I think.
Into the Breach just played their last match. I bet they're still full of adrenaline, but they best be getting some sleep though, because they're also playing the first game tomorrow. So if we look at our schedule, that is set up for tomorrow. We do have Into the Breach taking on Koi first tomorrow. That'll be really much determining who's going to score some last points in that group. After that, we have Heroic taking on Wolves. For Heroic, also still, the final chance probably to get some points there. Then Wild, who had a rest day today, taking on Virtus Pro after. Same goes for M&M, also had a rest day, and will be taking on BDS in that final game. Something you're looking forward to specifically?
I'm gonna interrupt you, Fresh, because you're gonna say, "Oh, my favorite game is gonna be the Koi game."
No, I was actually gonna do some maths.
No, because you're such a massive Koi fanboy.
Right.
You're gonna be like, "Oh, Koi is such a good team," and I'm gonna say it. In that game, there's the worst team in UL.
Right.
Versus Into the Breach.
Right.
There you go. That's Fresh's game he's looking forward to. And for me, it's just, I want to see the BDS versus M&M game. So, that one is big.
Fabian, one thing. I'm done making excuses for Koi now. Okay. They are permanently blacklisted for me. But one thing that I will say is there's a very real opportunity tomorrow. And I was just doing a little bit of arithmetic in my head. If Koi beat ITB in regulation, then we potentially have 3 teams going into the final play day on 4 points, chasing basically the top 2. So Group A could end up being very close with everything to play for in the final play day.
Let's take a look at Group A indeed, because it is really close indeed. There's 3 teams on 4 points, as you mentioned.
Yeah. So imagine if Koi beat ITB, and then we've got what the next game is, VP against Wild,
which means
then
some team would get points.
Yeah, some team would get points, but you've got potentially 3 teams going into play day 5. Because Secret don't play. Oh, play day 4, sorry. Because Secret don't play. You'd have Secret plus one of VP or Wild, whoever wins, and then 3 teams on 4 battling it out to get into that decider slot. Very, very nice, close group. But, like you say, Koi
Koi isn't going to win a game.
Just mathematically could happen, that's what I'm saying.
If they keep playing like they have, they're just not going to win any games.
Yeah.
I don't think this one turned out the way I expected it to. Let's take a look at Group B as well, a group with a lot of strong teams in there too. Wolves currently leading the charge there, 1 point ahead of G2. And then we have BDS and M&M both on 3 points, and Heroic closing out that group.
So again, a little bit of forward thinking here. G2 don't play next. So there is a possibility if BDS, well, whoever wins out of BDS or M&M will take G2 down. And then also if Wolves beat Heroic, Wolves could be out of sight. And then G2 and M&M potentially could be having a shootout for a 3rd place spot because of G2's loss today. Like, this group, again, is ridiculously close.
It's just, looking at G2, they were first top of the group, right?
1 loss.
And we were like, yeah, they're so strong, they're looking really good. And then, boom, one loss now. And then, all of a sudden, anything can happen.
Because you see a world where Wolves beat Heroic, and then Wolves always seem to lose to BDS because they've got this mental block, so BDS could end up on 6. If G2 don't win against M&M, M&M end up on 6, G2 in 4th.
Yeah, well, it's a wild world we're living in.
And then they're playing through open qualifier playoffs, our world champion. Anyway, we'll sort all that tomorrow and next week. But, wow. How close?
There's lots of look forward to for tomorrow indeed, with how these groups are shaping up, with the potential of certain spots to be overtaken by other teams, especially, for G2 that have their off day tomorrow and have to sit and watch and hope that teams don't overtake them, for example. But to close off our play day, we started our pre-show with a few player facts. We played a little game where we have 2 truths and 1 false. So if you weren't here during the pre-show, let me remind you of the little game show that we played earlier today. We have asked players to share 3 facts about themselves. 2 of those are right. 1 of those is wrong. And then it's up to our analyst and to you in chat to decide which of these 3 facts is wrong. We'll have 2 more players, and we saved these specifically for the post-show because they'll a little bit more unhinged. Now, we'll start with the first player, and if I'm correct, that should be Deepak from Koi. We'll have 3 facts from him as well, and the first one is, I only have 1 color underwear. The second one, I used to work as a waiter. And the third is, I used to play football. Now, which of these 3 is wrong?
I mean, he's got a massive forehead. That means he played football, right? It's great at heading. That just has to be it.
Right.
I'm not talking about what's in there. That doesn't seem to work very well, seeing as of how Koi is playing. 1 color underwear. I mean, which one is the pressure?
Well, I don't know. So here's the thing: is when I was at Six Invitational, in Montreal, I'm fairly sure we was in a bar with Deepak where he was walking around with the tray of drinks, like that, like waiters do.
All right.
I have a feeling he did used to be a waiter.
Okay, and you're sure you didn't look at his underwear? Invitational.
We got very drunk. There was like beer towels.
So you were watching.
All
right. That means he used to work as a waiter, which means. Lies the underwear one.
I think it's the underwear.
Yeah, it has to be.
Very personal.
Has to be. Absolutely has to be.
So your final answer is 1?
Yeah, number 1.
All right, let's see. Is 1 the wrong fact?
So wrong. Oh, no.
See, Fred,
I told you I was drunk.
You probably saw all of his underwear, and then you just forgot about it.
Do we know which color?
No, we didn't discuss that kind of, but yeah.
I mean, if it's a fact about yourself, surely you say what color.
Well, hopefully it's not brown.
That would be a very bad sign, yeah.
I mean, after watching them play, it might very well be.
Well, anyways, to close with this one, we have another one. That'll be from Teb from Wild. We have 3 facts from him as well. The first one is, I love anime. The second is, my favorite food is sushi. And the third is, I played volleyball for 3 years.
Aren't Italians known to be short? They can't play volleyball because they can't reach the top of the net. I've already made my... It's
well,
number 3.
Anime and sushi kind of goes hand in hand, right?
They do.
So you kind of think if he likes anime, he probably likes sushi as well.
Yeah, you think so?
But
is it not like...
Wait, no, he's Italian. Is that not going back on...
Does that matter?
Because he's meant to like pasta and pizza and...
So you can't like sushi if you're Italian?
No, but favorite food?
You know, I have this running gag with all the Italian admins. They're the worst people. None of anything makes sense that the Italian people do. There's nothing good that's ever come from Italy.
There's an Italian in the room next
Yeah.
So you know that, right?
I don't care. What's he going to do? Lose another war. It's play volleyball. He's not tall enough.
All right, I'm saying sushi. I'm disagreeing.
You're saying sushi, but you're wrong.
So
I am right, you're wrong.
Okay, you're saying sushi. Yeah, you're saying the sushi, and you're saying volleyball? All right, let's have a look. You were both wrong. He doesn't like anime.
We have not had a single right.
We don't know these people. Who is that guy?
To be fair, some are like really personal, and some facts are ones that you really didn't expect. But there'll be a chance again for you to tomorrow, because we have some more of these coming tomorrow during pre and post show potentially. So maybe time to study the books and learn something about the players tonight before we go back to our play day tomorrow.
So annoyed about the Nello one earlier. I'm still beating myself up for that because I could see the shotgun play. I just couldn't see who it was against.
Very much understandable. Anything you want to add to before we leave today?
No, I think it was a good match day. A lot of teams.
You wanted to scream about G2 earlier. Go on, the platform's yours. Scream about G2.
That was in the post-match. I was so disappointed in them. They sucked, and that's their own problem. And now I've lost energy to be angry at them. It should have been earlier.
Getting too late.
You're only here to shout at G2, Fabian.
I know, that's what they pay me to do. Literally in my contract, talk shit about G2 every single day.
Wait, I thought we were getting paid in R6 credits, but...
Well, maybe you are. Us real people that work, we get paid in real money, you know.
Understandable. Anyways, it is time to close off our day here at Europe League. We will be back tomorrow. You'll have to wait less than 24 hours for more Siege action. But before that, make sure you take care of yourself. We appreciate you all so much for watching. Thank you, and I will see you tomorrow.
connection, and BDS round out a huge... Secret finally push this game over the edge, then take the 2. ITP taking all of the points. It is...